Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Using Bones as a Blade. You also want to stop me? Laura and the other two stared at the reborn Ronan in front of them in a daze. Not only did his injuries heal, his old and decayed body regained its youth, but he also exuded a terrifying power that they could not understand but trembled at. Impossible. This is impossible. Laura spoke in a rapid and clear voice, but her face still had lingering shock and disbelief. You are obviously dead? What kind of power is this? The golden olive leaf pattern was jumping, and the dozens of broken golden tentacles behind Laura grew again. She kept retreating, and this was the first time she chose to retreat. Ronan did not react much to her behavior, but just naturally stretched out a hand and chanted the syllables of the spell in his mouth. Use bones as a blade. A unique resonance was achieved, and a strange energy wave spread out with Ronan as the center. In an instant, the grass, trees, and soil within a radius of several miles trembled slightly. The bones of animals or humans buried under this land, stripped of their decay, took out the most essential fragments. Under the call of the spell, they all gathered towards Ronan. Is this the undead bone spear? Jerome whispered in the sky. At this moment, he found that Ronan in front of him had become more unfamiliar to him. Use the bones as a blade. Countless tiny fragments of bones condensed in front of Ronan, sticking together to form the shape of a black and gray spear. Ronan stretched out his hand calmly, gently grasped the handle of the spear, and with his other hand, he spread his fingers over the spear inch by inch. A large piece of dark blue flame covered the entire bone spear like a lover's gentle palm, adding a lot of deep and mysterious colors to it. Ronan held the bone spear, his white hair flying behind him, and his blue eyes like a mirror reflected Laura's retreating figure. I see you. With a whisper, Ronan's figure disappeared silently. Almost at the same time, Laura's expression suddenly tense up, as if she was being stared at by something extremely dangerous, and she felt a sense of horror for no reason. Bloodthirst. Laura's face, which was occupied by gold, once again showed a faint blood color. She looked ferocious, and growled as she stretched out 5 fingers to Ronan. Crazy vine embrace. As the mental power fluctuations spread, the spell took shape, and dozens of golden vines behind her swelled and filled with blood, like dozens of bloodthirsty and crazy terrifying giant pythons, fiercely rushing forward. Boom! A golden vine slammed into the ground, directly blasting a huge deep pit on the ground. Ronan, who was originally in this position, had already appeared in another place. Boom boom boom. The terrible vines kept shooting down, and each time they accurately locked onto Ronan's figure, but they missed every time. Ronan's speed was too fast, like a flickering light and shadow. Every time he disappeared and appeared, he would greatly shorten the distance between him and Laura. The bombardment of the crazy vines turned this small area into a disaster scene, but Ronan remained calm and composed from beginning to end, holding the bone spear in his hand casually, as if he was strolling in his own garden. In a flash, Ronan appeared less than 10 meters away from Laura. Laura's eyes began to fluctuate, and she tried to recall the released vines. In the second flash, Ronan stood less than 5 meters away from Laura, slowly raised his right hand, and made a gesture of raising the spear to stab. Laura's face finally showed panic. She used hysterical madness to cover up the fear that was growing in the deepest part of her eyes. She screamed, and the vines wove an unbreakable wall in front of her. In the third flash, Ronan finally appeared completely in front of Laura, and there was only a wall made of golden vines between them. Ronan thrust out the spear in his hand. The tip of the black-gray bone spear was emitting a blue flame that broke the law. The power of the law domain intertwined. Then, driven by another more terrifying force that came from the white flame outside Ronan's body, the vine wall was torn through in an instant. In fact, the bone spear had already broken halfway through. Ronan almost broke through the vine wall with his bare hands. At the moment when Ronan completely passed through the vine wall, a large amount of bone essence gathered again, the broken bone spear condensed again, and the blue flame rekindled. Everything happened too fast. Laura behind the vine wall had no time to react. A terrifying mysterious force had crushed her mental force field. The burning bone spear instantly pierced the golden leaf between her eyebrows, then pierced her head, pushing her entire body forward, and her feet plowed a long mark on the mud. Bang! Laura's eyes widened, and she was nailed to a tree that was so thick that several people could hug it with a black bone spear. The light in her green pupils dimmed quickly. Ronan. At this time, a low and rapid voice suddenly sounded in the field. Ronan, who held the spear against Laura's forehead with one hand, slightly turned his cheek, and under his white hair flying in the wind, he revealed a pair of blue eyes full of calmness and coldness. Master Jerome, do you want to stop me too? Jerome, who was trying to get closer, froze. He pursed his lips and seemed to want to say something, but he finally chose to stay silent. Ronan turned around and saw Laura staring straight at him. What kind of power is this? I don't really know. Ronan raised one hand and looked at the tiny flames flowing on the edge of his fingers and palms. After thinking for a while, he replied, probably, it's the brute force of the flesh that you despise the most. Brute force. Laura was stunned when she heard this answer, and then she gritted her teeth and said, no matter what kind of power it is, next time, you will definitely die in the most painful and miserable way. After saying that, the last ray of light in her eyes completely disappeared. Next time? Before Ronan understood what Laura meant by this sentence, he saw her head drooping, and then the whole person turned into smoke and dust in just a few breaths like a rapidly withering flower. Only one leaf that was constantly emitting golden light was left, gently falling to the ground. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he leaned down to pick up the golden leaf and put it in front of him to look at it carefully. The white flames around him gradually faded, and his dancing white hair also fell down. The pure white light ball located in the middle of his chest, which only Ronan could see, had obviously shrunk a circle. But what surprised Ronan was that the golden olive leaf that was quietly lying in his palm at this time actually released a trace of strange power, which was constantly flowing into the light ball and replenishing the previous loss. This is the leaf of no injury. A voice sounded in his ears. Ronan turned his head and saw Jerome walking slowly with a beautiful female wizard in a great blue robe. The dean got a seed of the tree of no injury in his early years, and after carefully cultivating it, he refined it into his lifelong magic pet. This is a leaf of the tree of no injury, which is used to help wizards heal quickly. Jerome looked at the place where Laura turned into ashes, and his eyes revealed an extremely complicated look that was hard to describe. Soon, the complexity faded away, and he whispered to Ronan, it can also save a life. Save a life? Ronan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he truly understood what Laura meant by the cruel words before she died. In fact, the effect is not as exaggerated as you think. To use the woundless leaf to revive, the resurrected person needs to leave his own soul seed on the woundless tree in advance. After the soul seed is activated, a large amount of precious and rare resources need to be consumed to cultivate it. The resurrected person not only has a long regrowth period, but also has permanent trauma on the soul. This method of resurrection can only be used once. Jerome explained. Ronan nodded and said nothing. The two were silent for a while, and Jerome broke the silence. Ronan, will you go back? What do you think, Lord Jerome? Ronan looked into Jerome's eyes and answered calmly. Jerome's eyes flashed, his lips pursed slightly, and finally spoke. So where are you going next? I don't know either. Ronan shook his head. Hoddam is the first and only place of grey wizards I have ever come into contact with. Jerome thought for a moment, took out a fist-sized crystal stone with a gleaming rune from his storage waste bag, and handed it to Ronan. This is a map of Hoddam and a nearby area. I hope it will be helpful to you. Ronan did not refuse. He simply accepted the crystal stone from Jerome and simply scanned it with his mental power. The crystal stone itself is very ordinary, just an alchemical stone enchanted with a 0-level photocopy rune, but the content recorded in it is worth 1,000 gold to Ronan. Thank you. Ronan thanked Jerome sincerely, and Jerome just shook his head. The two did not say any parting words, but said goodbye simply. Ronan picked up the things left by Laura, and sank into the forest in front of him alone, and soon disappeared in the vast sea of forests. It was not until he could no longer sense Ronan's presence that Jerome withdrew his gaze. He lowered his head, and his temperament began to quietly undergo some indescribable changes. Jerome. As if she had caught the subtle changes in Jerome's emotional fluctuations, the beautiful female wizard in the grey-blue robe called out softly. But what she got was an unprecedented cold response from Jerome. Lola, you have completely destroyed Hoddam's possible future of revival. Huh? The beautiful female wizard was stunned and didn't react for a while. Jerome just spoke to himself. He has just been promoted to the first level, has not condensed the soul seal, and has not even had time to learn a first level spell, but he can master 2 extraordinary domain powers, as well as the terrifying unknown mysterious power. Although the greatest function of the injury-free leaf is only healing, its help to plant-based wizards is qualitatively changed. Laura, who forcibly extracted all the essence of the injury-free leaf without regard for the consequences, finally burst out with strength that has touched the true top of the field of first-level wizards, but still lost to him. Jerome's tone of voice was indescribably numb, and he stated it without any emotional fluctuations, revealing a sense of extreme disappointment. Such a magic genius, it is not impossible to reach the Dean in the future, or even surpass the Dean. But now, he was forcibly driven away by that lunatic Laura. Jerome's numb tone even gradually became grim when he finished speaking. He slowly turned his head to look at the beautiful female wizard beside him, with an indescribable, strange and serious expression on his face. Do you know? He looked at the beautiful witch and said word by word, I just called Ronan, but I didn't want to stop him from killing Laura, but I wanted to tell him the correct way to really kill Laura before the invulnerable leaf was fully effective. Unfortunately, he didn't say anything else. The pupils of the beautiful witch were undergoing an unprecedented earthquake. She stared blankly at Jerome in front of her. She had never seen Jerome like this before. She felt as if she had never really understood Jerome, but deep in her heart there was a voice constantly telling her that Jerome's extremely inappropriate behavior was so natural. Deep in the quiet and secluded forest, countless ancient trees that had grown for who knows how many years were intertwined with each other, forming a thick natural barrier. Large patches of thick ivy spread everywhere. In this almost impenetrable grass and trees, a small tree that was only about 1 foot long was growing quietly. It had light golden branches and emerald green leaves, looking vibrant and full of hope. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and a crude and distorted woman's face suddenly appeared on the slender trunk of the pale gold tree. The face closed its eyes, and its mouth opened to let out a silent scream. Soon, a large group of palm-sized, ugly forest fairies hurriedly jumped out of the grass and rushed to the location of the small tree. These forest fairies were holding bulging small cloth packages or small wooden barrels full of things in their hands. They came to the pale gold tree and immediately poured the things they were holding into the roots of the small tree. The wooden barrels were filled with strange colored unknown liquids, and the packages were also filled with various unknown powders with pungent smells. The forest fairies kept busy. When they finished spreading the things in their hands, they turned around and ran back to the grass without stopping. After a while, they came back with wooden barrels or packages full of potion powder. The pale gold tree made a happy and joyful sound under the continuous watering of resources, and the leaves all over its body rustled. But the terrifying woman's face on the trunk of the small tree kept opening and closing her mouth, as if urging them to come and cursing them. The forest fairies seemed to be extremely afraid of that face. They were so busy that they could hardly catch their breath and dared not stop to rest for a while. After a few days, the branches and leaves of the pale golden tree stretched out, and the emerald green leaves became much more than at the beginning. The whole tree seemed to have grown taller and became stronger. On the grass around it, the bodies of forest fairies who died of overwork could be seen everywhere. The remaining forest fairies also looked extremely tired, and their movements were slow and shaky, as if they would fall down at any time in the next second. The woman's face on the trunk of the pale golden tree did not stop her urging and cursing. At the moment when another forest fairy fell down due to the heavy burden, the accumulated resentment and anger of all the fairies finally reached a certain peak and broke out completely. They dropped the things in their hands and shouted angrily at the woman's face on the tree. In the end, they even rushed up and began to tear and bite the roots of the small tree desperately. Just as this small rebellion broke out in the depths of the uninhabited forest, suddenly, the light of the rune array lit up in the darkness of the dense forest. A beam of rich golden light shot out from the array and fell straight on the pale golden tree. In an instant, the slender and weak tree began to grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the face of the woman on the thick trunk became more and more vivid. In just a few minutes, the small tree, which was originally only the size of a sapling, pierced through the thick barrier of leaves above its head and grew into a tall tree covered with the golden leaves. All the forest tree elves looked up at this scene blankly, having long forgotten about the rebellion. When they reacted, they knelt on the ground in fear and begged for mercy and kowtowed to the big tree in front of them. At this time, the trunk of the big tree suddenly cracked in the middle, and a little girl, who was probably only about 7 or 8 years old, with seaweed-like green hair, jumped out in tears. The girl lay on the grass, looking up at the sky above her head. Her young face was full of pain and resentment. She gritted her teeth and uttered the most vicious curse towards a direction in the dark, scarlet tower. "Ronan, I swear on my soul, I will make all of you pay the most painful price." Definitely. Under the blue sky, the salty sea breeze blew. In front of a green hut full of white seabirds and black ravens, the young girl lowered her head, her flaxen hair hanging down like a waterfall. Under her hair were small but delicate facial features and pearly white skin. Although she was wearing a slightly old-fashioned and conservative dark dress, she still gave people a stunning feeling. The girl held a snow-white envelope in her hand and stood at the door of the green hut, hesitating a little. With the constant encouragement of a little blonde girl who was traveling with her, the girl finally mustered up the courage to step into the hut. After a moment, she walked out, still holding the snow-white envelope she had entered with. "Ah, why hasn't it been sent out yet?" The blonde girl who was traveling with him stamped her feet in a disappointed tone. The young girl seemed a little dazed. She walked forward in a daze, the envelope in her hand fell to the ground, and she kept muttering. They said, Hoddam no longer exists." Ah. The traveler in a gray robe trudged through the boundless wilderness. Suddenly, the wind blew up in the wilderness, blowing away the thick fog that filled the road ahead. Behind the thick fog, a huge mountain-like outline appeared. From a distance, the mountain seemed to emit a silver luster in the sun, and there were many black floating islands surrounding it. The traveler stopped, facing the direction of the mountain and the floating island, and reached out to pull down the hood on his head, revealing a long head of chestnut and white hair, and a handsome yet heroic young face. "We're finally here." Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the strange and hazy scenery in the distance, and whispered to himself, "The silver magic ring of the gray-robed wizard closest to Hoddam." Chapter 77, Silver Ring, Beautiful Lady. On the map Jerome gave, there was a huge shadow in the northwest of the Hoddam wizard land. In the shadow was a pattern of a huge ring on top of a silver tower, the silver magic ring, which represented the land Ronan was seeing at this moment. The two places looked very close on the map, but in fact Ronan had to travel through mountains and rivers for more than 2 months to actually reach here. Although he could already see the huge building complex that looked like a huge silver mountain, if he continued to walk at this speed, it would probably take another 3 to 5 days. Ronan thought about it, took out a light green cat's eye ring from his arms, turned it gently, and his mental power surged out. In an instant, a large number of free energy particles from all around gathered towards Ronan, forming a unique arrangement and combination. An invisible force emerged from under Ronan, lifted him up, and then flew forward quickly. Flying Ring. A first-level auxiliary magic tool. For a first-level wizard, this thing is even more important than a storage waste bag. It is a symbol of identity and strength. This flying ring was obtained from Laura. The shape is a classic female style. He can't wear it, so he only takes it out when he needs it. Laura's flying ring is probably good even among first-level wizards. There are 3 first-level, acceleration, runes enchanted on it. If all are activated, the flying speed can almost catch up with half of Ronan's full speed running on the ground. Although it is a little slower, it only consumes a little mental power to activate it continuously. After opening the empty realm, it is equivalent to no consumption. Moreover, flying can ignore the terrain and will not be stained with dust and mud. Just pay attention to control the direction when flying and don't collide with some blind birds. Ronan flew over the last section of the wilderness and found that there was a huge empty valley in front of him. Countless lights belonging to the rune array filled it, looming like rainbow light. Behind the empty valley was a vast primeval forest that was so vast that one could not see the edge. If you look down from above, it should be a huge canyon to be precise. Ronan saw large flocks of birds flying out of the primeval forest opposite the canyon. After entering the canyon, they hit the light of the rune array and immediately fell into the valley like raindrops. In the distance, there was also a faint roar of beasts, echoing faintly in the canyon. It was the roar of the magic beast. Ronan's body kept climbing up. While looking at the canyon and forest below, the full view of the Silver Ring Wizard land above his head gradually appeared in front of him. Under the outline of the huge mountain, there were 7 silver-white towers standing in a semicircular shape. From the middle to the sides, they became lower and lower, looking like a huge high-backed chair, a metal throne suspended between the sky and the earth. Each tower that formed the back of the throne chair was shining with a cold and noble silver luster, as if it was made of pure silver-white metal. Against a backdrop of countless flowing runes, it exuded an awe-inspiring mysterious atmosphere. Above the 7 towers, a huge ring composed of countless metal blocks was suspended, dispersed and combined, slowly rotating, emitting strange light that was bright or dark, as if it contained endless mysteries and power. Some floating island-like buildings were dotted around the 7 silver-white towers and the huge ring. Countless flocculent clouds flowed between the 3. In Ronan's eyes, they formed a fantastic and beautiful picture that was extremely shocking, magnificent, and made him have infinite reverie. Silver. Magic ring. Ronan stared at the scene in front of him with a dazed look, and his body never stopped moving upward under the effect of the flying ring. Finally, Ronan slowly fell on the silver magic ring like a speck of dust. The huge ring, the metal throne, in front of one of the 7 silver-white towers. The silver-white tower blocked the outline of the sun, and a large number of buildings were attached to it. The huge translucent rune array light curtain completely covered them. Ronan was now standing under a large arched metal building that looked like a gate inside the light curtain. He carefully looked at a round badge in his hand that looked like silver. It was printed with the iconic pattern of the magic circle. He could feel the faint energy particle fluctuations coming from it when he held it in his hand. There were runes engraved inside, and a small piece of low-level magic stone was embedded in it to supply its operation. Its function was only to freely pass through the light curtain and the arch. This was a key to enter and exit the magic circle, or a temporary residence certificate. It was valid for 1 month, but it cost Ronan a whole piece of intermediate magic stone. After 1 month, I have to continue spending money. Ronan exhaled and looked up at the scene in front of him. At this time, he was standing at the entrance of a human-shaped street, surrounded by some beautiful buildings in cold and hard metal style. The floor tiles under his feet seemed to be the product of some kind of alchemy, and the light of the rune array could be seen everywhere. From time to time, magic airships flew overhead. They were very beautifully designed, far better than those Ronan had seen in Hoddam. He even saw a huge rune ship slowly passing through the sky, blocking the sunlight and casting a large shadow. He could vaguely see 2 people standing on the ship. The mental fluctuations emanating from them could be clearly sensed even by Ronan standing below. Like 2 miniature suns, the light radiated every place they passed by. 2nd level wizard. Ronan's eyes flickered. He didn't know, but he was definitely a powerful wizard, at least 10 times stronger than him, and stronger than Laura. It was a bit like the feeling he had when he first met Angel. Don't forget, he was just an apprentice at that time, but now he is a formal wizard who has stepped into the mist. The rune ship went away, heading towards the direction of the silver tower, but Ronan's heart did not calm down for a long time. He looked back down at the ground. There were many people walking around. Only a few of them wore proper wizard robes. Most of them were dressed like ordinary mortals. But basically everyone was a wizard. Most of them were apprentices. Occasionally, 1 or 2 formal first-level wizards could be seen. When Ronan looked around, a young man in a silver-gray short jacket and black tight breeches trotted straight towards him. "Respected sir, is this your first time in the circle of magic?" He greeted Ronan carefully, emitting the mental power fluctuations of a 7th-level apprentice. Ronan nodded slightly, yes. As if he felt that Ronan was approachable, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, became a little bolder, and said, "If you need a guide, I am happy to serve you. It only takes 5 low-level magic stones, and I can take you around the entire 7-ring city." Is 7-ring city the name of this place? To be precise, it's the entire area. Every inch of land covered by the light of the Lord of the 7th Ring of Magic corresponds to the 7th silver-white tower of the Ring of Magic. The young man said quickly. Ronan understood, and then asked, "What's your name?" "Jacob." "My lord, my name is Jacob Vigils." Ronan was inexplicably dazed when he heard the name. He subconsciously remembered a blonde fat boy who liked to gossip about other people when he met in the Hoddam treehouse area. Ronan was immersed in his brief memories and did not speak. The young Jacob stood aside, not knowing whether he had said something wrong, and his expression seemed a little nervous. But soon, he heard Ronan speak. "Then trouble you to find me a place to stay, Jacob." The young Jacob met a pair of calm lake blue eyes, his expression suddenly relaxed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "I am happy to serve you, respected sir." A garden villa with a red roof, lawns, statues, a golden fountain, and 2 beautiful maids with fair skin who were busy with something. Ronan stood on the street, squinting his eyes and looking at the scene on a floating island in the sky above his head. "My lord." A voice came from behind. Ronan retracted his gaze, and the villa garden and the maid quickly moved away from him. He turned around and saw Jacob standing at the door of a small hotel. Blueberry Inn. The sign was inlaid with some decorative glowing crystals, but unfortunately several of the crystals had cracked, and the dull color was mixed in, destroying the overall beauty. "This is where Jacob brought him to." "My lord." Jacob called again, and then walked up quickly. Perhaps seeing Ronan had been staring at the floating islands in the sky, he took the initiative to explain in a low voice, "Those floating islands are not sold to the public at all. Only formal members of the second-level wizards and above of the magic circle are eligible to be approved for leasing and use. However, I know that there are several floating islands that are functional public areas. You can go up and visit if the adults are interested. Let's talk about it later." Ronan stopped Jacob and asked, "How is it?" Jacob's expression became serious, and he replied, "The normal daily rent here is 20 low-level magic stones a day, and the monthly rent is 5 intermediate magic stones. I told them that the adults wanted to rent it for a long time, so I cut the price to 3 per month, and the rent only needs to be paid monthly. 20 low-level magic stones a day, 3 intermediate magic stones a month." Ronan listened to Jacob's story and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared with the original house in Hoddam, the rent of the house here is really a sky-high price. But Hoddam is just a low-level wizard land in a remote place. He was still in the town at the beginning, and now he is in the magic circle, still within the protection of the rune magic circle. The ticket to enter requires an intermediate magic stone. Ronan thought about it and replied to Jacob, two intermediate magic stones per month, and we don't have to go to the next place. I'll go ask." Jacob turned around and ran into the store quickly, and walked out quickly half a minute later. They agreed. He said to Ronan, "But they can only provide breakfast and afternoon tea at most. Lunch and dinner need to be taken care of by you, sir. Meals are included?" Ronan was a little surprised. 2 intermediate magic stones were about the price he wanted. After making the decision, he and Jacob walked into the inn. The entrance was not big. The floor was covered with old but clean carpets. There was a crystal chandelier on the ceiling. A fat middle-aged man and a girl were standing behind a long wooden counter, looking at them. After they entered the door, the girl with beautiful blue wool curly hair immediately came out from behind the counter and ran towards them. "Welcome to stay, respected wizard." The girl welcomed Ronan, but she was very close to Jacob. There was a mischievous smile in the corner of her eyes, and her attention was almost all on Jacob. Ronan nodded to the fat middle-aged man who was the owner of the shop. After paying 1 month's rent, he was led upstairs by the man to check in. Before leaving, he heard the blue-haired girl and Jacob whispering, "Oh my God, Jacob, this adult is so beautiful." "Shut up, Alida, it's very rude to talk about other people's appearance behind their backs. I'm telling the truth. He is much more handsome than you." Ronan looked around the room he was about to move into. It was bigger than he expected. There were 3 rooms in total. In addition to the living room and sleeping area, there was also a small practice room that was separated. The overall environment was not bad. Ronan checked the lighting in the room again and felt very satisfied. "Give these to Jacob for me, and thank him for his guidance." Ronan counted out 10 low-level magic stones from his storage waste bag and handed them to the fat shopkeeper, and he himself did not plan to go down. The shopkeeper took the magic stones from Ronan, muttering, "What that kid did is not worth such a big tip," then said goodbye to Ronan respectfully, turned around and left, closing the door. Finally settled down. Ronan sighed softly, sat down directly on the sofa in the living room of the room, and the whole person relaxed. After more than 2 months of long-distance travel, and after experiencing a life-and-death battle, Ronan's body was fine, but he was extremely tired mentally. He really wanted to have a good sleep now, but there were some things he hadn't finished. After sitting for a while, Ronan got up and walked into the bathroom. After taking off his robe, he simply washed his hands and face. There was a silver half-length mirror in the bathroom, and Ronan looked at himself in the mirror. Very fair and delicate facial skin, almost no wrinkles and blemishes could be seen. His facial features were the same as before, but much more refined. The lines on his face became softer and more perfect, and the blue in his eyes was deeper, just like a lake that brings infinite tranquility in autumn. Ronan always felt that he seemed to have a beautifying filter effect. He originally thought that the mirror was not clean enough, But later he realized that it was his skin that was slightly glowing. The surface of his body exuded a very tiny and weak force field, and almost no dust could fall on it. Is it the effect of immaculate body? Ronan touched his cheek and muttered to himself. He simply took off his shirt, all his clothes, and then walked into the bathtub to wash. The warm water flowed down his skin quickly, like mercury, without leaving any trace, including his hair. After more than 2 months, his hair slowly turned back to long chestnut color from the roots. Each strand was crystal clear. When wet and held in the hand, it felt like fine silk. Ronan's appearance has not changed much compared to the beginning, but he looks much better. No wonder the blue-haired girl below used the word beautiful to describe him. If you can eat gigolos in the wizarding world, do you think I have a lot of capital? Ronan felt that he was too delicate now, and considered whether to cut his long hair short. After taking a shower, Ronan casually put on a clean robe and walked out of the bathroom, and called up his character panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 17. Talents, no attribute affinity, immaculate body, active, strength, first level formal wizard, 2%, skills, basic meditation, clear realm, master 40/1600, energy missile, particle torrent, master 117/1600, charged weapon, power to break the law, master 132/1600, ascetic body forging, master 1/1600, basic swordsmanship, master 204/1600. The first half of the skill bar on the panel, with a glance at the masters, and masters, is still very comfortable. Ronan did not waste these 2 months. Except for traveling, he was basically meditating and practicing spells. The growth in all aspects is obvious, except for strength and austerity body training. Let's not talk about strength for now. Ronan had expected this. The main thing is that after entering the master level of austerity body training, the proficiency is still at the time of the breakthrough, not even 1 point. This is obviously because of the lack of subsequent training methods. Ronan stared at his panel and frowned. If a skill is passed down completely, no matter how difficult it is to improve the proficiency, every time you practice it, you will at least gain some new experience and insights. But austerity body training is not like that. After the master level, Ronan went back to practice the 13 postures and movements, practicing them over and over again, practicing in different ways, but in the end he didn't gain anything. This is also the main basis for Ronan to confirm that the method is incomplete. Chapter 78 Soul Breath. I found the secret book of austerity body forging at the Hoddam Wizard Market. I thought I was cheated at first, but now I know that I picked up a real treasure. I don't know where the apprentice wizard who sold me the secret book has gone now. But even if we find him, he may not have the follow-up parts. Maybe we can only start from Angel. Ronan's eyes flickered. When he broke through to the official wizard, he used the bottle of unique god-burning potion that Angel gave him. The extra mysterious ingredient in it complemented the last bit of proficiency of austerity body forging, expert level. If we can figure out what this mysterious ingredient is, maybe we can find the direction of austerity body forging, follow-up master level practice. Of course, it is a big problem for Ronan now to find Angel and force him to ask for clues. Laura is a mad dog and has forced Ronan into desperate situations several times. But in fact, in Ronan's heart, the one who threatened him the most was Angel, although Angel was quite friendly to him and even helped him. This was a moody person. He could sense the shadow cast by Angel's smile. Angel's heart might be more damp and indifferent than those crows pecking at carrion. He would get close to your cheek in the last second, and might peck your eyes out in the next second. Now, he could only try to get clues from the silver magic ring. Mental power penetrated into his body, and Ronan saw a fist-sized white light ball quietly suspended in the center of his chest. There were many white light spots from various parts of his body, and they merged into the light ball like moths to a flame. This was the product of Ronan's current magnificent vitality, and it was also the energy driven by the active activation of the talent, stainless body. It would consume and slowly replenish itself. But when it recovered to the size of a fist, it stopped growing, which should be related to the proficiency of austerity body forging. Anyway, Ronan would never give up the path of austerity body forging. The appearance of unsullied body is the first change in the talent column of his character panel, and the improvement it brings is far beyond any kind of extraordinary power of the domain obtained when the spell breaks through the master level. This is a road with huge potential. Although wizards pursue immortality of the soul, Ronan is really looking forward to what kind of figure he will grow into in the future if he continues along this path. The most important thing to solve now is the problem of soul seal and first-level spell inheritance. Ronan walked to the desk in the room and sat down. His fingers habitually tapped the table lightly, making a crisp and rhythmic sound. Because of the lack of these two things, Ronan cannot be considered a true first-level wizard until now. This is also the sadness of being a wandering wizard. There is no systematic inheritance, no one to guide, and every step needs to be explored by oneself. Sometimes, even the stone for the next step cannot be found. To be honest, Ronan's requirements for the soul talisman are actually very low. He just needs to be suitable and not too bad. Because Grace told him that the soul talisman can be replaced and condensed into more than one. A wizard who has just entered the first level, when the soul power is not so strong, cannot condense a very high-level and powerful talisman. In fact, Ronan has a soul talisman and a matching first-level spell inheritance. It was found in Laura's storage waste bag. The name of the talisman is Bloodthirsty. Effect Ronan has personally experienced it. It can make the plant servants summoned by plant spells enter a bloodthirsty frenzy state, and their abilities in all aspects are nearly doubled. The duration depends on the mental strength. The disadvantage is that they will fall into a weak period afterwards, and the power of the plant servants will be greatly reduced. If you choose the Bloodthirsty talisman, Ronan will have to switch to plant spells. The advantage is that there are many things that plant wizards need in Laura's storage waste bag, and there is even a piece of injury-free leaf that has a great bonus to plant spells. If plant spells were not a completely unfamiliar field for Ronan, and he himself was not interested in the plant system, perhaps Ronan would have already begun to condense the Bloodthirsty talisman. Now, the Bloodthirsty talisman is just a last-ditch alternative in Ronan's mind. Maybe he will consider taking this path when he really has no better choice. Ronan's current plan is to join the Silver Circle, and then obtain inheritance through the Silver Circle. If the recruitment standards of the Silver Circle are not so high, the power of the Silver Ring is probably more than 10 times stronger than that of Hoddam College. It will be good for my future if I can rely on such a powerful force. Ronan still remembers the scene when Hoddam College was destroyed. As soon as he closes his eyes, he can remember the scarlet blood cloud that covered the sky and was as thick as a blood clot and could not be dissolved. Scarlet Tower. He whispered the name. I don't know what the situation of Hoddam is now. In the small room, the lighting crystals emitted a bright but not glaring light. There were two ultra-miniature rune arrays on the wall that glowed slightly and operated silently. Ronan sat in front of the long table, holding a carving knife in one hand and a blank rune stone in the other, quietly engraving with a focused expression. Time passed like water, and it was unknown how long it had been. A dazzling light burst out in Ronan's hand, accompanied by a slight puff sound, and white smoke rose, then quickly rose and was all sucked into a small vent on the wall. Huh? Ronan crushed the scrapped rune stone in his hand and threw it into the waste stone basket next to him. There was a deep blue in his eyes, and then he patted the dust and powder on his hands and stood up from the table. First Order, Flight, Rune. First Order, Acceleration, Rune. The two most core runes of a First Order flying tool. Ronan has been studying this recently to prepare for his settlement in the Silver Ring. With a blessing of basic meditation, clear realm, and the flying ring from Laura as a physical reference, his progress was pretty good. Although he failed many times, he was almost at the beginning of the flying rune. Ronan had a brief understanding that in the Silver Ring, the price of a flying rune was 10 intermediate magic stones. He might sell it to the rune shop as a private rune master at a lower price, but as long as he was diligent enough, he would definitely have no problem supporting himself. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning, and the free breakfast service of the Blueberry Inn was about to arrive. Ronan simply stopped practicing and walked out of the room. Ronan was quite satisfied with the practice room that came with a suite. Although the space was a bit small, it had built-in, soundproof, and vacuuming functions. There was also a long table inside. In addition to meditation, he could also conduct some simple alchemy and potion experiments in it. After washing his hands in the bathroom, Ronan strolled into the living room. The morning sun penetrated the half-closed blinds, leaving mottled light and shadows on the carpet in the living room. A glass vase was placed on the small round table in the middle of the living room, with a few beautiful pink and purple flowers in the vase. Ronan sat down on the sofa, then took out a black metal box about the size of his palm and a half from his storage waste bag, placed it in front of him, and directly penetrated his mental power into it, and then began to crack the rune lock on the box with ease. It was the mysterious metal box obtained from Linus. The rune lock on the box required the mental power of a first-level wizard to open it. Different from the universal rune lock on the storage waste bag that Ronan had cracked before, this rune lock had a complex structure, and if you tried to unlock it violently, the entire rune lock and the box inside would be destroyed together, which was the main reason why Ronan had been patient until now. He was really curious about what precious legacy Linus's rumored senior apprentice mentor had left him that was worth preserving so carefully. From Hoddam to the Silver Ring, it took more than 2 months, and this rune lock was almost completely cracked by Ronan, and it was estimated that it would take only 3 to 5 days. Knock knock knock. A crisp knock on the door broke the long-lasting silence in the room, and a girl's voice came from outside the door. "Lord Ronan, your breakfast is here." Ronan withdrew from the work of cracking the rune lock and put the metal box back. "Come in." The door opened from the outside, and a young girl with beautiful blue wool curls walked in quickly with a dining cart. First, she laid a clean and tidy tablecloth on the table, placed the knives and forks neatly, and then presented today's breakfast. "Lord Ronan, you can start eating." The girl greeted Ronan respectfully. Ronan nodded and sat down at the table. Today's breakfast was baked lamb rolls, cream of mushroom soup, and a small plate of fruit platter with several kinds of raspberries mixed in. Ronan almost didn't sleep all night, and it was the best time for appetite. He ate very quickly. While eating, he could clearly feel the blue-haired girl's eyes staring at him. The girl's name is Alita, the only daughter of the owner of the Blueberry Inn, and the childhood sweetheart of Jacob, the young guide who introduced him to the Blueberry Inn. The two have been friends since childhood, but Alita's father has always disagreed with their relationship. He has always hoped that Alita can marry a real first-level wizard, even as a mistress. And Jacob, it is said that it is for this reason that he has been working hard towards becoming a formal wizard. These are the information that Ronan has eavesdropped on in the past few days. In fact, it is not considered eavesdropping. After his physical rebirth, his already excellent 5 senses have become even more outstanding. Occasionally, when he goes out for a walk, he can't help but hear people in the hostel chatting. He even knows that the blue-haired girl Alita has been boldly calling him beautiful adult in private, and the business of the Blueberry Inn has not been very good recently. It depends on the few orders that Jacob helps to bring from time to maintain it. However, the rental price given to Ronan at the beginning was indeed very fair. Alita. Thinking about it, Ronan suddenly called out a blue-haired girl's name, which scared the girl who had been staring at him. "I'm here, Master Ronan." Alita stood up quickly. "Do you have any instructions? Do you have a date with Jacob this morning?" Ronan cut off a small piece of lamb chop and put it in his mouth. "No, sir." Alita blushed and said quickly, "In fact, we don't have many opportunities to meet each other. Jacob is busy enough with his part-time job and meditation every day. He has been working hard to save money to become a formal wizard." "Really?" Ronan put down the knife and fork in his hand, picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth, and asked, "How much does he need?" Alita was immediately refreshed when she heard it. "Sir, do you want to sponsor him? But to be honest, Jacob is really a very outstanding potential stock. If you are willing to give him a little support, I think I can convince him to become your most loyal follower from now on. This little girl is crazy about marrying her childhood sweetheart. Does Jacob know that you secretly told him to sell himself?" Ronan was speechless and spoke directly to break Alita's unrealistic fantasy. "No," Ronan said, "I just want to give him a chance to earn tips. I plan to go to several places to do some things today. You know, I just got here and don't know the way, so I need a reliable guide." Alita was a little disappointed when she heard that Ronan just wanted to hire Jacob, but soon her eyes turned, and she bravely said to Ronan, "Sir, if you just don't know the way, I actually have a better suggestion that will benefit both of us." "Oh." 5 minutes later, Alita pushed the food cart out of the room in a good mood, while Ronan in the room looked at a map in his hand with some amusement. Alita sold him the map of the entire 7 Rings city for 2 low-level magic stones, and then asked Ronan to cooperate with her when he went out later, telling her parents that she needed Alita to be his guide for a day, and Alita cheated this day of free time, so that she could really go on a romantic date with Jacob. It's really full of the disgusting sour smell of love. Ronan took the map of the Seven Rings City in his hand and put it in front of his face, pretending to sniff it, silently complained, and then casually stuffed it into his storage waste bag. At the counter, a beautiful female wizard clerk handed a small square box full of magic stones to Ronan and smiled. There are 2 high-level magic stones in total, plus 45 intermediate magic stones. Please count them. Ronan glanced at the box and instantly counted the number of magic stones inside. There was no expression on his face, and he nodded and put the magic stones into the storage waste bag. This is a beautifully decorated magic tool shop. Ronan came here mainly to sell his discarded apprentice equipment and miscellaneous items such as the extra useless storage waste bags. This is the 3rd shop Ronan has visited, and it is also the one with the highest bid, but what he got in the end is still a certain distance from his psychological expectations. The magic tools obtained from Lineage alone, as well as the 4 0-level storage waste bags, are worth more than 3 high-level magic stones in total. But think about it carefully, Silver Magic Ring is a big wizard land after all, and there are all kinds of magic tool shops and rune shops all over the street. It seems normal that the price of this lowest level apprentice magic tool is lower than that of Hoddam. Do you need to see if there is anything else you need? After the beautiful female wizard clerk served Ronan, a middle-aged man who looked like the store manager came over and waved his hand to let her go down, and then took the initiative to greet Ronan with a smile. Ronan glanced at the scene in the store, thought for a while, and said, "Do you have weapons?" After being promoted to a formal wizard, Ronan needed to replace all his equipment, of course starting with the most important weapons. I thought the middle-aged man, who was also a first-level wizard, would take him to the area next to him filled with various beautiful staffs and introduce them one by one. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was silent for a while, and then said, "Our workshop has the most powerful first-level staffs in the entire Seven Ring City, but you should have just been promoted not long ago. If you don't mind, you can tell me the type of talisman you are going to condense and the department of your major spell, so that I can give you suggestions on choosing the corresponding staff." Ronan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. "Can you tell that I haven't condensed the soul talisman yet?" "Of course." The middle-aged wizard nodded as if it was a matter of course. "Your soul breath is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Only wizards who have not condensed any talismans will have such soul characteristics." Ronan was stunned for a moment, and after asking, he found out that after a formal wizard condenses a soul talisman, his breath will change. It will be affected by the talisman and present a mysterious and obscure taste. And the more talismans are condensed and the higher the level, the more mysterious and complex the obscurity will deepen. This is also often used by wizards to make a preliminary judgment on the strength of a formal wizard. Because mental fluctuations can be hidden, but it is difficult to cover up the breath of the soul. The soul seal is the core of every wizard's own spell system. The more complex and advanced the condensed seal is, the stronger the combat power will naturally be. This is common knowledge in the formal wizard circle, but Ronan did not know it until now. After listening to the explanation of the middle-aged wizard shop owner, Ronan felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. No wonder he always felt that every formal wizard he met along the way seemed to be stronger than him. He originally thought that it was because he had just been promoted and his mental power had not increased. Unexpectedly, the main reason was that he had not condensed the soul seal. Ronan's ignorance did not cause a change in the attitude of the middle-aged wizard. As the shop owner, the other party had good quality and always behaved politely and patiently. "Do you have melee weapons?" After understanding clearly, Ronan changed his words. Chapter 79, Activated Metals, 30 Years of Dilemma. Since he couldn't choose a staff for the time being, he thought about buying a first-level magic tool for close combat, strong enough, sharp enough, and long sword-shaped. The combination of unsullied body, plus spell-breaking power, plus master level, basic swordsmanship, is now Ronan's biggest trump card. And these 3 abilities all require a high-quality close combat weapon to be fully utilized. Just like the previous battle with Laura, if Ronan had a handy close combat weapon at that time, it would have ended more easily. Melee weapons. The middle-aged wizard shop owner's eyes flickered when he heard Ronan's request. After a little thought, he replied, "Are you going to go the metal melee wizard route? This school is not very popular, but it can satisfy your needs. Some time ago, our workshop just received a piece of chrome blue alloy. Although the performance of chrome blue alloy in energy conduction is not outstanding, its solid and sharp characteristics meet your requirements. After listening to the introduction of the middle-aged wizard shop owner, Ronan was immediately moved and said, "Take it out and have a look." "Okay." The middle-aged wizard shop owner nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Half an hour later, Ronan walked out of the magic tool shop with a calm face. Activate metal. In the first level, metal spell can make hard metal activate. When used as a defense, it can be absorbed or attached to the surface of the body, and can resist most physical attacks and a few spell attacks. When attacking, it can make the metal condense into any form according to one's own will, and cooperate with other metal spells to create a large-scale explosion and killing through the principle of violent collision between metal and energy particles. Absorbing metal and freely changing the metal form, these two characteristics are simply a natural match with my melee ability, and the power of other attack spells is not weak. From this point of view, so far, the metal spells of the Silver Ring are the most suitable first-level spell inheritance for me. Ronan exhaled, and suddenly had a goal in his mind. The reason why the Silver Ring is called the Silver Ring is mainly because it contains a complete set of core inheritances that match their unique soul seals, silverization. The effect of silverization is to temporarily strengthen the real metal into an energy metal material they call Rune Mithril. The power of metal-based spells cast through this material will be greatly enhanced, and the metal-based spells that were not originally outstanding will be raised to the level of the best in the same level. These are what the middle-aged wizard owner of the magic tool shop told Ronan. The reason why he introduced it in such detail was not because the other party thought Ronan was good-looking, but because of the robe Ronan was wearing now. A brand new first-level robe with beautiful patterns and exquisite silver edges. It is made of the belly skin of a first-level monster, with a high-end and beautiful style. It has more than 10 functions including wear resistance, self-cleaning, constant temperature air suction, lighting effect, shield activation, etc. The robe was bought in their store. The price was 15 high-level magic stones, which Ronan cut down to 12. And it came with a bunch of information about the inheritance of metal-based spells of the Silver Magic Ring. As for the chrome alloy that the middle-aged wizard shop owner introduced at the beginning, the price of that thing was so outrageous that Ronan didn't want to mention it. Anyway, he couldn't buy a few grams even if he emptied his family's savings. This robe was already the cheapest thing in the store, and Ronan thought it was the most practical thing. These 12 high-level magic stones are not for robes, but for knowledge. Ronan touched the smooth and delicate hem of the silver-gray robe and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Sure enough, the most expensive thing in the wizard world is the inheritance of knowledge. A robe is only worthy of letting Ronan know the above. He wanted to know more, but the middle-aged wizard shop owner immediately shut up and smiled and said that he could continue to explain his doubts after he bought the next magic tool equipment. The magic ring. Let's go directly to the magic ring. Ronan thought, and took out the map given by Alida. It sounds so awkward to find the real entrance to the Silver Magic Ring in the Silver Magic Ring, but it is indeed the case. Just like Hoddam, a powerful force like the Silver Circle naturally has many people who are not members of the Circle but are dependent on it. Ronan is now in the outer area of the Circle. The real Silver Circle is the 7 silver white towers he can see when he looks up, as well as a small area around the towers. Following the guidance of the map, Ronan kept approaching the 7th tower in the center. When the silver-white tower completely blocked the outline of the sun in the sky, a second rune array appeared in front of him. This rune array was obviously much more advanced than the one he saw when he first came in. The dense stream of light woven into the shape of a water curtain covered everything, and he could not see any scene in the array at all. Only a metal building stood outside the light curtain, with a huge Silver Circle logo outside the building. Ronan walked in and stated his purpose, and soon someone received him. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 17. When Ronan reported his age, the green-eyed middle-aged man who is responsible for registering him looked up at him. Then the other party asked him about his current address, asked him to show his residence certificate, and finally, who is the guarantor? Did he come with you? A letter of recommendation is also fine. The green-eyed man looked at Ronan and asked, and Ronan was stunned. Guarantor? Letter of recommendation? You don't even know this, and you still come to apply to join the Circle of Law. The green-eyed man couldn't help laughing, and tapped the table with a feather pen in his hand. If you want to apply to join the Circle of Law, you must first have the strength of a first-level wizard, and secondly, you must have accumulated at least 30 years of residence in any Circle of Law city. Of course, if there is a formal member of the Circle of Law willing to guarantee you, this can be waived. If there's, you can notify him to come over now. I can wait. Ronan didn't say anything, just stood there with his eyes flashing. As if he saw his embarrassment, the green-eyed man didn't say anything else, but just raised his hand lightly, indicating that he should leave. Accumulated residence for 30 years or a formal member of the Circle of Law to guarantee. In the room, Ronan sat on the sofa, thinking quietly alone. He could understand why the Silver Circle had to set up this rule. The purpose was probably to prevent the infiltration of other forces. It might not be completely effective, but at least it could isolate a large part of it, or make it less easy for hostile forces to infiltrate. However, such a small decision made by the top leaders of the Circle seemed heavier than a mountain for a low-level person like Ronan. It directly disrupted all his previous plans. For 30 years, should I just sit there with my soul empty and not condense the talisman for 30 years? Or should I condense the bloodthirst talisman and temporarily switch to plant magic, and then join the Circle in 30 years, obtain the metal magic inheritance of the Circle, and then switch back? Ronan couldn't help shaking his head. In 30 years, I'm afraid that the spell system and combat style have been finalized, and such a huge change is no less than starting from scratch, which is equivalent to wasting 30 years of time. And my soul aptitude is not good to begin with. If I lose 30 years, it will be more difficult for me to advance in the future. Ronan sighed softly, stood up from the sofa, and walked to the window. Looking at the mysterious and majestic 7th Circle Tower in the distance, his eyes gradually became far-reaching. Then I can only find someone to guarantee me. The problem is, where can I find such a formal member of the Circle of Law who is willing to guarantee me? In the following days, Ronan changed his habit of staying at home and went out every day when he was free, wandering around aimlessly. Perhaps he was also longing for an adventure in his heart. Just like Sean, who worked in a pharmacy and was then spotted by a formal wizard-level potion master. It was like Alida, who fantasized every day that a powerful wizard would see Jacob's talent, help Jacob become a first-level wizard, and then marry her as soon as possible. Ronan sometimes thought that when he was wandering around the outer city of the Circle of Law, he would turn a corner and suddenly get the favor of the goddess of fate, so that the huge problem in front of him would turn around. Unfortunately, in this world, luck often only comes to a very small number of people. Like most people, Ronan only gets the sourness and envy when he occasionally sees luck. It only increased a little bit. In the small training room, exquisite potion bottles were scattered all over the floor, all empty. Ronan's face looked a little ugly. He stared at his character panel. Strength, level 1 formal wizard, 5%. A few days ago, he tried to follow his old path as an apprentice, taking drugs to level up. But he bought a kind of mental power growth potion that is said to be the most suitable for level 1 wizards and the most effective in the best pharmacy in the 7 Rings city. 5 bottles. He drank them all, and his drug resistance was maxed out. The feedback he got was only a less than 30% increase in mental power, and the strength progress on the panel only climbed forward by 3%. 5 high-level magic stones for a bottle, a full 25 high-level magic stones, just for such a mere 3%. Ronan's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was trembling with heartache. Most of his wealth came from Laura's storage waste bag, from which he got a total of 52 high-level magic stones. He got 2 by clearing useless equipment, 54 in total, and spent 12 on buying a first-level robe, leaving him with 42 high-level magic stones. Now he has lost more than half of them, and the improvement he got is still negligible. How can Ronan not feel distressed? Empty and Clear Realm is activated, and the blue in his eyes is reflected. A little white light in his mind is like a small sun, emitting waves of ripples. With each circle of ripples, Ronan seems to hear the rustling sound of water washing away gravel. That is the master-level basic meditation technique washing away the numerous impurities in his mental power. Even though Ronan is now determined and far better than before, he can't help but feel depressed when he encounters one bad thing after another. He expected that the path of a first-level wizard would be particularly difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Even the path of taking drugs to upgrade is almost blocked. If you drink a potion full and develop drug resistance, then switch to another one. I'll also learn potion knowledge by myself. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the impurities in my mental power. I don't believe that my strength can't be improved. Ronan took a deep breath, walked out of the training room, and went out of the blueberry into the street outside. He still had no idea about finding someone to guarantee him. Going out for a walk might not help him find a solution, But at least it would make him feel a little more relaxed and not so bad. More than a month has passed since Ronan moved into the magic ring. Under the wrapping of the full rune magic circle, he couldn't feel the 4 seasons, and even the sunrise and sunset were quite blurred. During this time, Ronan had almost walked around the entire 7 Rings city. He basically knew which places and which shops there were, and he no longer needed a guide to lead the way. Walking along the cold and hard metal street, Ronan came to a hemispherical silver building unknowingly. This strange building was like an upside-down iron bowl, and wizards walked in and out from time to time. There were waves of obvious energy fluctuations coming from it. Spell training room. Ronan looked at it for a long time, and finally couldn't help but walk over. He spent an intermediate magic stone and got the right to use a first-level spell training room for 1 hour. In the empty room, apart from a small compartment for people to use, there was only a huge crystal plate completely embedded in the wall. This was Ronan's first time to come to a proper spell training room. In the past, he would just find a deserted place in the wild to practice spells. Ronan looked closely at the crystal wall at the other end of the room. This is the spell test wall of the training room, which is composed of countless thumb-sized fine crystals. Crystals are a special crystal produced by alchemical technology, with excellent energy absorption properties, which can temporarily absorb most of the energy particles contained in a spell. The spellcasting wizard judges the power and progress of the current spell by the number of energy-absorbing crystals that are lit after the spell bombardment. Not every wizard has a character panel like Ronan, which can display the mastery of spells in a digital way. In fact, although Ronan can clearly see the progress of his proficiency in a certain skill, he still relies on experience to judge the power of the spells at this proficiency. This kind of spell test wall is very intuitive. There is also a spell power comparison table on the wall next to it. How many energy-absorbing crystals are lit up to reach the normal level of a first-level early wizard, how many are lit up to reach the normal level of a first-level middle wizard, and how many are lit up to reach the level of a first-level late wizard. It is clear at a glance. To be honest, Ronan is also very curious about what level the few trump cards in his hand can reach within the scope of a first-level wizard. This is still very important and is related to Ronan's decision-making in many things in the future. Let's start with the Energy Missile Particle Torrent test. The usage time is only 1 hour, and Ronan did not delay and directly opened the empty realm. Under the azure blue, a steady stream of mental power continued to flow out of his mind. Chapter 80, Frozen Soil. Energy missiles, which can be launched instantly, do not need any spells or gestures. It was like the sound of a string gently trembling, and a strange resonance was achieved in an instant. Ronan's long hair and robes rose without wind in an instant, and mysterious auras surged from his body, quickly interweaving into a huge but invisible force field. Pure black energy particles appeared one by one, each with the power to devour light and distort the air. There were a total of 60 energy particles. The current proficiency of Particle Torrent is 120 points at the master level. 100 points is a threshold. After the proficiency exceeds 100 points, the power and difficulty of Particle Torrent will increase significantly. In the first attempt, Ronan did not use all his strength, and controlled the power of Particle Torrent to about the time when he fought Laura to death. Boom! The Particle Torrent formed by the convergence of 60 energy particles, carrying the majestic power of the domain, slammed fiercely into the crystal wall inlaid with crystal stones. The energy-absorbing crystals on the wall suddenly lit up. Ronan's long hair and robe hem slowly fell down and calmed down. He walked up and began to count the number of energy-absorbing crystals that he had lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The area of the huge crystal wall that was lit up was only about 1/3. Ronan counted the number of glowing energy-absorbing crystals and compared them with the spell power table on the wall. He was surprised when the result came out. Even if only half of his proficiency was used, the power of this Particle Torrent was still enough to meet the strength standard of a late-stage wizard at the first level. Is the bonus of the extraordinary domain to the power of spells really that great? Then what will happen if I burst out with all my strength? Ronan's accumulated frustration and depression seemed to be loosened and resolved under the considerable power displayed by this Particle Torrent. His eyes lit up and he was a little eager to try. Under the effect of empty and clear realm, the consumed mental power was quickly replenished. After his mental strength was fully restored, Ronan adjusted his state, stared at the magic-bearing wall in the distance, and used all his strength to fire the second Particle Torrent. When the 120 pure black particles appeared, all the free energy particles in the huge magic training room were drained away in an instant, and the huge and terrifying magic domain expanded rapidly, as if a real energy river was sweeping and crushing forward. Boom! An invisible gust of wind blew up in the magic training room, making Ronan's robe rustle. The built-in wind suction effect was activated, and the airflow around him gradually subsided. Ronan saw that there seemed to be a Rona ray flashing quickly on the inside of the magic-bearing wall, but he didn't think much about it. He quickly walked up to count the number of energy-absorbing crystals that were lit. In fact, there was no need to count them carefully. Ronan's previous particle torrent lit up 1/3 of the entire crystal wall, and this time, less than a quarter of the entire magic-bearing wall was not lit. The huge gap between the two was obvious at a glance. This is almost enough to reach the level of a level 2 wizard. Ronan looked at the large area of lit crystal wall in front of him, his eyes burning, and the frustration, anxiety, and sorrow in his heart all disappeared at this moment. Even if there is no soul seal, what will happen? Even if he really waits for 30 years, what will happen? His soul breath is as pure as white paper, and he can still kill those great wizards in the late level 1 with his spiritual power cultivation at the early level 1. Ronan exhaled a long breath, and the energy-absorbing crystals on the wall in front of him gradually dimmed one by one, and the test board was resetting itself. Without weapons, spell-breaking power probably can't be tested. However, the main power of spell-breaking power is not reflected in destructive power and lethality, so this kind of test is not very meaningful. Ronan flipped through the panel and found that it seemed that there was only one talent left that needed to be actively activated, stainless body, which he could try to test. Speaking of which, Ronan hasn't entered the state of stainless body being truly activated for a long time. He also missed it a little bit, that feeling of being able to completely dominate his own destiny. Then, try it. Dong, accompanied by an indescribable strange wave coming from Ronan's body. His long hair, which had just completely returned to chestnut color not long ago, began to fade to snow white one by one. Fragments of white light splashed out from under Ronan's skin, colliding with each other, and seemed to have the shape of lightning. Finally, it turned into a thin layer of white flames, attached to the surface of Ronan's body. The violent airflow in the room rose, forming a terrible hurricane. Ronan's long hair, which had turned completely snow white, was flying wantonly. Even if the silver-gray robe on his body activated a wind suction, it was still blown up. An indescribable terrible aura spread slowly around with Ronan as the center. Ronan's eyes bloomed with brilliant blue. Looking at his hand, the space distortion and collapse phenomenon presented at the edge of the intersection of his palm and space, he murmured softly. That's this feeling. As the last word came out of Ronan's mouth, his whole body suddenly twisted in the air. Then it disappeared in an instant, leaving only a blurry light and shadow. Almost at the same time, buzz! The huge magic training room suddenly lit up. These lights came from one side of the room, the magic test wall at the other end of the room. All the energy-absorbing crystals on the entire wall were lit up at this time, and the light was as dazzling as a small light bulb with maximum power. The wind stopped, and a figure with dancing white hair stood tightly against the wall. The figure maintained a punching posture, and the whole right hand was wrapped in blazing white flames. The fist was only a tiny gap away from the protruding energy-absorbing crystals on the test wall. The huge test wall seemed to have turned into a certain water surface. The terrifying power fluctuations formed ripples visible to the naked eye. With the fist as the base point, it spread out in circles, and the energy-absorbing crystals on the wall continued to shine. Fortunately, this punch didn't hit it completely. Otherwise, the whole wall might have been directly blasted through. Ronan looked at his right fist with a strange expression, as if he was looking at some rare treasure, with a scorching eye. After a long time, the terrifying momentum and mysterious power fluctuations on his body gradually subsided, his robe and white hair fell down, and the white flames around him disappeared. Looking up, Ronan suddenly saw a line of small words reminding him, the power of the magic wall can only be tolerated by wizards at level 2. If any energy-absorbing crystals are damaged during the test, please contact Hector Flynn for compensation. Ronan stared at the words for a long time, with a light flashing in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. The magic airship cast a huge shadow in front of the hemispherical building, and people entering and leaving subconsciously squinted their eyes and looked up. But the airship flashing with a faint blue rune light soon disappeared, and the hazy and distant outline of the sun appeared under the tower of the seventh ring tower. The person who looked up retracted his gaze and suddenly found a man's figure not far away. The man was wearing an exquisite and luxurious silver robe. Under the sunlight, a faint glow flowed on the surface of the robe. There was a mark of the magic ring on his chest. The whole person had an indescribable complex temperament, noble, cold and hard. Lord Bezel. A short man in the magic training hall ran out quickly and greeted the silver robe. The silver-robed man walked straight into the building, and his mouth made a sound like two rough metal blocks colliding. Did you find a suitable person today? Yes. The short man followed closely behind him, lowering his head and reporting quickly. There is a middle-level wizard who practices fire magic. The condensed talismans seem to be very good. I asked someone to secretly inquire about it privately. It seems that he came from the far west and has the intention of settling in the magic ring. There is another one. Late-level wizard, very powerful late-level wizard, maybe even a second-level wizard. The short man's tone unconsciously became a little suppressed and happy. He subconsciously raised his head to see the reaction of the silver-robed man, but found that the other party seemed to have no fluctuations, so he continued to speak. That person probably didn't want to attract attention, so he chose a first-level training room. He controlled the power of the spell very well, and didn't damage even a single energy-absorbing crystal, but he did damage the monitoring rune behind the test wall. To be honest, that thing really shouldn't be installed behind the test wall. I've broken several of them this month. When I received the reminder and rushed over, I couldn't figure out which person or which people did it. The short man finished speaking in one breath, and the silver-robed man in front of him stopped at some point. Which training room? A voice without any emotional fluctuations sounded. Number 5. The short man's expression was stern, and he quickly ran to the front to lead the way. Not long after, the two arrived at their destination. When they arrived, a young man who is officially a wizard just walked out of the training room next to them. Seeing the two, he immediately complained loudly with an angry look. What's wrong with your training room? Why did you arrange a room where all the free energy particles are almost drained? I've been in there for a long time. Not to mention practicing, I haven't even cast a few proper spells. This time can't be counted. You must refund me, okay? The young man's face suddenly changed drastically when he was complaining. His neck seemed to be strangled. He lowered his head and shouted sorry and hurried away immediately. The silver-robed man withdrew his gaze and walked into the training room, marked number 5 at the door very naturally. He stood in the middle of the training room, closed his eyes, and powerful mental power surged out like a tide, covering the entire room. The short man stood behind the silver-robed man with his head bowed, and did not say anything, but just waited respectfully. After a moment, the silver-robed man opened his eyes. The cold sound like the friction of metal blocks sounded in the room again. The energy particles in this room are indeed much denser than normal, like the appearance of a powerful spell. It can drain all the free energy particles in the surrounding training rooms in one breath. This kind of powerful and domineering way of casting spells. Now I am beginning to believe what you just said. Find the person for me, the silver-robed man said, reaching out and gently touching a large scratch on his right cheek that looked like broken metal, and whispered in a low voice, if I can successfully recommend a person of this level to join the magic circle, I should be able to make up for the few potions I lack in one breath. And you, Gue, my friend, will also get a satisfactory reward. The short man was slightly excited when he heard this, and he responded heavily, and then quickly walked out of the room. Lord Ronan, why is your hair white? As soon as Ronan walked into the Blueberry Inn, Alida, who was sitting listlessly at the counter, stood up with a look of surprise. She was holding a feather-made swatter to repel flying insects, and she looked at Ronan carefully from head to toe as if she was looking at something rare. Soon, Alida's cheeks began to turn red, and she whispered with a bit of girlish shyness, but Lord Ronan with white hair seems to have become more handsome. Ronan smiled, ignored her, and went upstairs alone. After returning from the magic training room, Ronan felt much better. Perhaps it was because he used magic to vent his inner gloomy emotions, or perhaps it was because the test results of several cards were far beyond his expectations, which gave him a lot of confidence. Ronan felt that his anxiety about not getting a suitable soul seal was relieved a lot. Even if everything is not going well, life must go on normally, right? Ronan's heart returned to a calm state, and he did his daily compulsory homework step by step. However, Things in the world are often so wonderful. When you start to not care about the various bad things you encounter in life, they can no longer hurt you, and you can only choose to escape in shame. At this time, good luck began to come to him one after another. Click, with a crisp sound of the collision of mechanical gears, a complex rune pattern on the small metal box suddenly lit up and then quickly went out. Then the lid of the box opened automatically, and the scene inside was completely presented to Ronan. Ronan's face showed a little bit of joy. This was a mysterious metal box from Lineage. He had been trying to crack it since he was promoted to first-level wizard. It took more than 4 months to finally open it successfully. Ronan looked at the things in the box curiously. There were not many things, only 4 things: a snow-white envelope, a necklace decorated with ice blue gems, and 2 rune stones that shone faintly. From left to right, Ronan thought about it and took the lead in picking up the 2 rune stones. The mental power slowly penetrated, and when Ronan explored the rune stones in his hand bit by bit, the expression on his face became strange bit by bit. Ronan looked at the 2 rune stones in his hand, and for a moment he didn't know how to express his complicated feelings at the moment. These 2 rune stones were both inheritance rune stones. One of them recorded in detail all the first-level ice spell inheritance. The other one was engraved with a matching ice soul seal. The seal was called Frozen Earth. Chapter 81, Frost Leader, Ice Flame Iris. Frozen Earth. Ronan whispered the name of this talisman. He carefully looked at the talisman in his hand. From his experience as a rune master, the composition of the Frozen Earth talisman was not complicated, and it was not even as good as the Bloodthirst talisman he got from Laura. Ronan visited every rune shop in the 7 Rings city, and also tried to obtain a soul talisman inheritance by spending money to buy it. But the talismans sold in the rune shops with marked prices were very ordinary, just some of the most common general talismans, none of which could satisfy Ronan. The first-level spell shops also sold them, but they were all the most common ones. The slightly more powerful system core spells could only be inherited through the channel of power. Judging from the structure and complexity of the talisman, the Frozen Earth talisman was only slightly better than the general talismans sold in these shops, but not as good as Laura's Bloodthirst. Ronan felt that if the soul talismans were divided into common, rare, and excellent grades, the quality of the Frozen Earth talisman should only be at the rare level, while the Bloodthirsty talisman could be excellent. Ronan was not clear about the specific effect of the Frozen Earth talisman. If no one guided him, he might not know until he successfully condensed the talisman. A first-level ice spell inheritance, not complicated, and not requiring high condensation, but of decent quality, it is the most suitable ice soul talisman for a newly promoted first-level wizard to condense. There is also an obvious first-level ice magic tool. Ronan picked up the necklace in the box, which was full of ice blue gems, with a dark blue ring at the bottom, and exuding a faint ice energy fluctuation, and said thoughtfully, "This looks like a novice gift pack for a first-level ice wizard." Thinking of Linus, who majored in ice spells during his apprenticeship, everything seemed very reasonable. This was the inheritance left to him by Linus's deceased teacher. But why would a wandering wizard, who is a senior apprentice, leave a formal wizard-level legacy to his apprentice? Ronan's eyes showed some doubts, and then he picked up the last letter in the box that he had not checked. "I don't know what the letter paper is made of. It feels cold, smooth and delicate. It feels like holding a thin piece of ice in your hand." When he opened it, a faint chill came towards him. In an instant, it seemed to bring Ronan to an ancient and vast ice and snow world. "Dear Soraya, when you see this letter, I should have died. Don't feel sad for me. My soul will follow the aurora and stay forever in the glaciers of the far north. Please treat the person who holds the letter as your own. Harlowan is a very good child. His talent is not outstanding, but he has a heart as pure and kind as ice crystals. I left him, frozen soil, which may be the most suitable symbol for him. No one knows the mystery hidden in it. Those who look down on it don't know that the legend of the Lannister family started with it. Those people of the Frost Leader, their hearts are more piercingly cold than the cold wind of the far north. They have completely forgotten the glory and honor that Ice Flame Iris once brought them. They drove us away like an old snow wolf with degenerated claws and fangs. We were forced to leave our homeland, and our tribesmen died one after another in the wind, snow and crisis. No one can feel my anger and sadness. So I took the ice ring away. They will never get it, and know the secret behind it. Soraya. Soraya. My turbid tears condensed into ice crystals and fell on the letter paper. I saw Airless smiling and waving at me, along with our 3 children. I hope you will witness the glory of the Lannister family again on my behalf. Ronan slowly put down the letter paper in his hand, with a strange light floating on his face. Ice Flame Iris. Lannister family. Frost Leader and Ice Ring. This is a letter written by someone before his death to a person named Soraya. No signature. The information in the letter was huge and complicated. Ronan barely pieced together a thread from the messy words. A family declined and was expelled by the forces that had helped to create it. The last person in the family took away something extremely important. This should be a story full of sadness and unwillingness, but Ronan couldn't empathize with it. He picked up the magic necklace in the box and found a small incision on the chain full of ice sapphires. It read, "To my beloved, Alris." The dark blue ice ring under the necklace was added later. The breath of the ice ring was ancient and obscure. After Ronan's mental power penetrated, he felt a piercing chill from the soul and barely caught a very complex rune hidden in it. Alris's ice ring necklace. Ronan's eyes moved to the soul symbol called Frozen Soil. From the information revealed in the letter, it can be seen that this symbol does not seem to be as simple as it looks on the surface. So this should be the legacy left to teacher Linus. Linus' teacher is the one mentioned in the letter, the holder of the letter named Harlowan. For some reason, Harlowan did not successfully deliver the letter to the person who should deliver it. Before he died, he left the unopened legacy to Linus, and now this legacy is in my hands again. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he began to hesitate and make a choice. Such a complete first-level inheritance is now in front of him. Although ice magic was not within his consideration before, it is still much better than plant magic. Ronan also learned a low-level 0-level ice ball spell when he was an apprentice. He used it as a life spell all the way, and his proficiency was almost rising to mastery. He did not have a strong sense of fit with ice magic, but he did not reject it. In addition to the huge secrets and opportunities that may be hidden behind this inheritance, if Ronan can't get the metal magic inheritance he wants, between Loras' plant inheritance and Ronan's, he will be more inclined to choose ice magic. Ice magic is also one of the mainstream spells of wizards. The visibility of the road up is much higher than that of plant magic. Ronan thought, and did not make a decision at the first time, but put all the things back into the box. Before the metal magic inheritance on the side of the magic circle is completely cut off, he still thinks that there is no rush to make a decision. Just when Ronan had just put the box away and was thinking about where to go to find out the true meaning of the 2 words Frost Leader and Ice Flame Iris, there was a knock on the door outside the room. "Lord Ronan, are you there?" Alida's voice sounded at the door, with a bit of tension that was different from the past. Ronan frowned slightly and tried to release his mental power to explore, but the next second he was immediately forced back by a huge mental power that was at least 10 times stronger than his. A very powerful wizard is now at the door. Ronan's eyes flashed with deep surprise, and countless guesses and possibilities popped up in his mind in an instant, but soon his face calmed down, and he stood up and opened the door. "What's the matter, Alida?" Alida was like a reserved and docile sheep, timidly shrinking in the corner of the door, pointing to a person standing next to her, and whispered, "This master of the magic circle is looking for you." The magic circle. Ronan's eyes fluctuated slightly, and his eyes fell on the uninvited guest in front of him. This is a male wizard of medium build. He has short black hair and ordinary looks. There are a lot of complex and exquisite silver lines on his left cheek, and a large and conspicuous rough silver mark on the right cheek. He was wearing a silver robe with a conspicuous magic circle logo, and his body exuded waves of mental power that made Ronan feel a little suffocated and a kind of obscure and mysterious soul breath. He was smiling at Ronan, but through his cold and hard facial features like metal, he only showed a sense of coldness, refinement and condescending. Late level 1, or level 2 wizard. Ronan made a quick judgment in his mind, but his face showed a solemn and polite look. He saluted the silver-robed man and said, "What is the matter with this lord visiting me? Don't be nervous. It's just some routine inquiries and inspections." The silver-robed man smiled and spoke. The sound of his voice was like 2 rough pieces of metal colliding and rubbing, giving people an uncomfortable feeling. The silver-robed man naturally walked past Ronan and walked into the room behind him. He looked around like a master, and then looked at Ronan. "After all, you have just come to the magic circle not long ago, right? Sir Ronan Damien." Ronan gave Alida a look, and the latter ran away quickly as if she had been pardoned. He closed the door gently, walked in, and nodded, yes. After the silver-robed man sat down safely on the sofa where Ronan usually sat, he said softly, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Basil. Lord Basil. Ronan walked to the round table and picked up the teapot on the table. Is tea okay? The blueberry and mint leaf fruit tea in this inn is pretty good. Basil smiled, did not answer, just looked at Ronan, and said, You look very young, as if you have just been promoted. Do you mind talking to me about things before you came to the Ring of Magic? Ronan's eyes flashed, and he put down the teapot in his hand. I'm from Hoddam. Has Lord Basil heard of this place? Hoddam. Basil's face showed a hint of surprise. Is it the small academy that was destroyed by the power of the Scarlet Tower? I've heard about this matter. A second-level wizard from a poor little place accidentally obtained a key of Nefarian and thought that good luck was about to come, but he didn't know that possessing a treasure that didn't match his own strength would only bring about a catastrophic disaster. Basil sighed softly, and his words revealed a superficial pity from those who were high and mighty. Ronan didn't expect that Basil had actually heard of Hoddam College, and seemed to be very clear about the current situation there. He didn't care about his disgust at Basil's high-handed attitude, and couldn't help asking, Can you tell me in detail, Lord Basil? Basil glanced at him and said lightly, There's nothing much to say. The wizarding land of Hoddam College was reduced to ashes under the Scarlet Power, the founder of the college died, and the key of Nefa was taken away by the Scarlet Tower. At the same time, a small black wizard land called the Forest of Death also suffered the disaster. Oh, by the way. Basil seemed to remember something and added, I heard that there is a small and strange story about the Forest of Death. It is said that a first-level wizard from the Forest of Death killed 2 second-level wizards from the Scarlet Tower single-handedly in a battle. A first-level wizard killed 2 second-level wizards. Ronan was shocked. This record can only be described as brilliant. Somehow, the shadow of Angel popped up in his mind subconsciously, and he had a very strong premonition in his heart. If there was really someone in the Forest of Dead Whisper who could do such a feat, then that person must be Angel. What happened to that person later? Ronan asked. Are you talking about the first-level genius wizard in the Forest of Dead Whisper? Basil said indifferently, Who knows, maybe he died, maybe he was captured by the people of the Scarlet Tower, or maybe there is no such person at all. 9 out of 10 rumors are false after verification. Ronan fell into thought and did not speak. But Basil had already meant to end this short conversation. Okay, the routine questioning ends here. Basil stood up from the sofa and simply nodded and smiled at Ronan. It's a pleasure to chat with you, so sorry to bother you. Lord Basil. The silent Ronan suddenly spoke up and called Basil, who was about to walk to the door. The latter turned around without any expression, his eyes were indifferent, and the silver marks on his face made his alienation and indifference even stronger. Anything else, Sir Ronan? At this moment, Ronan seemed to be brewing something in his chest. He raised his head, looked into Basil's eyes, and said in a low voice, I have something else, I want to have a good chat with Lord Basil. Oh. 5 minutes later, Basil, dressed in a silver robe, walked out of the inn with the whole family of the Blueberry Inn owner sending him off in awe. There was a small and exquisite magic airship parked outside the inn. The short man Gu Wei was waiting next to the airship. When Basil came out, he immediately walked up to him with a strong expectation. How is it, sir? Basil shook his head coldly. Judging from the time point we calculated, this is the most likely one. The fact is just the opposite. He is just a refugee boy who has just been promoted to the next level and has not even condensed his soul seal. Gu Wei sighed disappointedly when he heard this, and couldn't help muttering, except for 2 who have left the 7-ring city, the rest of the list of people we screened out have been ruled out by us. What if this one is not one of them? Maybe it's one of the 2 people who are not in the 7-ring city now, or maybe the person we are looking for is not on the list of people we screened out at all. Basil didn't have any disappointed expression on his face. He narrowed his eyes and told Gu Wei lightly, Keep watching, the 2 people who left may come back. Understood. Gu Wei nodded and saw that Basil had already stepped onto the airship. Lord Basil, where are we going next? To meet the mid-level wizard from the far west who has a good soul seal grade that you mentioned before. Yes. The flowing rune light on the magic airship lit up, and it quickly jumped into the sky like a flexible blue-lined silver fish, and disappeared in an instant. In front of the window of a room on the 2nd floor of the Blueberry Inn, Ronan quietly watched the airship go away. When the airship completely disappeared, he retracted his gaze and fell on a piece of ice blue runestone tightly held in his hand. It seems that I can only choose frozen soil and switch to ice magic. In the previous 5 minutes, although Ronan had shown enough sincerity to the silver-robed Basil as much as possible, he hoped that the other party would guarantee him once. But he was still ruthlessly rejected. To be precise, Basil didn't even bother to express his refusal to Ronan. He just looked at Ronan quietly with a smile on his face throughout the whole process, waited for Ronan to express everything, and then turned around and left naturally from beginning to end. There was not even a single word of response left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Ice Field, Spell Anchor, and Shining Future. Since the decision was made, Ronan no longer hesitated and began to condense the Frozen Earth rune on the same day. Condensing the rune is simple and complex. It involves the details of controlling the soul and mental power, which is a headache for many wizards. Simply put, the process of condensing the soul rune is like a rune master engraving a rune, except that this time the mental power is used as a chisel and the soul is used as a blank runestone. Every step of the condensation is full of pain, because this is a mark to be left on the soul, which must be deep enough. And there must be no mistakes. If there are mistakes, the wrong part must be erased and started over, which adds another layer of pain. But the good thing is that condensing the soul rune is not something that can be done in one go. It can be long and lasting, and it can be intermittent as long as the final condensed rune is complete and correct. Ronan spent a total of 1 week to complete this process. During this week, his soul aura changed every day, becoming deeper and more complex, and stained with many faint mysterious temperaments. On the day when the Frozen Earth rune was completely completed, which happened to be the morning of the 7th day, the blue-haired girl Alita pushed the food cart into the room as usual. The moment she saw Ronan, she stood there in a daze for a long time without recovering. In the morning sun, the white-haired boy in a robe by the windowsill was half-bathed in gold. His delicate skin was shining like white jade, his exquisite profile was like a sculpture, his blue eyes were like gems, and there were faint, almost imperceptible white lines on his neck. The whole person exuded a mysterious and profound aura, with a faint coldness that seemed to reach people's hearts. When Ronan cast a shallow glance at Alita, Alita trembled as if she was electrocuted, and then uttered a subtle whisper like a dream. "My Lord Ronan, you seem to have become beautiful again." After driving away Alita, who was almost completely obsessed with him, Ronan was not in a hurry to enjoy breakfast. He sat on the sofa and carefully felt the changes brought to him by the Frozen Earth talisman. Except that his soul aura was no longer like a blank sheet of paper, and he was truly integrated into the ranks of first-level formal wizards. Ronan's strength had not been substantially improved. However, at the moment when Frozen Earth was formed, he naturally knew the role and effect of the Frozen Earth talisman. Using at least 3 ice spells as anchor points, simulate an icy field that seems like the arrival of Frozen Earth. It should be a field. According to the meaning conveyed by Frozen Earth, the power and range of this field will continue to be strengthened with a number and grade of ice spells as spell anchor points. In other words, this is a soul talisman whose power can continue to grow. Tisk. Ronan realized this and immediately understood why the suicide note in the metal box said that the Frozen Earth rune had a mystery unknown to ordinary people and was the beginning of a legendary ice wizard family. The Frozen Earth rune with this growth characteristic can indeed no longer be measured by the grade of ordinary rare runes. This is a rune that varies from person to person. In the hands of a genius, it can shine with unparalleled brilliance, not inferior to higher level and more powerful runes. In the hands of a mediocre person, it can only become ordinary. Then am I a genius or a mediocre person? Ronan's blue eyes glowed slightly, and he suddenly developed an unprecedented interest and expectation in this forced choice of rune. He hurriedly finished his breakfast, then took out the rune stone that recorded the inheritance of spells, and checked and selected. First level, Ice Armor. First level, Frost Spear. First level, Frost Howl. Ronan finally chose these 3 first-level spells as his spell anchor points. 3 first-order spells, corresponding to defense, attack and control. A prototype of an ice spell system was barely constructed. First-order spells are different from zero-order spells. There is no low, medium or high-level distinction. There are only different choices and understandings of different types of spells by wizards. It seems inappropriate to practice new spells, and first-order spells, here. Ronan looked around the room, thought about it, and finally decided to go to the spell training room he had been to before. When he arrived, he happened to see Basil's spell airship hovering outside. Basil was in the hall, accompanied by a short man, talking to a young wizard with red lines all over his face. Perhaps Ronan's waiting gaze was too obvious, which attracted Basil's attention. The latter cast a faint glance, indifferently swept across Ronan's face, and took it back without any pause. It was as if he had never seen him before. Ronan walked past the three people's conversation expressionlessly. His outstanding hearing ability faintly caught a few words such as join, magic circle inheritance, and benefits, but his heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. He randomly selected a spell training room, directly stored a high-level magic stone, and then completely soaked in it. In the next few days, except for occasionally returning to the Blueberry Inn to eat a hot meal, Ronan spent all his time practicing spells. After the soul was purified once, the former wizard's ability to understand spells was greatly improved. The complexity and profoundness of the first-level spells far exceeded the zero-level spells, but it was not difficult for a first-level wizard to master them initially, especially Ronan who had a panel. The difficulty was just to use them skillfully. 3 days later. In the huge spell training room, Ronan exuded waves of powerful mental power fluctuations around him, and uttered short syllables from his mouth. Soon, a large number of ice energy particles in the air gathered, and large amounts of cold air emerged. In an instant, an ice crystal spear with a chilling and piercing meaning appeared out of thin air. Then, with Ronan's finger pointing, it shot forward like white lightning. Bang! Crack, crack, with a muffled sound, a ball of white frost and cold air exploded, followed by the sound of large chunks of ice condensing or breaking. The magic test wall in front of him lit up with the lights of many energy-absorbing crystals. 1, 2, 3. Ronan simply counted the number of energy-absorbing crystals that lit up, his eyes flashing slightly. It's a little above the standard line of a first-level initial wizard, but not much. A very ordinary value, just like every formal wizard who has just learned a first-level spell. Then try this again. Ronan mobilized his mental power, and the second, Frost Spear, was brewing, but this time, at the moment when the spell was about to take shape, a faint light flashed at the neck under his robe. Shoo! In an instant, Ronan's spell, which was about to be finalized, was suddenly infused with a large amount of ice energy particles that gathered rapidly. The coldness doubled instantly, and the power of the spell also doubled. An ice crystal spear that was obviously thicker and more powerful than the first time slowly appeared and shot out towards the spell test wall in front. Bang! A large area of energy-absorbing crystals lit up. Ronan counted carefully and compared it with the table. He found that the power of this Frost Spear was almost close to the burst of a first-level mid-level wizard. It's amazing. Ronan's eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. He subconsciously reached into his neck and took out a beautiful sapphire necklace hidden under his robe. There was a dark blue ring on the necklace, which flashed a mysterious light under the light of the training room. It was Elris's ice ring necklace. It was the mysterious rune in the ice ring of the necklace. After being activated, the power of Ronan's Frost Spear spell was doubled. This effect is almost comparable to those top wizard geniuses with single attribute energy affinity. I found a treasure. This is simply the best ice auxiliary magic tool. Ronan sighed softly while holding the ice ring. Just for the powerful amplification effect of this magic tool on ice spells, his switch to ice spells is worth it. The only drawback is that the style of this ice ring necklace is more feminine. He dare not wear it outside, so he can only hide it in his robe, which can also be regarded as hiding its magical properties. I'm almost done with apprentice. Ronan casually clicked on his current character panel, and the skill column showed the results of his hard work in the past 3 days. Ice Armor, entry 12 out of 100, Frost Spear, entry 20 out of 100, Frost Howl, entry 9/100, all 3 spells were officially introduced in the morning, and Ronan intensified his practice to consolidate and deepen them. Finally, I can try the effect of the Frozen Earth rune. Ronan felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Empty Realm was activated, replenishing the consumed mental power while waiting for the spell test wall to reset itself. When everything was ready, Ronan began to chant spells quickly. Mental power surged out in waves, and the free energy particles in the room were constantly extracted. Ice armor. The first spell was formed, and a layer of light film that looked like thin ice and white frost on glass appeared around Ronan, emitting a faint chill. At the same time, a mysterious rune in the shape of an iceberg in the depths of his consciousness flickered slightly. White rune patterns quickly lit up on Ronan's neck and chin. Frost Howl. The second spell was formed, and a fierce wind suddenly appeared in the spell training room. The wind was wrapped in fine snow, piercing and blinding. Deep in his consciousness, the frozen earth rune flickered for the second time. Frost Spear. When the third spell was cast, the cold ice spear quickly emerged with Ronan's finger. After 3 spells of anchoring, the effect of the frozen earth rune was completely activated and finally shone brightly. In an instant, an indescribable strong and cold breath emanated from Ronan's body, and the white rune lines on the surface of his skin affected by the frozen earth rune quickly turned into an ice blue color, growing along the collar of Ronan's robe towards his neck, chin and cheeks. It constantly added a mysterious and noble temperament to his whole person. The terrible cold air spread rapidly from Ronan's feet to the surroundings. Large pieces of frost appeared on the floor, the temperature dropped sharply, ice and snow formed, and the chill was biting. The huge spell training room seemed to have ushered in the arrival of winter in an instant. In the hazy snow, Ronan's white hair and robes were raised and danced slightly. He walked forward in the snow, a large amount of cold air surrounded him and shifted with his movement. With ice blue rune patterns crawling all over his neck and chin, he looked as handsome as an elf born in the ice and snow, with a natural sense of nobility. He walked towards the spell test wall at the other end of the room. He was the source of all the coldness in the room. As he approached, the energy-absorbing crystals on the spell test wall lit up one by one. When Ronan approached the wall completely and gently placed his white, almost transparent palm on the wall, the brightness of the energy-absorbing crystals on the test wall almost reached a certain extreme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ronan simply counted, and the final result was just close to the standard of the strength of a late-stage wizard at the first level. The cold air emitted from my source barely reaches this level of spell power. The farther away from me, the weaker the power of this cold air. At the edge of the domain, Ronan released his mental power to feel it a little, and concluded, it's probably close to the strength of a first-level mid-term wizard. The range of the domain is not large, with a radius of about 10 meters. To be honest, this distance is far from the safe casting distance of a first-level wizard. With the blessing of Alice's ice ring necklace, the power and range of the icy domain will be doubled. Judging from the fact that Ronan's current 3-spell proficiency as anchor points are only at the entry level, the power of the icy domain formed by the frozen earth rune is quite good. But the disadvantages are also obvious. It takes 3 anchors to be fully activated, and the preparation process is really a bit long. The panel data of the spell power is good, but this is not an instant burst of killing effect, and the panel data is basically for reference only. In summary, the release process is cumbersome and long, and the instant killing power is not enough. At this stage, it can only be used as a powerful means of controlling the field, and cannot be used as a trump card. These disadvantages are in line with the fact that the frozen earth talisman is only at the rare level. When the proficiency of the spells used as anchors increases, these shortcomings should be greatly alleviated. Ronan could only use this to comfort himself. If I practice one of the anchor spells to the master level and derive the extraordinary domain, the effect of the entire icy domain should be able to undergo a qualitative transformation. Ronan still has great expectations for the future of frozen earth. Just as he was thinking about removing the domain effect and brushing up his proficiency for a while, when he was about to close the panel, Ronan glanced at a spell that he had almost forgotten in the skill column of the panel, Ice Hockey. In an instant, it was as if a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Ronan's mind. He froze suddenly, his eyes fixed on the 3 words, Ice Hockey, on the panel, and he was directly lost in thought. After a moment, an unprecedented strange light quickly bloomed from Ronan's eyes. He almost couldn't help but slap himself hard. I'm so stupid. Anchor point. Anchor point. Why do I have to use a first-order spell as the anchor point of the icy domain? Zero-order spells can also be used. With 3 zero-order ice spells that have all entered the master level and derived extraordinary domains as anchor points, The domain constructed must be 10 times stronger than the domain constructed by 3 entry-level first-order spells. Even 100 times. At this moment, Ronan seemed to see a brand new future slowly opening in front of him, shining brightly. Chapter 83 Expert Ice Hockey, Number 131 Tongling Street. After being promoted to first-level wizard, Ronan's biggest regret was that he could not maximize the advantages of mastering 2 extraordinary domains. When he was at Hoddam College, he made the choice of majoring in energy magic in front of grace, so that he could use the trump card of energy missile particle torrent, and build a stronger spell system with it as the core. Later, he came to the Silver Circle of Magic, and wanted to join the Circle of Magic with all his heart, because the metal magic inheritance of the Silver Circle of Magic and charge weapon breaking power were a match made in heaven, which could bring the power of this domain to the extreme. Unfortunately, both plans fell through, and Ronan finally chose ice magic. Now you let him put aside the good first-level spells and turn around to practice 0-level spells purely for an ice-type extraordinary domain. It's a bit stupid. The trump card level spell derived from the domain already has particle torrent, and there is no shortage of ice. Can't the first-level spells practice the extraordinary domain? But now, the situation has become somewhat different. If my idea is really feasible. Ronan suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and his eyes were burning. Then the frozen earth rune in my hands may reach an unprecedented height. With his current strength as a first-level wizard, going back to brush up the proficiency of 0-level spells, it is not only as easy as eating and drinking water to raise a 0-level spell to the master level, but also much easier than grinding a first-level spell. And once the spell derives the extraordinary domain, then the icy domain constructed by the frozen earth rune is very likely to usher in a qualitative leap. Fortunately, he also has almost all the 0-level spells of the ice system, which come from Lineage. Ronan calmed down and made plans quickly without delay. The 3 first-level spells originally set as anchor points, Ice Armor, Frost Spear, Frost Howl. Only 2 were left, and they were chosen according to different situations. The vacant anchor position was reserved for the low-level 0-level, Ice Ball, the intermediate 0-level, Frost Ray, and the advanced 0-level, Ice Blade. These were the skills that Ronan would focus on next. A new domain structure was formed. Perhaps in the short term, the power of this new icy domain would be weakened, but once the proficiency of the drag 0-level spells was promoted to the master level and the extraordinary domain was derived, everything would be completely different. At this time, Ronan was full of energy and was about to start practicing Ice Ball. He had a certain foundation in the skill, and his proficiency was almost at the master level. It would probably not take long to reach the master level. Damn. After throwing an ice ball at the spell test wall in the distance and lighting up a small piece of energy-absorbing crystal, Ronan suddenly shook his head and realized, why do I need a spell training room to practice 0-level spells? I don't care how powerful it can be. It's a complete waste. I can just find a random place in the wild to practice. Ronan immediately left the training room and did not return to the Blueberry Inn. He went straight to the outside of the magic circle. He walked out of the huge metal arch and stepped out of the protection of the rune array. Ronan stood on the edge of the base of the 7 silver towers, overlooking the empty valley below. The strong wind in the sky made his robe rustle. He took out the flying ring and gently turned it. Ronan was lifted up by an invisible force and flew down. This was the first time he went out of the city after entering the silver magic circle. In the distance, there was an endless forest. White mist filled the forest, and from time to time there were strange roars coming from afar. Ronan stretched out a hand and watched the fine ice crystals and frost drifting out from between his fingers and being blown away by the wind. From now on, I am a proper ice wizard. This is a small tavern. The air is filled with the sound of harps like a stream. Wizards in robes of various colors sit together in groups of 3 or 4, creating a quiet and leisurely atmosphere. With the sound of pleasant wind chimes, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and a figure walked in from outside. This is a tall and burly man with a rough appearance and fiery red hair. If it weren't for the dense flame patterns on his cheeks and neck, he would look more like a knight than a wizard. The red-haired man walked into the tavern and looked around. His eyes quickly locked onto a figure in the corner, and he strode over with a smile on his face. "You are late again, Quiddy." A cold voice sounded before the red-haired man completely approached the figure. Sitting alone at the brown wooden round table in the corner, The figure in a silver-gray robe raised his head, revealing a handsome and heroic face. This is definitely a handsome man, young and full of charm, but the pair of two calm lake blue eyes and the coldness that emanates from his body always send out a signal that strangers are not allowed to enter. Only 1 minute. You are too harsh, Damien. The red-haired man shrugged, snapped his fingers and announced the drinks he wanted, then sat down in front of the handsome man. Are all ice wizards as difficult to get along with as you? Am I difficult to get along with? Ronan gently shook the crystal glass in his hand, squinted his eyes to look at the blurred shadow of the boy reflected in the glass, and whispered, maybe. He also just realized that he seemed to have slowly become a lonely and difficult to get along with alien in the eyes of others. Was it because he had walked alone on the path of wizards for too long, or because he had been practicing ice magic for more than a month? Ronan didn't know, maybe it was both. Let's not talk about this, old rules. The red-haired man looked at Ronan with a smile, and Ronan casually took out a small black cloth bag from his storage waste bag and threw it on the table. The bag hit the table with a swish sound, and it seemed to be filled with many small gems, which looked heavy. The red-haired man quickly opened the bag to check, and soon picked out a thumb-sized, irregularly shaped blue crystal from it, and whispered, the crystal core of a first-level intermediate magic beast. Tisk-tisk, Damien, your strength has become stronger again. Ronan didn't say anything, just looked at him indifferently. The red-haired man shouted for a while, and quickly checked and counted all the crystal cores in his pocket, and then took out a bunch of bottles and jars from his storage waste bag and placed them in front of Ronan. The potion you want to improve your mental power, pick it yourself. Ronan's eyes fell on the potion in front of him, and he checked and selected the potion on the table in an orderly and quick manner. When he stopped, the red-haired man took out a pile of potions and only kept 3 bottles. He returned the rest. Convert the rest into equivalent magic stones for me. Ronan spoke, his face calm and unremarkable. Damien, you will become a drug addict if you keep going like this. The red-haired man put away the remaining potions on the table and muttered, as a friend, I have to remind you that over-reliance on potions is not good for your future. Sooner or later, the impurities in your mental power will become as numerous as lice on a carpet that has not been cleaned for decades. Ronan listened to the red-haired man's chattering with a blank expression. The man in front of him, named Quiddy, was someone he met this month and could barely be considered a friend. Like him, they were both first-level early wizards, majoring in fire spells and not joining the magic circle. It is said that this guy used to be a night mercenary and was a wandering adventurer for decades. Later, by chance, he was found to have the potential to become a wizard, and it was pretty good, so he embarked on the path of a wizard. Because he was born as a night adventurer, Quiddy didn't have the patience to study runes, potions, and alchemy. His main source of income in the Circle of Magic was hunting monsters in the forest outside the Circle of Magic, obtaining monster cores to sell, and also doing some part-time work in purchasing and reselling. Ronan followed him because of this. This month, he was crazy about practicing ice spells with various first-level monsters in the forest outside the Circle of Magic, mastering his newly constructed spell system. All the crystal cores he got were sold with Quiddy's help, which was also a stable extra income. In addition, Quiddy had been outside the Circle of Magic for many years and knew many first-level wizards like him. Some of them studied potions and asked him to help sell the potions they made. The price might not be cheaper than that of the pharmacy, but there were many more varieties. Ronan had already eaten all the first-level initial wizard spirit power enhancement potions in the pharmacy, and just relied on Quiddy as a channel to obtain more new formula potions that he had not tried. But this road seems to be coming to an end. Last time, Ronan could pick out 2 or 3 new products from the potions that Creed brought out, but this time, there's only one. Nothing, I'll leave first. After collecting the potions on the table and the difference in magic stones that Creed had replenished, Ronan stood up and prepared to leave. The latter slapped the table helplessly and shouted at him, "Come on, Damien, the life of a wizard is not just meditation and fighting. Yes, there are also spell research, rune research, and potion research." Creed was speechless for a while. "It's really boring to chat with you. Forget it, tell me something you are interested in." Ronan stopped and looked at Creed. "Tell me about it." Creed took a big sip of beer and said, "There is a formal member of the Circle of Magic who wants to find an ice wizard to help adjust the rune array. This task has been hanging in the Circle of Magic for almost 2 months, and no one has taken it. Haven't you always wanted to find someone to sponsor you to apply to join the Circle of Magic?" Maybe this is an opportunity. Ronan turned around. He knew that Creed had special channels that allowed him to receive some missions that were only open to members of the Circle of Magic. These were usually missions that were not very rewarding and that the formal members of the Circle of Magic were unwilling to accept, but that needed to be completed. At this time, they would be given to the formal wizards who were waiting to join the Circle of Magic through middlemen like Creed. Is this mission difficult? Ronan thought for a moment and asked. It's not difficult. Creed shook his head and explained, in fact, this is a long-term mission that is issued every month. The key is that there is a big problem with the person who issues the mission. Is there a problem with the person who issues the mission? Ronan frowned. That guy has offended many people in the Circle of Magic, so no one in the Circle of Magic will take his missions. The rewards for the missions he can offer are very low, but his temper is terrible. Creed spread his hands and said, so no one outside the Circle of Magic wants to take this mission either. That is indeed a good opportunity. It's just an opportunity. Creed threw a thin piece of paper at Ronan, picked up his wine glass and drank, smacking his lips and said, be prepared, there were ice wizards who had similar ideas to you before, but they all failed without exception. In fact, I don't think it's necessary to join the Circle of Magic in such a hurry. It's true that there are inheritances and resources in the Circle of Magic, but how much of them can really fall on us? There are still too many restrictions. Wouldn't it be good to live a free and easy life for 30 years? There's still plenty of time for us, right, Damien? Damien. 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 Damn, are you listening to me? Ronan had already walked away, and Creed's shouting was left behind him. He lowered his head to look at the piece of paper that Quiddy had given him. There was only a simple address written on it, number 131 Tongding Street. If there is a slum outside the Seven-Ring City, Tongding Street should be it. Ronan strolled along the desolate and dilapidated long street. The ground under his feet was covered with cracks everywhere. Both sides of the street were abandoned and dilapidated houses and shops. Walking along the way, only a few crystal street lamps in front of the houses were still on. It is hard to imagine that a formal member of the Magic Circle would choose to live in such a place. Even the most destitute first-level formal wizard would not be able to tolerate such an environment. Ronan condensed a pigeon egg-sized ice ridge in his hand, and turned it back and forth between his slender and well-proportioned 5 fingers. This is a little trick he figured out to exercise the control of ice energy. As he walked slowly along the long street, he clicked on his character panel to check. Strength, level 1 formal wizard, 24%. After drinking bottle after bottle of spirit power enhancing potion, his strength progressed to 24% of the level 1 formal wizard, and his spirit power increased by more than double compared to when he was just promoted. If divided by the standards of the wizarding world, he should be close to the middle stage of level 1 now. Because of the frequent use of drugs, Ronan also practiced basic meditation very diligently, and empty and clear realm was almost always on, and the proficiency of basic meditation also broke through the master level of 100 proficiency. Every 100 points of proficiency is a threshold. Ronan obviously found that now his efficiency of using basic meditation to remove impurities has improved a lot. Everyone who knows a little about him will advise him to take less drugs and be careful that his spirit power is mixed and affects the subsequent promotion. In fact, Ronan's real situation is exactly the opposite of what everyone imagines. Because of the constant flushing of empty and clear realm, his spirit power is not only not mixed, but much purer than the spirit power of an ordinary level 1 wizard. Even Ronan has felt the benefits of spiritual power purification, faster casting speed, less spiritual power consumption, smoother connection between spells. The only thing that really hindered his progress was his soul aptitude. Even after a soul purification, his soul aptitude was only the most ordinary among the first-level wizards. Because he has been focusing on practicing ice spells, the proficiency of several commonly used spells has not improved much. The 3 first-level ice spells, Ice Armor, Frost Spear, and Frost Howl, have all been practiced by Ronan to the proficient level. He has even practiced Ice Ball, which he worked hard on, to Expert 784-800. It won't be long before he breaks through to the master level. With the strength of a first-level wizard, focusing on practicing a 0-level spell and a low-level 0-level spell, the proficiency increases very quickly. In the past, it would take at least 3 months to achieve such progress. Ronan had tried it. He now used the expert level Ice Ball spell and 2 first-level spells as anchors to build the icy domain. The power generated by the domain was no less than the effect when it was built with all first-level spells. If the 4th anchor spell, Ice Ball spell, was added on the original basis, the power of the icy domain could be increased by almost 1/3. Facts have proved that the direction of his efforts should be correct. But whether the domain can really undergo a qualitative change can only be known after Ice Ball spell is completely promoted to the master level and the extraordinary domain is derived. Unknowingly, Ronan arrived at his destination. Chapter 84, Binago, Turnaround on Accident. Ronan checked the address given by Quiddy and stopped in front of a small, dilapidated manor. The low wall made of gray stone was covered with dead creepers, and some places had already cracked and fallen off. The rusty heavy iron door was entangled with dense spider webs. Through the gaps and the patterns on the iron door, one could vaguely see the almost abandoned flower bed and collapsed statue stone pillars inside. There seemed to be a small pool, but it was covered with dark green. A formal member of the Circle of Law, even if he only takes a mission once every 6 months, would not be so destitute. Ronan stood at the door of the manor, his eyes flickering slightly. Quiddy had mentioned to him before that the owner of the manor had a strange temper and was a big problem. Now it seems that the problem is much bigger than he expected. Bang bang, Ronan held a rusty door knocker on the iron door and knocked gently. The heavy and dull sound echoed between the manor and the street. I accepted the mission you issued. Is Binago here? Ronan tried to shout a few times to introduce himself. But after waiting for about 2 minutes, no one answered. He thought for a moment, pushed the door and walked in. Creaky, the iron door made a heavy and harsh sound. Ronan had just stepped into the manor, and the desolate scene inside had not yet been completely presented to his eyes. Swoosh, the sound of tiny objects breaking through the air immediately rang in his ears, and strong energy particle fluctuations arrived in an instant. Ronan suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart, and his eyes glanced at a dense mass of black spots like a swarm of bees rushing towards him, and subconsciously he fired an ice ball technique. This has almost become his habit now. The expert level, ice ball technique, is close to perfect proficiency, and a large amount of ice energy particles in the air gather. A point of ice light expanded, and in an instant it turned into a white ice ball as big as a millstone. The ice ball was spinning at high speed, surrounded by countless tiny crystal snow and ice. Boom! The ice ball took shape, and then collided directly with a dense swarm of bees, which suddenly exploded at the moment of collision, releasing waves of strong explosion aftermath. As soon as the aftermath appeared, Ronan saw a black spot rushing out from the white cold air. They were thumb-sized metal balls, each of which was covered with a thin layer of white frost. Ronan's expression changed slightly, and he casually threw 2 more ice balls. While blocking the metal balls, he also took advantage of the momentum to retreat quickly. Boom! Boom! The explosions that occurred one after another made the already desolate courtyard even more messy, with traces of frost splashing everywhere. Ronan was chased out of the courtyard by the metal balls that were almost half left. His robe fluttered as he stood on the empty long street. His blue eyes revealed a cold light, and he was thinking about whether to use his trump card. At this time, a hoarse and indifferent voice came from the manor. Is this the only ice spell you can use? A level 1 wizard in the late stage. Ronan felt a mental power fluctuations transmitted by the voice, which were at least 5 times more than his, and made a judgment in his heart. He stood on the long street without moving, but a large number of ice energy particles continued to gather towards him, and small snowflakes and ice particles began to fall around him. Forget it. Come in. When Ronan's momentum was about to accumulate to a certain peak, the hoarse voice sounded again. Then 2 muffled bang and bang sounds were heard, and all the metal balls flew back. The iron gate of the manor and the wooden door of the grey house opposite the iron gate opened at the same time. Ronan squinted his eyes and stared at the dark entrance of the house for a while, and finally raised his hand to disperse the coldness around him and walked up. As soon as Ronan stepped into the house, he smelled an unusually strong and strange smell. The smell was like a pile of spicy and pungent tobacco burning on a damp and rotten wooden board. Ronan frowned slightly, then looked around. There was almost no light coming into the room, and there were no lighting tools, and there might even be props that absorb light. With his eyesight that was many times better than that of an ordinary person, he could only barely see the outlines of some furniture. It didn't look like anyone was living there. At this time, a hoarse and indifferent voice came from somewhere below in front. Come here. Don't move anything. In the basement? Ronan's eyes flickered and he walked over slowly. The voice occasionally sounded, and he followed the guidance of the voice, stepped on the creaking old wooden staircase floor, and slowly came to a dim and cold basement. The basement was not big, but the light was more sufficient than above. The light came from the rune arrays that were running everywhere. The whole basement was messy, and the smell was even more pungent and unpleasant, like the smell of many potions being knocked over on the ground and mixed together. Staying in this basement, Ronan, a nice wizard who deals with frost every day, felt a faint biting cold. The coldness came from somewhere in front of him, where a man was sitting. With the light of the rune array, Ronan could barely see the man's appearance. It was completely different from what he imagined. The man sitting on a high chair was sturdy, wearing a white shirt with a bow tie, and had beautiful brown hair, but the temples were all gray. The man was about 40 years old, with strong and deep features, like a marble sculpture. Although he was a little unkempt, and his thick stubble had obviously not been taken care of for a long time, it can be seen that he looked very handsome, or he used to be very handsome. Because now, the skin on his entire left cheek, half of his chin and neck were covered with large patches of festering marks that looked like rusted metal. The man's eyes were light gold, and he was looking at Ronan coldly, with a strong scrutiny, and he didn't look like he wanted to entertain a guest. Of course, after the welcome ceremony when he just entered the door, Ronan didn't want to have any relationship with the other party except for the mission. I accepted the mission you issued, Mr. Benig. Ronan spoke coldly, glancing at the man's back, and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a huge rectangular box there. I know. The man said coldly, otherwise you would have died under my spell for breaking in illegally. Ronan frowned and said nothing. At this time, the man stood up from the high chair. He was really tall, almost half a head taller than Ronan. He turned and walked quickly to the long box behind the chair, and urged Ronan in an impatient tone, "Come here quickly, kid, I've been waiting for a long time." Ronan walked over. The man pushed a certain wooden board in his hand at the same time, and a burst of light emanated from the bottom. Ronan was surprised to find that the long box he thought was actually filled with a coffin. A coffin made entirely of some special crystal. It was densely engraved with various complex and mysterious rune arrays, many of which were in operation, and many of them were obscure. Through the lines of the rune array, Ronan could barely tell that the person lying in the crystal coffin was a woman. She had blonde hair, wore a blue dress, had fair skin, and almost no vitality. "Hurry up." The man urged Ronan again. He pointed to a groove in a rune array that had stopped working on the crystal coffin, and said to Ronan, "Use your spell to inject ice energy particles into it until the array is completely restored to operation. Hurry up." The man looked very impatient, as if waiting for one more second was a great torment for him. Ronan didn't say anything. Following his instructions, he gently covered the corresponding rune array with his right hand. His mental power surged out, and the free ice energy particles in the room gathered and were injected into the rune array little by little as Ronan controlled it. With the infusion of energy particles, the gray rune array slowly lit up, and the crystal coffin began to be filled with cold air, becoming hazy, and a large amount of white frost covered the body of the woman in the coffin. Ronan roughly judged that this should be a rune array that continuously releases icy air, with a function of storing energy particles. Once fully charged, it can maintain the release for about 1.5 months. In fact, the operation of this rune array can be driven by magic stones, but the effect is much worse than the pure ice energy particle infusion. While Ronan was charging the rune array, he secretly looked at the man beside him at this time. Obviously, as the woman's body in the crystal coffin was gradually covered with frost, the man's anxious state was calmed down little by little. The whole process was like a wild beast that was on the verge of being out of control at any time, and it was slowly becoming docile after receiving some kind of continuous comfort. The man's eyes were always staring at the woman in the crystal coffin, and his eyes kept becoming gentle and relaxed. His lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something to the woman in the coffin, but Ronan couldn't distinguish a word. Finally, the whole energy infusion process ended, and Ronan gently withdrew his hand and stopped mobilizing his mental power. "Okay, Mr. Binigo," Ronan said, "is there anything else I can help you with?" The man called Binigo shook his head, just threw a small box to Ronan and said lightly, "No need. Your basic skills in ice magic are very solid, and you do much better than those people I found before. Those guys always cause more or less damage to the runes on the magic circle. This is your reward, leave as soon as possible." Ronan opened the small box that Binigo threw over and saw that it contained several intermediate magic stones. He raised his head and said, "It seems that the number and grade of magic stones are not right, Mr. Binigo. I will naturally replenish you with the rest in a few days." The man's cold eyes fell on Ronan, and he said coldly, "As for now, please leave. Actually, I have a better suggestion. Get out." Boom. The powerful mental power belonging to the late first-level wizard suddenly erupted, but before it was fully unfolded, it was suppressed by a more powerful momentum. The two auras collided, and the violent airflow formed a vortex, blowing the messy furnishings in the entire basement. In the center of this vortex, countless mysterious auras intertwined and flowed all over his body. Ronan, with his long robe and white hair fluttering, was standing under a majestic and torrent-like domain of law. Looking at the man in front of him who had returned to his irritable state, he said word by word with calm eyes, "Mr. Binigo, now. Can we sit down and have a good talk?" The man looked at him in astonishment, and after a moment, his face calmed down a little bit. "You want me to guarantee your application to join the magic circle for you just by helping me infuse the rune magic circle once?" 5 minutes later, Binigo sat back on his high chair and sneered at Ronan. Ronan stood in front of him and corrected him, not once, but all the time. "From now on, I will come to help you maintain the magic circle on time every month. If there is anything else I can help with, I will also spare no effort." "How?" Binigo shook his head with a smile, and he leaned forward slightly, approaching Ronan. Half of his face, which was festering like rusted metal, looked hideous and terrifying under the dim light around him. "Do you know what a guarantee means? It means that I will be responsible for everything you do in the Circle of Magic in the future. If you do anything bad to the Circle of Magic, I will also be held responsible. We have only known each other for a few minutes. I don't even know your name. Do you think I would take such a big risk for such a small favor? Especially since you look like a kid with many secrets. For others, it is indeed just a small favor. But for you, Mr. Binig, it seems to be a very tricky thing." Ronan said lightly, "I doubt whether you can find another ice wizard who is willing to take on this task besides me next month when the energy of the magic circle is exhausted. Especially after I publicize the fact that you owed the task reward." Ronan casually shook the small wooden box containing the magic stone in his hand, and a crisp clanging sound came from inside. Binigo looked at Ronan expressionlessly and coldly. The powerful mental power of a late-stage first-level wizard surged in his body like a tide, and it was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding at any time. Ronan quietly relaxed at this time. "Such efforts and rewards do seem a bit too much for you, Mr. Binigo." Ronan pretended to think, and then moved his eyes to the ice coffin beside him. All the efforts Mr. Binigo made were to maintain the weak life of the beautiful lady in the ice coffin. Unfortunately, it seems that it is not very successful. Although her soul has not completely left her body has begun to rot. "What do you want to express?" Binigo said in a cold tone. "If you want to improve her condition, you must inject new vitality into her body. I need you to guide me on this." Binigo sneered and his attitude became worse. Ronan didn't take it seriously, but said lightly, "I have a leaf of no injury in my hand, maybe it can help you." Leaf of no injury. Binigo was startled, and his eyes showed some intention. Ronan thought to himself, "I knew you would have this reaction." In fact, when he saw the ice coffin and the woman in the ice coffin, he could almost guess Binigo's story. It was nothing more than a cliché story that Binigo, who had a promising future and a noble status, was willing to give up everything for a little illusory hope, and failed to this point. Binigo, who couldn't even take out a few high-level magic stones, would be tempted by a treasure like the Leaf of No Injury that contained vitality. As for whether the Leaf of No Injury would be useful to the woman in the ice coffin, Ronan didn't know. Anyway, he just needed to achieve his goal. "Take it out and show it to me." After a few breaths, Binigo finally spoke. Ronan took the opportunity to throw the invulnerable leaf that he had prepared long ago to the other party. The olive leaf with a faint golden glow fell lightly into Binig's hand. Ronan looked calm. He knew that he only needed to do a little more bargaining next, and the matter of finding someone to guarantee would be almost done. Everything went as smoothly as he expected. Who would have thought that the goal that was not achieved with Basil at the beginning would now be unexpectedly achieved here? Although it was a month later, it was still much shorter than the 30 years of waiting. Although he switched to ice magic, the metal magic of the silver magic ring and the inheritance of the silverization talisman have always been within his plan. Now, there's hope. Just as Ronan was thinking about all this, suddenly, a powerful mental power fluctuation belonging to a late-stage wizard of the first level broke out again. Binig, who was sitting on a high chair, stood up suddenly like an angry lion, staring at Ronan with pale golden eyes, and his hoarse and low voice was full of uncontrollable anger. "Boy, you're trying to fool me with this kind of thing. The vitality remaining in this unharmed leaf is not even enough to revive a dying wild vine." "Huh?" Ronan was stunned on the spot, and then looked at the olive leaf in Binig's hand in disbelief. The golden color was rapidly fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it turned into an ordinary dead leaf. Chapter 85, Holy Blood Tree, Coffin of Eternal Life? "That's impossible," Ronan blurted out in a hurried tone. He got this leaf of uninjuredness from Laura. Although the remaining vitality in the leaf had been extracted by Laura to less than 30% when he got it, the amount was still considerable. Ronan had been carefully preserving it, thinking that one day it might come in handy when he launched the unsullied body battle, and he could quickly replenish the consumed vitality on the spot. Because he was worried that the vitality contained in the leaf would naturally disappear, he also found a special container to store it. Now Benigo actually said that the remaining vitality in this leaf of uninjuredness had disappeared? How could he accept this? "You tampered with the leaf in front of me." Ronan's eyes also turned cold, his aura rose, and his robe fluttered without wind. "Get lost," Benigo responded coldly. He and Benigo were about to collide in the eye of the storm. Their eyes exchanged, and countless air currents collided in the air between them, making dense explosions. But suddenly, the next second, Benigo's momentum suddenly fluctuated violently. "No." Ronan heard his doubtful voice, which seemed to contain a hint of disbelief. "There is the breath of the holy blood tree on this leaf." He repeatedly stared at the injury-free leaf in his hand, which had completely turned into a dead leaf. The light in his eyes became more and more. Later, he was completely no longer angry. Instead, he looked at Ronan eagerly and asked hurriedly, "Boy, what did you put this leaf with?" Ronan was startled, and then slowly took out a small black box from his storage waste bag. As soon as he took it out, the box was about to be taken away by an invisible force. Ronan held the box tightly and opened it by himself. When a black, shriveled seed that looked like a dried watermelon seed appeared in the small wooden box, it was gently pinched by Ronan with 2 fingers and completely exposed to the air. Ronan felt the power trying to snatch it away disappear, and Benigo's entire mind was completely attracted by the seed. "That's right, it's this aura. The holy blood tree. This is indeed the seed of the holy blood tree." Ronan looked at Benigo's pair of pale golden eyes staring at the seed in his hand, first muttering, then excited, then surprised, and finally laughing inexplicably, laughing and laughing until tears flowed from the corners of his eyes like a mentally disturbed madman. Ronan didn't say anything, because his mood was also not so calm. This box and the black seeds in the box were given to him by Andre's half-elf brother and sister. To be honest, he studied it for a while, and when he was at Hoddam College, he even deciphered the small words written in ancient elven language engraved on the lid of the box: "Water it with heart blood, maybe one day it will sprout." Because of the 2 words heart blood mentioned in this sentence, Ronan tried to soak this seed in dozens of different bloods. This included his own blood, the blood of various animals, and even the blood of various monsters. He also watered the seeds, exposed them to sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. He tried almost every method he could think of, but it didn't work. Ronan once thought that this was a dead seed that would never sprout, just like he couldn't revive a dead person or to make a stone bloom. Later, he didn't care about it anymore and kept it in the innermost part of his storage waste bag, just as a souvenir given by a friend. The last time he opened this box was when Ronan was looking for a storage container for the invulnerable leaf. He also accidentally discovered that the oak box for storing seeds had the magical function of preventing the loss of vitality of plants, but he never thought that the invulnerable leaf that was placed in it was sucked clean by the original owner of the box. So, what is the holy blood tree? When Benigo's emotions began to gradually calm down, Ronan spoke and pulled him out of his madness and confusion state. The holy blood tree is a miracle tree that exists in the ancient legends of the elves. At this time, Benigo had almost regained his composure. He sat back on his high chair, most of his body hidden in the shadows. His breath was restrained and deep. If it weren't for the traces of tears still remaining on his festering and hideous cheeks, it would be almost impossible to see any signs of losing control. Benigo's hoarse voice was like 2 rusty gears rubbing against each other, and his eyes never left the black seed in Ronan's hand when he spoke. It is said that it has the ability to purify blood and bring people back to life. Of course, no one has ever really confirmed this. Oh. When Ronan heard Binigo mention the 4 words resurrection from the dead, he could immediately understand Binigo's loss of control. Of course, he also had a deep understanding of the weight of the chips he was holding in his hand. His mentality relaxed at once. He didn't speak either. After asking this question, Ronan stood there and looked at Binigo quietly. He couldn't see the expression on Binigo's face, but he could feel Binigo's restless state at this time. Finally, a hoarse and low voice came out from the high chair again, and it seemed to have a hint of negotiating. If you are willing to give me this seed. Impossible. Ronan's answer was straightforward and concise, like a sharp knife, cutting off Binigo's words without any explanation. You. Binigo's 2 hands suddenly supported the double armrests of the high chair, as if he was anxious to stand up from the chair at any time. It's absolutely impossible to give it to you. It's a waste to keep this kind of thing in your hands. You don't know how to properly water it, let it germinate and grow. Binigo took a breath and tried to persuade Ronan in a hurried tone. Listen to me. Ronan said, I can't give it to you, but I can lend it to you temporarily. You are responsible for growing it alive and guaranteeing me to enter the silver circle. I will also do what I promised you before, to help you infuse energy into the rune array every month. If you think it's okay, then this deal is done. If not, forget it. Ronan looked at Binigo calmly. At this point, he no longer had any intention of bargaining. What he said was the bottom line he could accept. Do you know how many resources it takes to water a holy blood tree seed? Binigo listened to Ronan and spoke slowly. Ronan shook his head. I don't know, and I don't want to know that you have paid so much for a vague hope. Now that you have really seen the dawn, do you still care about this little resource investment? Besides, I have to take risks as well. What if you torment my seed to death? Binigo's face drooped slightly, as if he was thinking, weighing, and deciding. After a few breaths, Ronan felt an invisible force constantly pushing him out of the basement. Binigo's hoarse and cold voice also rushed out with a cold wind in the basement. Come here to find me in 3 days. There will be a small strength test to join the magic circle, so you should prepare well. Ronan retreated to the door of the dilapidated manor and watched the rusty iron door slowly close in front of him. There was a trace of relaxation and the joy of finally getting what he wanted in his eyes. Soon, his eyes fell on the small wooden box in his hand, and his expression became a little strange. Holy blood tree. I didn't expect that Andre's brother and sister gave me the seeds of this legendary tree. Go back and find out what this holy blood tree is. What is the use of the seeds of the holy blood tree? Don't be fooled by this old den. He hurriedly walked away on Tongling Street. At the same time, in the basement of the deserted manor, under the dim light of the rune magic circle, Binigo was kneeling on the ground, his hands wrapped around the ice coffin, his eyes closed and half of his cheek pressed tightly against the icy coffin, his expression gentle and peaceful. Although it is far from the expected tree of life, the holy blood tree should also be okay. The core material of the eternal life casket has finally been obtained, and we can start making it soon. Fiona, believe me, I will make you wake up. I swear. 3 days later, Ronan stood on the side of the dilapidated street, as quiet as a beautiful sculpture. The rusty copper lamppost beside him, the crystal stone on the top used for night lighting was dark and cracked, and a thick layer of dust accumulated on the lampshade. A round-bellied spider with silver threads was floating gently in the wind. Ronan took out his pocket watch from his arms, opened it, and then closed it again. His eyes once again looked at the closed gate of the manor across the street. It had been 1 hour and 23 minutes since he sent a signal to the people in the manor that he had arrived, but the person he was waiting for had not appeared yet. Ronan did not lose his patience. For this opportunity to join the circle of magic, he had waited for several months, so naturally he would not care about this mere hour and 23 minutes. He just felt unhappy. In his previous life, he had never waited so long for his girlfriend. Now he had to wait so long for a middle-aged man with necrophilia. Ronan waited for another 15 minutes, and finally someone came out of the dilapidated manor. Creaky, the rusty iron door made a harsh and unpleasant sound, and a figure walked out of the door. It was Binigo, but he was a little different today. His messy brown hair was obviously well-groomed and meticulously combed behind his head. He was wearing an exquisite silver-white robe, and the rune patterns printed on the robe emitted a faint glow in the sun. If you ignore Binigold's half-cheek that seemed to be severely corroded and ulcerated by metal, he looks like a powerful late-stage wizard of the first level. Noble and majestic. Ronan's eyes paused slightly when they moved to the left chest of Binigold's robe. There was a pattern of the iconic ring of the magic circle and 7 silver towers. But under the pattern, there were 3 small silver rings nested together. 3 rings. Ronan almost thought he had seen it wrong, and counted carefully several times. He was no longer the novice who had no knowledge of the silver circle. Although he had not joined the circle, he knew some of the systems and levels within the circle. For regular members of the circle, there would only be one symbol representing the circle on the left chest of the standard silver robe. For core members, there would be additional silver rings under the symbol. The more rings there were, the more noble the core members were. So far, the wizard with the highest status in the circle that Ronan had seen was Basil, who had refused to vouch for him before. Basil also had only 1 silver ring on his robe. And Binigo in front of him was actually a 3-ring? Exclamation mark. Ronan was amazed. According to his understanding, a 3-ring member of the Silver Circle should have the strength of a second-level wizard or above. Moreover, with the status of a 3-ring, Binigo should not have fallen into this situation, even if he had given everything for a dead woman. Ronan's heart was filled with turbulent waves, but his face remained calm. He watched Binigo approaching him step by step. Binigo was very stylish, with a beautiful black metal pipe in his mouth, puffing smoke as he walked. Ronan remembered the strong smell of tobacco he smelled when he first stepped into Binigo's house 3 days ago, and this seemed to have a reasonable explanation. It seems that you used to be very glorious. Ronan greeted Binigo in a calm tone. The relationship between the two is very delicate now. They dislike each other, are wary of each other, and have to rely on each other to achieve certain goals. Binigo did not answer Ronan's words, but slowly took off the pipe in his mouth, and gently shook off the burnt tobacco ash on it with his hand, making a crisp sound of metal hitting metal. You surprised me, too. Binig bit his pipe again, his eyes fell on Ronan, and he said lightly, it's only been 3 days since we last met, and your aura has changed again. Your understanding of ice magic seems to have deepened a lot, and you have reached a new level. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and a barely perceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. At this time, Binig chose to end this round of opening remarks directly, and turned to walk towards one end of Copper Ingot Street. When you enter the circle of magic, you must give me the seed of the holy blood tree. There are some things that I need to prepare as soon as possible. At least let me see if the seed can still be planted alive. Don't worry, I promised you something and I won't break my promise. Ronan walked beside Binigo, thought for a moment and said, what kind of strength test is required to join the circle of magic, and how difficult is it? It's very easy for you. Binigo suddenly stopped, looked at Ronan up and down with an inexplicable look, and said with a smile, to be honest, I am now looking forward to the expressions of those guys when they see you. Those people searched the streets for so-called talents for the prosperity of the circle of magic. In the end, they rejected someone like you who was right under their noses. In the end, they even came to me for help, haha. Binigo said a lot of things to himself, regardless of whether Ronan could understand or not. After that, he sneered twice and continued to lead the way. After that, the two of them no longer had any communication until they came to the huge metal building at the entrance of the second-level rune array that Ronan had visited when he first tried to apply to join the Circle of Magic. Chapter 86 Entry Test. You again. In the lobby of the metal building, Ronan followed the usual procedures. Coincidentally, the wizard who received him this time was the green-eyed wizard he met for the first time. He obviously remembered Ronan and asked half-jokingly, it seems that the guarantor has been found this time. Who is it? Ronan reported the name of Binigo. Unexpectedly, the green-eyed wizard, who was still smiling a second ago, stood up from his seat after hearing the name. Binigo. Which Binigo? Where is he? Before Ronan could answer, the green-eyed wizard had already seen Binigo standing not far from the two of them, blowing smoke rings silently alone. Green Eye stared at Binigo for a long time before sitting down again. Then he looked at Ronan with an indescribable strangeness in his eyes. Why would Binigo guarantee you? Why did you ask Binigo to be a guarantor? Green Eyes muttered to himself. What do you mean? Ronan frowned and asked, but the latter refused to say more. His attitude towards him suddenly became much colder. After completing the registration, he threw Ronan something similar to a number plate, then pointed in the direction of the inner entrance and ignored him. I'm already regretting asking you to be my guarantor. Ronan walked back to Binig with a gloomy look. From the green-eyed wizard's reaction to Binig's name, the change in his attitude towards him, and the rumors that Quiddy had mentioned that Binig had offended many people in the French tour, he began to realize the seriousness of this problem that he had almost ignored. It's not too late for you to regret it now, Binig said indifferently, holding his pipe. Regret it? Ronan shook his head, holding the number certificate representing the qualification to participate in the French tour entrance test in his hand, and strode towards the direction of the test entrance not far away. The opportunity in front of him, asking him to give up? How could it be possible? If Binig was really notorious in the past, then he should cut off his relationship with him as soon as possible after entering the entrance. He now only wanted to enter the magic circle as soon as possible, obtain the inheritance of metal magic and talismans, and a higher resource exchange and acquisition platform. Ronan and Binigo walked into the entrance, stepped into the light curtain formed by the rune magic circle, and came to a not-so-big room. A group of people stood on one side of the room, talking in a low voice. Another wizard wearing a magic circle robe came over quickly, briefly checked Ronan's identity information and test credentials, and then asked him to wait here. Ronan and Binigo stood in silence. Each of them knew that the other had many things to hide from them. The fragile cooperative relationship between them might fall apart after the entry test was over, and it would come to an end temporarily. At this time, the group of people on the other side of the room stopped talking and looked at the two of them naturally. Is there anyone you know? Binigo tapped the cigarette holder lightly and asked casually. Ronan retracted his gaze and replied calmly, yes. Before you, I tried to find someone to vouch for me. More than 20 meters away from him, stood a man in a silver robe, with short hair and traces of metal friction on his left cheek. He was guarded by several wizards, showing his unique and superior status. It was Basil, the magic circle wizard who refused to vouch for Ronan. I didn't expect him to be here too. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he was also here as a guarantor to take people to take the entry test, and he brought more than one person. Boy, you should be glad you were rejected. Binigo glanced in Basil's direction and smiled faintly. For a bloodsucker like them who specializes in recruiting new members, the price you have to pay for guaranteeing you once is much higher than what I have to pay. Huh? Ronan was stunned. They will also ask for benefits. What a stupid question. Binigo said faintly. Without sufficient benefits, how could a stranger who has never met you take the risk to guarantee you? If you find a bloodsucker to guarantee you, after entering the circle of law, at least 30% of all the rewards for tasks in the next 30 years must be handed over to them. Of course, there are also benefits to finding a bloodsucker. The bloodsucker has its own connections and means, which can make it easier for you to pass the entry test. After all, if the recommendation is successful, they can get another reward from the circle of law. 30% of the income from all tasks in 30 years? Exclamation mark. Ronan was shocked for a while, and then he was grateful. Fortunately, Basil looked down on him and rejected him. In comparison, he would rather work with a notorious person like Binig than be sucked blood for 30 years. At this time, Ronan heard Binig's voice again. This guy missed you. Obviously he is not a qualified bloodsucker with unique vision. Huh? I can still encounter such a thing. Can a bloodsucker also be defeated? Haha, this kind of wonderful plot is rare. Ronan subconsciously looked up, and he saw a young wizard with fire patterns on his face walking out of the small door leading to the official test site in a slightly embarrassed manner. The robe on his body was tattered, and he exuded a powerful mental power fluctuation belonging to a late-stage wizard of the first level, and his face was gloomy and ugly. As soon as he came out, he walked straight in the direction of Basil. Ronan couldn't help blinking, and for a moment he didn't understand what Binig said. Sir? The short man Gu-Wei whispered. That guy looks a little unfamiliar. Basil said him softly, staring at a middle-aged man in a silver robe not far away, smoking from a pipe. Whenever Basil's eyes swept across the magic ring logo on the left chest of the latter's magic robe, he couldn't help but be shocked. 3 rings. Where did the 3 rings come from? Exclamation mark. He knew all the 3 rings wizards of the 7th magic ring, but he had never seen the man in front of him. And he was a 3 rings wizard with only the late first level. Logically speaking, those who can obtain the status of a 3 ring should have the strength of a 2nd level wizard at least. Could it be that he is a genius with top talent from other magic rings, or the offspring of a noble big shot? But why would a 3-rings wizard from other magic rings come to the 7th magic ring to guarantee someone? Exclamation mark. The one he guaranteed was just an early first level. Huh? Exclamation mark. Basil noticed the inconspicuous little wizard beside him. Suddenly, he had some impression in his mind. He remembered that more than a month ago, he and Gu Wei were searching for a big fish, and this little wizard happened to be on their list. It seemed that he came from a low-level wizard force that was destroyed by the Key of Nifa. The other party also tried to ask him to be a guarantor. His naive look was really funny. Such a low-level little wizard with a mediocre background, strength and talent could actually ask a 3-ring to come forward to guarantee him. It really surprised and incredible him. My lord, the Fire Eagle is out. Gu Wei's voice pulled Basil back to his thoughts. He retracted his gaze and looked forward, only to see a young wizard with fire patterns on his face and a defiant look walking towards him quickly. Seeing the ugly expression on the other party's face, Basil's heart sank slightly, but he still asked about the situation. How is it? No use. Gao Kingian spat and said bitterly, I was given the things and my name was reported, but he just told me the selection criteria in 2 simple sentences. You have to persist for 1 minute to pass, and you can only be considered a core if you persist for 5 minutes. You also injected the frenzy potion into that first-level top Terra beast in front of me. Basil's face immediately darkened, and he read out a name in a low and cold voice. Tulpa. The Terra beast with the blood of the rare ancient rock giant is already difficult to deal with. I don't know where Tulpa found such a first-level top beast, and he injected it with frenzy potion in a crazy way. The Terra beast in this state is probably a headache for a second-level wizard. Persisting for 1 minute is considered passing, which clearly shows that there is no intention to let anyone pass smoothly. The late-stage first-level wizard Fire Eagle is the ace of Basil's group, aiming to become a core member. Tulpa raised the standard of core by 5 minutes. Even if he went up in person, he might not be able to do it. Tulpa Basil took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and whispered to himself, I'll take note of this. The examiner of the entry test changed, from Basil's old acquaintance to a wizard he didn't know. Basil tried to show goodwill to the other party, but he didn't expect to get even more aggressive targeting. Obviously, the other party's appetite is much bigger than he expected. Sir? Gu Wei said worriedly, 3 people have been blocked in this batch. There are still 2 left. Do you want to continue? Basil's eyes flickered, and he slowly replied, wait a minute, at least. We have to wait until the effect of the frenzy potion in the body of the Terra beast wears off. Go up and tell them to let others get better first. As he said that, Basil glanced at the wizard group next to them who were waiting for the test like them. Perhaps because he did not achieve the expected results and was in a bad mood, the young wizard Fire Eagle who came out in a mess before stared at the silver-gray figure who took over them to go to the test and cursed softly, You dare to come to participate in the test at the beginning of the first level? Don't die in there. Basil didn't say anything, and there was no emotion on his face. Go, kid, it's your turn. Binigo held a pipe in one hand and put the other hand behind his back, and greeted Ronan lightly. Ronan nodded and suddenly said, as a guarantor, shouldn't you share some of your experience with me before the test? For example, the specific content of the test. There is no fixed test item. It depends entirely on the preferences and mood of the examiner. It's basically a battle anyway. Binigo flicked the ash off his cigarette and said to Ronan meaningfully, but your luck today doesn't seem to be very good. The test may be more difficult than usual. I expected it when I entered the door. Ronan replied indifferently, but Binigo shook his head slightly with an expression of you don't understand. Ronan was too lazy to talk to him anymore, and followed the person in charge of leading the way and walked forward. When he was about to step into the small test door, Ronan suddenly heard Binigo calling him from behind. Hey, kid. I still don't know what your name is. Ronan paused slightly, and then strode in. Ronan. My name is Ronan Gamian. Ronan. Binigo watched Ronan's back disappearing into the small door, slowly exhaling a puff of white smoke, half of his festering face looming in the dissipating smoke, and his specific expression could not be seen clearly. You'd better not let me take this step in vain. The moment he stepped into the small door, Ronan was hit by a sudden slight dizziness. However, this dizziness came and went quickly, and it might take less than half a second for his consciousness to return to normal. When he came to his senses, he found that he seemed to have entered a secret space, similar to the corpse garden he had entered before. This secret space was wide and bright. He was now in a small white square, which was close to a tall and huge gray wall, and was covered by the light curtain of the rune array on 3 sides. After leaving the small square, the light immediately dimmed, and it was a gray wilderness with no visible edge. The wilderness was filled with thick fog, and the outline of a small hill could be vaguely seen. There were 2 people on the small square. A bald man with a sinister look and a black mole on the tip of his nose sat lazily on a huge black metal chair. A middle-aged male wizard with an ordinary appearance stood by his side. When Ronan appeared, the bald man on the metal chair just glanced at him lightly and then looked away, yawning and looking depressed. The middle-aged male wizard beside him stepped forward and shouted to Ronan, "Go straight ahead. If you retreat to the protection range of the rune array, you will fail. Now, the test officially begins." Ronan's eyes flickered, and he said nothing, and walked straight towards the outside of the square. Stepping out of the light curtain of the rune array and entering the black wilderness, a gloomy and oppressive feeling immediately hit him. As the examiner, the middle-aged male wizard asked Ronan to go straight ahead, and Ronan had no intention of disobeying, and walked forward slowly. The direction straight ahead was the location of the hill in the wilderness. The closer Ronan got, the more he felt the oppression and his heart became stronger. Moreover, he always felt that there was a pair of huge and invisible eyes above his head. Looking down from above, he coldly watched him move forward like an ant. Even the initial level 1 was sent in, and he didn't bring anything. After watching Ronan's back disappear in the dense fog of the wilderness, the middle-aged male wizard who had just announced the start of the test turned his head to look at the bald man on the black metal chair, and said in a cold tone, "Sir, it seems that Basil is very dissatisfied with us. Is this some kind of demonstration?" "Demonstration? Does he deserve it?" The bald man casually spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm with black metal residue on the ground, and said coldly, "You will stand in front of the rune array later, and let this initial level 1 waste he sent in be tortured a little, and it doesn't matter if he dies. If he sends someone in the future, I will cripple him." The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of cold and pale teeth. "Until he is willing to show his true sincerity." Chapter 87, Desperate Frozen Situation, The Realm of Despair. Roar. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, an ancient, suppressed, low roar mixed with a hint of tyranny and cruelty came from afar. The quiet atmosphere in the secret space was immediately broken, and a strong wind suddenly arose in the black wilderness. Large patches of fog were broken, just like a pool of suppressed dead water, and began to boil gradually. "My little baby is awake." The bald man slowly stood up from the metal chair, squinted his eyes and looked ahead, and whispered, "The last kid ran too fast this time. You can have a good time." The inexplicable feeling of depression in his heart and the feeling of being watched accumulated to a certain extreme. Ronan unconsciously stopped. Hoo-hoo! A series of strange and huge sounds came from the front, as if something was panting low and frequently, and the fog in the wilderness surged and spread around. The next second, roar! A hot wind with a fishy smell blew from the front, accompanied by a violent and suppressed roar and rolling sound waves. All the thick fog around was swept away in an instant. And behind the fog, the outline of the hazy hill not far away became completely clear. That was not a hill at all, but a terrifying beast lying on the ground. It was like a huge stone beetle, with a huge body made of hard rocks, and the surface was covered with dark brown and gray scales, and faint red light flashed between the cracks. The ridges on its back were like several continuous steep mountains. Each ridge was made of dark yellow crystals, and it was constantly releasing waves of energy, waves that shook the air. The 8 strong legs of the giant stone beetle were firmly inserted into the ground. Each leg was covered with rough lines like tree roots, and there were huge and sharp claws on the soles of its feet. Its broad and flat head with a pair of horn-like protrusions faced Ronan, and its 6 tiny deep red eyes stared at him closely. Its cracked mouth opened, revealing rows of stone teeth like swords. Ronan stared at the terrifying stone beetle beast in front of him in a daze, feeling the surging pressure like a tsunami falling on him wave after wave, blowing his robe violently. After a few seconds, Ronan came back to his senses from the shock, and without hesitation, he turned around and ran. He chanted a short spell, and his mental power flowed out like water. A flash of light flashed on the chest under his robe, and a large number of free ice energy particles in the air gathered together, forming a thin layer of frost-like armor that loomed around him. First level spell, Ice Armor. The energy fluctuations caused by releasing the spell seemed to completely anger the terrifying stone beetle beast, And it roared again and again, and suddenly chased after Ronan. Although it was as big as a hill, its speed was amazing. With every step, the ground in the black wilderness shook violently like an earthquake, and large pieces of soil and rocks were plowed out. Ronan's face tightened slightly. After releasing the ice armor, he immediately took out Laura's flight ring from his pocket and turned it quickly. An invisible force from bottom to top lifted Ronan's body up into the air, but before Ronan tried to distance himself, he heard the stone beetle behind him stomping its feet. Buzz! A deep yellow energy halo quickly passed over the ground in the wilderness. Ronan felt his body suddenly sink. His body, which was originally as light as a swallow, seemed to be carrying countless iron rings. It suddenly became clumsy and heavy, and even began to slowly fall down. Damn it! Ronan's face changed slightly. Gravity. No fly zone. The magic beasts that have entered the first level of strength have the ability to further mobilize the energy particles deposited in their bodies. They can release innate means similar to wizard spells. The stone beetle beast behind him was obviously the best among the first level magic beasts. Not only was it huge, but it also had the ability of the earth-based gravity spell, which could greatly restrict the use of first-level flying props, achieving an effect similar to no-fly zone. Boom! Ronan stomped his feet on the ground the moment he landed, and the whole person jumped up quickly. An extremely thick arthropod giant foot almost brushed his back and slammed into the place where he was standing before, like a knife stabbing butter, deeply inserted into the mud. Ronan's muscles and organs were like a powerful and precise instrument running at high speed. The extraordinary physique brought by the master level, austerity body forging, was fully activated, and his figure turned into a blurred gray shadow, and he shuttled through the terrifying huge force bombardment dangerously but easily. Frost howl. Ronan pointed out, and a large piece of wind and snow ice particles came into being, like a white fog covering the head of the stone beetle beast that was biting behind him. The ice and snow power that could easily tear apart ordinary first-level magic beasts hit the stone beetle beast, but only a series of crackling sounds of hail hitting hard stone slabs were heard. The stone beetle beast roared angrily, and rushed out of the whistling ice and snow in a few seconds. Frost. Spear. The sharp and thick ice crystal spear shot out, wrapped in rolling cold air, and large patches of white frost spread, pointing directly at the eyebrows of the stone beetle beast's flat head. The dark yellow crystal on the latter's back glowed, releasing a crystal wall-like energy to block the invasion of the rolling cold air, and its huge beetle body did not stop, and it rushed up bit by bit with the ice crystal spear. Ronan took a step back, and a slight energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him, and a small pit exploded at his feet. He suddenly looked back and found that he had unknowingly escaped to the starting small square. The rune array light curtain representing safety was dozens of meters behind him. Inside the light curtain, the bald man was half lying on the metal chair in a lazy posture, with a half smile on his face. The middle-aged male wizard beside him held a black sphere in his hand, which was like mercury. The earth pit that just exploded beside Ronan was obviously made by him. The middle-aged male wizard stared at Ronan coldly, and his eyes revealed an undisguised warning, as if telling him that if he retreated any further, he would have to face more than just the stone beetle beast. Ronan suddenly realized that he seemed to have been deprived of the qualification to give up the test voluntarily. He stopped where he was and saw the stone beetle beast in front of him with red eyes and a crazy look. It had already bitten the ice crystal spear and roared towards him. At this moment, Ronan calmed down. In fact, he had expected that the difficulty of this test would be a bit exaggerated, but he never thought it would be so outrageous. This is not prepared for a first-level wizard at all. It is not just a simple test. Is it because of Benigo again? Ronan pondered, and soon his eyes became relieved again. It doesn't matter. Since I have come this far. Ronan lowered his head and muttered to himself. The terrible fishy wind from the front blew up the white hair on his temples, and his silver-gray robe fluttered like a sail. The violent roar of the stone beetle beast came from far away, and the mountain-like shadow quickly covered Ronan. But he seemed not to notice it. He just raised his head slowly and spoke word by word. Then there is nothing that can stop me. At this moment, the bottom of his eyes bloomed with clear blue, as if piercing the large darkness in front of him like a sharp blade. Under the robe, his hands were clenched, and a point of extreme deep blue quickly bloomed. The frozen earth rune that had been anchored 3 times in the consciousness space flashed for the 4th time, and the ice ring on the chest automatically lit up. When the huge body of the stone beetle beast was completely close to Ronan, Ronan's cold voice also sounded. Desperate frozen land, despair area. In an instant, almost endless cold air burst out from the thin body of the young man. A vast expanse of snow white drowned all the colors in the black wilderness. The mysterious and terrifying aura surged violently, and deep blue streams of light bloomed, just like the veins of the permafrost glaciers that never melted for thousands of years, and the aurora lingering in the northern sky. Under the extreme beauty, there was a rapidly growing despair. Bang! In the small square, the huge black metal chair exploded and turned into a mass of flowing metal. The bald man who was originally lazily lying on the chair jumped up at this time, appearing like a ghost in front of the violently fluctuating rune array light curtain. Through the light curtain, he stared at the wilderness covered with pure snow white in front of him. The middle-aged male wizard beside him, the metal ball spell he had been holding in his hand, quietly collapsed without him noticing, and he stood there in a daze with a stunned expression. After an unknown amount of time, the white snow between the sky and the earth finally faded away. The moment they saw the scene clearly, the pupils of the two men also shrank fiercely, and huge shock and disbelief climbed onto their faces, and refused to dissipate for a long time. I saw that on the wilderness that had completely turned white. A huge ice sculpture comparable to a hill stood quietly. Inside the ice sculpture was a motionless stone beetle monster, and the whole body still maintained a ferocious appearance with its whiskers and claws spread out. A handsome young man in a silver-gray robe jumped down from the top of the ice sculpture. When the boy's feet touched the ground, large cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the huge ice sculpture behind him. The cracks became denser and denser, and finally, boom, it collapsed and collapsed, setting off rolling waves of ice and snow. How is this possible? A murmured voice sounded softly in the quiet and empty small square. Tap tap footsteps sounded. Everyone in the room subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the test. About 2 minutes. The young wizard Huoju, who had fire patterns on his cheeks, looked at the time and frowned. To be honest, it's a lot slower than I expected. But when he saw the figure coming out of the small test door, Huoju's frown immediately opened up, and he sneered. This kid probably didn't even walk out of the protection zone of the rune array, and just gave up and came out. The boy who walked out of the small test door was almost the same as when he entered before. The silver-gray robe on his body was as clean as new, without any damage or wrinkles, or even dirty or messy places. It really didn't look like it had just experienced a battle. The boy seemed to hear the mocking voice of the Fire Eagle and glanced at him lightly. The Fire Eagle looked back fearlessly. He had a great hope to impact the core, but because of the personal reasons of the guarantor, he only obtained the status of an official member. This made him already full of anger. He didn't dare to vent to Basil, the guarantor, so he could only pick a soft persimmon to squeeze. Okay, Fire Eagle. Basil spoke to stop the Fire Eagle's childish behavior, glanced at the boy in front of him lightly, and said, there is no need to waste your energy with some insignificant people. The Fire Eagle snorted coldly and said nothing. At this time, a figure quickly walked out of the test door. It was a middle-aged wizard with an ugly face and gloomy temperament. As soon as he appeared, his eyes fell on Basil, and then he announced word by word in a cold voice, today's test ends here. Go back and wait for specific notification of the time of the next test. Basil's face darkened when he heard it, and he was about to say something. Suddenly, the air in front of the test door began to distort, and it seemed that something terrible was about to rush out of the small door. Boom! The huge mental power that suddenly descended fiercely enveloped the entire room. Inside the test door, a figure quickly jumped out, and the countless black metals flowing around him flowed like semi-solidified oil. He was like a huge shadow that instantly blocked most of the light in the room. Basil, who was standing in the middle of the room, had not yet reacted when he felt the collar of his robe, and then his neck, being pinched tightly by a large hand like an iron clamp. Basil. The hideous face covered with the black lines was pressed tightly in front of Basil's eyes. The terrifying mental force field of a second-level wizard on his body directly pressed all the wizards around Basil who were waiting to be tested to kneel down. The bald man's eyes were full of anger and murderous intent, and his voice was as cold as the cold wind blowing in the winter season. You are really amazing, Basil. You can actually find such a genius, who can master such a powerful domain power at the beginning of the first level and directly kill the Terror Beast whose strength is close to the second-level threshold. Do you know how much effort and how much price I spent to get this Terror Beast? The bald man's rough and hard hands stroked Basil's face bit by bit, and nodded with a cold smile and said, you dare to play tricks on me, right? Then I will play with you and see who can beat whom in the end. After that, the bald man threw Basil's body away like throwing away a chick. Basil stumbled back a few steps. He was caught off guard and still hadn't recovered completely. However, his mind was buzzing with the words the bald man had just said, genius. Mastering the power of the domain at the initial stage of level 1. Killing a Terra monster with a strength close to level 2 in seconds. The person who made Tulpa so angry with him was. Basil's eyes moved and subconsciously locked onto a slender and handsome boy. Him? Exclamation mark. Boom. Basil seemed to be hit by countless electric currents, and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, he finally understood. The big fish that he couldn't find more than a month ago was actually hiding under his nose all along. The boy standing in front of the test gate looked at him calmly and coldly, just like when he silently watched him leave after his request for guarantee was rejected. Chapter 88, Cold and Warm, Almighty Magic Ring. Not only Basil, but also the people around Basil were stunned. Especially the young wizard Fire Eagle, who had specially found fault and mocked Ronan before, was like a duck with its neck pinched by someone, with its mouth open, for a long time without saying a word. No one knew the difficulty of this test better than him. The Terra giant beast with the blood of the ancient rock giant was injected with a berserker potion. Its cruelty and horror were simply beyond the imagination of those who had not faced it directly. But in less than 2 minutes, it was killed instantly? Exclamation mark. And it was just a first-level wizard? Exclamation mark. What the hell is the power of the domain? What kind of extraordinary power of the domain can allow a first-level wizard to cross 2 small realms and solve a terrible monster whose strength is infinitely close to the second level so cleanly? Exclamation mark. Fire Eagle's mind was in chaos. He was already thinking about how to find the other party to apologize for his ignorant and stupid provocation before. Tulpa grabbed Basil and vented his anger, then turned and walked back to where he came from. His eyes unconsciously fell on the handsome boy next to the test wicket. The veins on his bald head throbbed slightly. In addition to the lingering shock, there was also deep pain in his flesh. But his expression eased. His anger was only directed at Basil. As for the genius who caused his direct loss, of course he would try his best to make friends with him. Tulpa was about to walk up and say a few words to the boy, but found that the other party was slowly walking towards another person. When his eyes fell on that person, the powerful mental power that had just been restrained burst out of his body like a volcanic eruption. Binigo. Tulpa's cold voice echoed in the room. You dare to come out? That's not a problem you should worry about. Binigo knocked on the pipe in his hand, smiled and shook his head and said, You haven't changed at all, Tulpa. You are still as stupid as before. You. Tulpa's face twisted slightly and soon became indifferent. His eyes moved back and forth between Ronan and Binigo, as if he suddenly understood something. No wonder. Good, very good. Tulpa sneered. Binigo, I really hope to see you in there again with such confidence and fearlessness. After saying that, Tulpa turned and left. Binigo's smile faded, and he called out lightly, Did you forget to leave something behind? Tulpa paused for a moment, and soon threw a shiny object without looking back. Binigo caught it casually, without even looking at it, and threw it directly to Ronan. Ronan grabbed it, looked down, and found that it was a beautiful silver badge with a French ring pattern on it, and there was a small silver ring under the pattern. Core certificate, with this you can enter and exit the French ring freely. Binigo held his pipe and said casually, Come on, I'll take you in for a walk. Okay. Ronan followed closely, and the two quickly left the room, leaving only Basil and his group who were treated as punching bags for nothing. Basil watched Ronan and the other man leave, his chest rising and falling violently. He didn't regret anything, but he felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation, and the metal scratches on his left cheek were also slightly hot. But none of this mattered now. Basil took a deep breath, his eyes flickering quickly. Binigo. So he is Binigo. No wonder he has the identity of a 3-ring, but only has the strength of the late level 1. I almost forgot that there is such a person in the 7th ring. Basil slowly took out a communication stone from his storage waste bag and whispered to the stone, Remember Binigo? The genius who was expelled from the ring by others. He is back now, and he took the initiative to break the agreement with those people. Hasn't Travis been offering a reward for the nightmare tungsten steel? Tell him for me that Binigo has what he wants. Moreover, the timing now is really perfect. Binigo said that he would take Ronan to visit the real 7th ring. As a result, Ronan followed him into the area that was truly for the official members of the Circle of Magic, but this guy told Ronan to wander around first, and then left him to do his own thing. Ronan was speechless about Benigo's irresponsibility, but he really had no obligation to lead the way for him. The deal between the two was considered to be completed after Ronan obtained the qualification certificate of the official member of the Circle of Magic, and the only thing left was Ronan's part. Ronan stood in the empty square covered by the huge rune array light curtain, and right in front of him was the silver-white tower of the 7th Circle of Magic that seemed to be within reach. Under the tower, between various buildings, wizards who were official members of the Circle of Magic came and went. Fortunately, the robe Ronan was wearing was also silver-gray, which did not stand out among the silver robes. Ronan looked at everything in front of him, and his heart was filled with a faint sense of satisfaction and relief that he had finally achieved his wish, similar to the feeling when he was finally able to enter Hoddam College, but much stronger. Every step Ronan took was not easy. He seemed to be always ignored by the goddess of luck, but fortunately, every goal was finally achieved. Ronan casually opened his character panel and saw a line of eye-catching small words on the skill bar. Ice Ball spell Desperate Freeze, Master 3/1600. In the 3 days of preparation after the agreement with Benigo, he barely rushed this 0-level spell into the Master level. Ice Ball spell derived the extraordinary domain and transformed into Desperate Freeze Ball. Because of the low proficiency, the effect of the spell was not particularly outstanding, but after participating in the construction of the ice field of frozen oil as an anchor point, the power it showed far exceeded Ronan's expectations. Under the influence of the domain power of Desperate Freeze, the ice field directly transformed into the Desperate Field with a surging breath of despair. 3 first-order ice spells, a Master Level 0-order spell that derives the power of the extraordinary domain, 4 spell anchors, plus the Alice Ice Ring necklace that doubles the power of ice spells. The final lethal effect is what Ronan looked like when he killed the stone beetle beast in the test space. It directly surpassed all the spells in Ronan's hand and became the second trump card after Unsullied Body. Because of its terrifying growth potential, before finding a way to increase the proficiency of Unsullied Body, it is very likely to surpass Unsullied Body and become Ronan's first trump card in the future. In fact, it can be used in conjunction with Unsullied Body. There is probably no more powerful control spell within the first order than Despair Domain. Ronan's eyes were burning, and he quickly planned and imagined in his mind. Benigo's figure slowly hovered on the edge of a silver-white metal floating island. He put away the pipe in his hand, took out a small communication stone, and whispered something to his mouth. Soon, the light of the rune array covering the floating island fluctuated slightly, and a crack opened automatically. Just as Benigo was about to enter through the crack of the array, a figure came out to greet him. Brother Benny. The person who appeared was a young man with blonde hair and golden eyes. He exuded the powerful mental power fluctuations of a second-level wizard, and his appearance was as handsome as the sun god. His eyes were full of excitement. He opened his arms to Benigo from a distance and spoke incoherently. I can hardly believe it, it's you. You actually came back, Brother Benny. No. Long time no see. Benigo smiled when he saw the young man appear, and the two gently hugged each other in the air outside the floating island. Brother Benny, you. After the young man called Ronan let go of Benigo, he felt the fluctuation of his breath coming from him and frowned. Has your strength really regressed so much? You can't even keep the strength of level 2. Soul disease is like this. If you can't find a solution, you can only continue to decline. Benigo said lightly, but I have found it. It's great that you are back now. Benigo's words were interrupted by the excited words of the young man before he finished speaking. Brother Benny, you may not know. Recently, 2 Nirvana keys have been born. The relic space left by the ancient wizard force mirror court in our area finally has the opportunity to be fully opened. I have received accurate information that for this matter, several major ring masters will also wake up one after another. This is the best time for you to rise again. If you can find a magic potion to restore the soul injury in the mirror court, you can not only return to the peak, but also perhaps reach a higher position than before. Benigo's eyes were slightly touched by the young man's words, but he quickly regained his calm. He shook his head and said, No, actually I came here this time to ask you for a favor. What is it, Brother Benny? The young man replied seriously, because of our relationship, you don't have to be polite to me, as long as I can do it. It's nothing. Benigo took out a communication stone from his storage waste bag and handed it to the young man. I am going to leave the circle of law soon, but there is someone in the circle of law. I hope you can help me take care of him if you have the chance. You should know those people like Lanny. I don't want him to be targeted because of me. Benigo said coldly, and the young man nodded solemnly, but soon his face showed an expression of great regret and loss. Brother Benny, have you really decided to leave? Yes, no. Benigo spoke softly, hugged the young man again in the manner of a brother, and patted his back gently with his hand. Let's meet again if there is a chance. Please. The young man watched Benigo turn around and leave reluctantly until the other's figure completely disappeared from his sight. Then, the expression on his face gradually calmed down, even became indifferent. The genius who broke the record for the fastest promotion to the 3rd ring, the genius who was most likely to reach the top and be crowned with the 7th ring. The young man looked at the communication stone in his hand and whispered to himself, once he was so brilliant and unstoppable. How come he has now become a miserable dog without a home? The young man shook his head slightly, and the communication stone in his hand was crushed into powder bit by bit, and scattered in the air at will. Inheritance Hall. Ronan stood in front of a beautiful stone palace, hesitated for a moment, and was about to walk in. At this time, a voice sounded in his ears. You joined the magic circle, aren't you going to switch to the Earth Wizard? What do you mean? Ronan turned his head and saw Benigo standing not far away with a pipe in his mouth. This is the inheritance place of the elemental ring. The inheritance part of the elemental ring of the 7th ring is aimed at the amplification of earth magic. You didn't even understand this clearly, and you entered the 7th ring without knowing it. Benigo looked at Ronan with a slightly strange look. Ronan was silent for a while, and then replied, this is the first time I heard that in addition to the core, silverization, talisman and the inheritance of metal magic, the silver ring also has the inheritance of elemental ring. Do you think the last 2 words of the silver ring were added just for convenience? Benigo had a speechless expression on his face, took a puff of cigarette and explained, in fact, the ring was originally just called the ring, and the 2 words silver were added later. Ronan was stunned. The most powerful of the magic circles is the elemental magic circle, talisman inheritance corresponding to 7 different elements, but this inheritance has been divided into 7 parts, each of which is held by 7 ring masters. The power and effect of the split, elemental magic circle, single line inheritance is not as good as the later metal-based, silverization, talisman inheritance, so that metal-based wizards gradually become the mainstream in the magic circle, and silver has become a new signboard before the magic circle. You have a good talent in ice magic, and you even comprehended the magic domain early. If you don't consider switching to it in the future, the 4th magic circle is actually your best destination. Benigo said slowly. This is the first time Ronan has learned these secrets. Maybe they are not secrets, but he is simply blocked from information. What is the effect of the single line, elemental magic ring, talisman? Ronan asked. The effect of single line spells is doubled. Benigo said calmly, if all 7 inheritances are collected and combined into complete, almighty ring, talisman, the effect will be 7 times the effect of all line spells. Almighty ring. The effect of casting is increased 7 times? Exclamation mark. Ronan's mind was slightly shocked, and he almost blurted out, then why split the talisman? Obviously, you can have a more powerful inheritance. Because? Benigo looked into his eyes, exhaled a smoke ring, and said lightly, no one can withstand this 7-fold amplification of the effect. The huge energy particle flow is 7 times more than the normal state. No wizard's body can withstand this terrifying impact. Even the 7 ring masters who stepped out of the mist and reached out to touch the dawn can't do it. Before the spell was formed, they were annihilated and died first. Ronan was stunned. He never thought that it was because of this reason. So, who thinks that wizards only need to pursue the immortality of the soul? Your body is weak, and even a powerful inheritance is difficult to grasp. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Sinking is an Instinct, Youth is the First Sharp Weapon. Immaculate Body. Immaculate Body. Ronan once again felt an urgency to find the successor of austerity body forging. He was not ambitious about the powerful inheritance that Binigo mentioned, but felt that he could prepare for it anyway. At least he should not let this unique advantage that was different from other wizards be slowly buried by time. What are the conditions for turning the ring? Ronan thought for a while and asked Binigo. Binigo replied, it's very demanding, almost impossible. Especially when you have already shown outstanding talent in the test. Then forget it. Ronan accepted this fact very calmly. There is no such thing as perfection in the world. A month ago, he could not even expect that he would turn to ice. The effect of doubling the power of ice spells is indeed quite tempting, but he has Alice's ice ring necklace, so this symbol can only be regarded as icing on the cake at most. When he was promoted to the middle stage of the first level, he had planned to reserve the position for the silverization symbol to condense the second soul symbol. I'm mainly here for the inheritance of metal spells. Here you go. Binigo raised his hand and threw a rune stone to Ronan. Ronan caught it, and after his mental power penetrated into it, he was surprised to find that it contained a full set of first and second level metal spells, as well as the inheritance of the silverization rune. Although you have become the core now, it normally takes at least half a year to accumulate contributions to obtain these. Anyway, you will get them sooner or later. It doesn't violate the rules of the magic circle if I pass it to you now. Binigo said lightly. This is part of the transaction. Ronan looked at the rune stone in his hand, his eyes flashed, and he still said thank you to Binigo. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere else. Binigo called Ronan and walked in a random direction. The entire 7th magic circle is actually a circular area built around the 7th silver tower. There are many buildings under the silver tower. The more you go out, the more empty it is. You can imagine it as a cake tower that is constantly stacked in the middle. Binigo and Ronan are now walking around the edge of the cake. The silver-white giant tower in the middle is the ringmaster's retreat and resting place. The ringmaster's radiance covers the entire 7 rings. You can consider moving in later. The effect of meditation here will be slightly better than outside. Do you see the 10 gray towers around the giant tower? Binigo pointed to Ronan in a direction, and Ronan looked up in the direction he pointed. They were 10 wizard towers next to the silver-white tower. They were gray in color. There was a striking blue light ball on the top of each tower, but the size was different. The taller the tower, the brighter the light ball on the top, just like 10 beautiful lighthouses. That represents the 10 best meditation positions in the entire 7th ring. The innermost and highest one has a meditation effect 10 times that of a normal one. Only the 10 most powerful and talented wizards with a soul age of less than 100 years are qualified to live there. Binigo looked towards the gray lighthouse, with a faint reminiscence in his eyes. I once lived in the 6th tower, and it was indeed a very good time. Ronan glanced at Binigo and knew how the 3-ring mark on his robe came from. As for why he is only at the late stage of the first level now, it is probably because he has a bad temper and acts too arrogantly and was beaten to death. There is actually a limit to the soul age. For wizards who pursue the immortality of the soul, isn't age always just a number? Ronan said casually. Binigo turned his head to look at him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a calm but serious tone. This is what I am going to tell you next, the most important thing about the ring, Damien. Ronan was startled and waited for Binigo's next words. Do you know why we are the 7th ring? Because we are the weakest. Yes. Binigo nodded. Not only is the ranking of the rings based on strength, the seats of the 7 ringmasters are also ranked according to their respective strength. And the ranking is related to resources. We are the 7th ring, and the resources are the least among the 7 rings. For example, the wizard tower that enhances meditation effect that I just mentioned to you. The best one in our 7th ring is only 10 times the increase, but in other rings, the worst one may not only increase 10 times. This is the gap in resources. Binigo looked directly into Ronan's eyes and whispered, Damien, you want to survive well in the ring and want to gain a foothold here. The first thing you must learn is, fight. Fight. Ronan's eyes fluctuated slightly. Resources, inheritance, reputation, connections. Everything is worth fighting for. The qualification to live in the 10 meditation towers is just the most superficial thing. Binigo said coldly, the real top resources are in those secret spaces left over from the ancient times, but do you think just anyone is qualified to enter? The entrance quota for most secret realms is limited. If you don't fight for it, it won't fall on your head. Wizards of the same level are often separated step by step in this way. The more powerful the wizard force, the more it will encourage internal competition, because there is also competition between forces, and there are also resources and living spaces that can only be obtained by fighting. If you are not strong enough, you will be overtaken, swallowed up, and banned by other forces. Do you know the saying of the multi-ring continent? Binigo suddenly asked. Ronan was startled, thought for a moment and answered, 9-ring continent. More or less, no one knows how many layers this world is divided into. Binigo said calmly, but it is an indisputable fact that free energy particles have been sinking continuously. The density of energy particles determines the richness of resources. The lower the land, the more resources there are, and the smoother the path to promotion. Every wizard should have the desire to go down continuously. The ancient wizard forces that once existed on this continent and were glorious for a time, except for those that were buried by the long river of time, the rest have almost moved to the lower layers. If you want to go higher in the future, then make sinking an instinct. So, Ronan couldn't help but frown and interrupted Binigo. What does this have to do with the age of the soul? He could understand the concept of competition emphasized by Binigo. Isn't it the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest? He has always been like this. It's just that what he fought hard for before was not resources, but most of the time, it was for the meager life of how to survive as a weak person. In response to Ronan's question, Binigo replied calmly, Soul Age is your ticket to participate in the sinking competition. Huh? Ronan blinked, not understanding. Young souls are full of vitality and are more suitable for fighting for the circle of magic. Most importantly, only souls who are young enough can enter the entrances of many ancient secret realms. Because the speed of time in most secret realms is often different from that in the outside world. The older, the more chaotic. At the edge of the entrances to these secret realms, a large number of time energy particles are accumulated. They develop into a mysterious power, usually called the curse of time. The curse of time likes to entangle wizards with a decaying ore in their souls. They are like hungry and greedy snakes. In a blink of an eye, they may eat up a wizard with a short lifespan. Even if you are powerful, you will be affected. Only the aura of youth can drive away them and withstand the curse. So the circle of magic has always favored those young and talented wizards, and resources are basically tilted in this direction. The soul age of 100 years is a dividing line. The same second-level wizard, with a soul age of more than 100 years and a soul age of less than 100 years, will be treated very differently. Binigo stopped, and the pipe in his hand melted like mercury, and finally turned into a black dagger in his hand. Youth is your first sharp sword, Damien. He looked at the dagger in his hand and said softly, make good use of it. When it's time to fight, you should fight. Never retreat or be soft-hearted. Otherwise, there may never be such an opportunity again in the future. Ronan remained silent. After a moment, he turned over an ordinary black wooden box in his hand and threw it to Binigo. Here you go. The holy blood tree seed you asked for. But the wooden box was just thrown out, and it returned to Ronan's hand the next second. Ronan looked at Binigo in surprise. Give it to me in 3 days. I will leave the circle of magic in 3 days. You come with the seeds and infuse the rune array on the ice coffin with ice energy for the last time. Whether the seeds can survive or not, I will return them to you in the future. Of course, if you don't trust me. Binigo looked at Ronan and said calmly, you can also regret it. Ronan's eyes flickered. Why didn't you tell me that you were leaving after you got the seeds? Binigo didn't answer, but turned his head away, and then threw a message stone to Ronan. I have offended many people in the circle of magic before. If you ask me to be a guarantor, it will be easy for them to be labeled as my accomplice. You may be forced to get into some trouble in the future. You keep this message stone. If necessary, you can ask the owner of another message stone for help, and he will definitely help you. Ronan looked at the message stone in his hand, and there was a constant flow of light in his eyes. When he raised his head again, he found that Binigo's figure had disappeared in front of him. 3 days. In the room of the Blueberry Inn, Ronan sat on the soft leather sofa, playing with a small wooden box containing the seeds of the holy blood tree, but his eyes were always on the things on the coffee table in front of him. A rune stone that recorded all the first and second level metal spells and a silverization, soul seal, and an ordinary communication stone with only a communication seal on it. These were the 2 things that Binigo gave him. Ronan checked them all, and the inheritance should be fine, but the communication stone can't sense the other party's seal at all. Ronan frowned slightly. Is Binigo deliberately trying to trick me at the critical moment, or is it because he was fooled by someone else? The latter possibility should be higher. So far, Ronan has taken advantage of the deal between him and Binigo. In addition to charging the rune array on Binigo's ice coffin once, such a small effort, he almost didn't pay anything. Perhaps because of Binigo's reputation, he may have been involved in some unknown troubles, but this was his own choice, and he knew it in advance. Between the three choices of enduring for 30 years, being sucked blood by Bezel, and possibly offending some people because of Binigo, he finally chose the last one. The smartest and most sensible choice at this time is to collect the seeds, move into the magic circle, and make a good cut with Binigo as soon as possible, Ronan thought casually in his heart. Soon, he put the small wooden box in his hand back into the storage waste bag, and calmly picked up the rune stone in front of him that recorded the inheritance of metal magic. How about we wait until sunset? Binigo sat on the mossy stone steps, picked up the pipe in his hand and knocked it on the edge of the steps, turned his head and whispered to the long wooden box standing beside him. In front of him was a desolate and dilapidated courtyard, a dry and collapsed pool, a gray wall covered with dead vines, and a sun that had already set halfway to the west. In fact, I had a chance to get the seeds and leave immediately. Binigo put the cigarette holder into his mouth and took a puff out of habit, but no smoke came out. He never smoked in front of Fiona, because Fiona would cough violently as long as she smelled the slightest smell of tobacco. He even gave me the seeds, but I didn't want them. The speed of soul decay is getting faster and faster, my strength is weakening every day, and my mental strength is waving goodbye to me when I meditate. I'm worried. I won't be able to hold on until the day when I can return the things to him. Binigo muttered to himself while holding his pipe. He turned his head to look at the long wooden box beside him and whispered, I may have thrown away your only hope of resurrection with my own hands. Will you blame me? Fiona. The long wooden box stood quietly, silent, but Binigo seemed to have gotten the response he wanted. He reached out to touch the texture on the wooden box, and even the festering wound on his left cheek seemed to become gentle. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. I'm coming. Binigo's eyes lit up and he stood up from the steps. But soon his face changed again, and he quickly put the long wooden box beside him into his storage waste bag. It turns out that this is not the person we are waiting for, Fiona. A hint of hostility flashed across Binigo's heroic face. He bit his pipe and his robe fluttered slightly. He leaned down and began to run slowly towards the place where the footsteps came from. His footsteps were very light, like the most clever cat stepping on a soft carpet, without making a single sound, and the breath of his whole body was also restrained. Dense black spots appeared on the surface of Binigo's skin exposed to the air, and the black spots gathered into black lines, like the lines of some runes. Binigo's footsteps became faster and faster, and the hostility and coldness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Finally, he approached the place where the footsteps came from, almost separated from it by a wall. Binigo silently made a strong slashing motion towards the opposite side of the gray wall. As he made this move, all the black lines on his body came alive, flowing down his skin and quickly condensing into a huge and ferocious hiltless heavy sword. As the heavy sword swung out in sync with Binigo's movements, the entire sword body quietly faded from pure black to silver white, and mysterious auras intertwined and gushed out from the sword body. Where the heavy sword fell, the air was squeezed and collapsed, the light was distorted, and finally, bang! The heavy sword slashed fiercely, the air exploded, and the gray brick courtyard wall where it was slashed silently turned into the purest powder. It seemed that someone outside the wall groaned, something was pierced fiercely, and then it was bounced out without a sound. Harry! Several powerful mental fluctuations suddenly erupted outside the courtyard wall. Someone cried out in shock and anger, and there was a sound of rapid incantation. Boom! The next second, a terrifying energy particle storm erupted, and the entire outer wall of the huge courtyard collapsed. Smoke and dust rose, and a strong light burst out from the dust. Binigo's eyes were still cold. He didn't know when he had turned back to pure black and flew back to him. Just as he was about to slash at the light and dust again, Binigo's face suddenly turned pale and he coughed violently as if he was injured. The handleless heavy sword instantly disintegrated into countless black spots and melted back into the surface of his body. The aura emanating from his body also quickly weakened. Binigo quickly retreated, and at the same time, like swiping ink stains, he threw dozens of densely packed black metal balls forward. The energy particles in the metal ball collided violently, and after being submerged in the smoke and dust, they suddenly exploded, producing a terrible explosion aftermath, which spread out, forming heat waves and strong winds, almost flattening the surrounding soil and vegetation. Chapter 90, Binigo, why didn't you tell me that we had guests to entertain today? Binigo retreated to the mossy stone steps at the door of the house. At the same time as the explosion occurred, he kicked his feet and rushed to the other side of the courtyard. The trajectory he tried to escape formed a nearly right angle of 90 degrees with several figures that were about to walk out of the smoke and dust, which was a perfect trend of avoidance. However, Binigo was blocked by an invisible air wall when he was about to rush out of the courtyard. Bang! Binigo was shocked by the aftermath of the air wall and took 2 steps back. His brows furrowed, but before he was ready to try to break the invisible air wall in front of him, he saw a large number of rune streamers falling down above his head. The twisted rune streamers were like countless colorful tadpoles, shaking their tails and flying down like a waterfall. In just a breath of time, the original invisible air wall had already taken on a state similar to a crystal structure. The entire courtyard was tightly covered by an inverted bowl-shaped crystal wall, airtight, and the outside scene could not be seen. The surface of the crystal wall was vaguely floating with dense and luminous rune patterns. Da-da-da, the sound of footsteps approaching came from the gate of the courtyard. In the billowing smoke and dust, the outlines of several figures slowly emerged. The same silver robes, glowing protective energy shields, and the same young and cold faces inside the shields. Originally, Lord Travis meant to have a good talk with you first, as long as you cooperate and hand over the nightmare tungsten steel. The leader among the several people had slender fingers, a well-proportioned body, and a noble and arrogant temperament. He put down his right hand that was used to cover his mouth and nose, and with disgust on his face, he raised an airflow to blow away the non-existent dust in front of him. A pair of rare agate eyes fell coldly on Binig, and he made a cold voice. But now, I think it's no longer necessary. As he spoke, he released his own mental power fluctuations. The powerful mental force field almost twisted the surrounding air into block-shaped condensation traces. This is a sign that a true first-level wizard is about to step into the second level, and the liquid mental power is about to condense and transform into a crystal. The strength of the people behind the young man was almost the same. Except for a young man who was supported by his companions, his face was pale and he was frantically pouring healing potions into his mouth. The rest seemed to be only slightly inferior to him. Binigo narrowed his eyes and looked at this group of rising stars. He took a deep breath and then exhaled a long white smoke ring. The next second, the pipe he had been holding in his mouth flew out like a bird, pierced the smoke ring, and in an instant, it flew in front of several people and exploded. Tyr, the agate-eyed young man in the lead, had raised his hand and made a virtual scratching motion in front of him the moment the pipe was fired. His fingertips scratched the air, making a sound like steel being torn, and a burning red line of fire appeared out of thin air. The temperature of this line of fire was much higher than the average magic flame, as if it was generated by the burning of metal. The power of the black pipe explosion was completely blocked by the line of fire, and the red fire waves rolled out from the line of fire even counteract, like a twisted monster, spraying hot breath and rushing down towards Binigo. Boom! The surging fire waves were split by an invisible force, and Binigo, who was only wearing a simple white shirt with a flower collar, appeared behind the fire waves. His body was straight, and the invisible aura around him spread out. The black handleless heavy sword that almost killed one of the several people in one fell swoop appeared again, suspended above his head, domineering and grim. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the festering wound on Binigo's left cheek that looked like metal rust. With a calm expression, he looked like a wounded and aging lion king. Although his injured body had festered and maggots grew, he could still see the majestic style of the former overlord when he stood up. "You don't use burning steel like this," Binigo said lightly, and then raised his right hand and made an almost identical movement to that of the agate-eyed young man. In an instant, the black hiltless heavy sword above his head disappeared, but the agate-eyed young man in front of him changed his expression slightly and subconsciously raised his hands. Bang! Crack! Crack! A huge red metal round shield appeared in front of the young man, making a sound of breaking under the heavy weight, and the black hiltless heavy sword flashed and returned to Binigo's side. The broken and melted metal fell down, revealing the young man's slightly ugly face. "Do it!" the young man shouted, and the people behind him immediately moved, and the rapid chanting of spells sounded in the field. Binigo took a step forward without any fluctuation on his face, and the whole person appeared in front of the few people like a ghost. Swish, he made a vertical chopping movement, and the black hiltless heavy sword slashed from mid-air, raising a pressing wind pressure. The young man with agate eyes moved his mouth quickly, and rune patterns lit up on both sides of his cheeks. He raised his hands in the air, and a black and red shadow jumped out from under his robe, forming an exaggerated black axe directly in front of him. The axe was burning with blazing flames, and the axe blade was transparent red, as if it had just been taken out of a blacksmith's furnace. The flaming axe collided with a handleless heavy sword without any fancy moves. Bang! There was a dull sound of blunt weapons colliding, and the energy particles compressed to the extreme at the collision point turned into invisible ripples and spread out in all directions. Binigo groaned, and his majestic body seemed to tremble slightly, but soon stabilized. He almost didn't stop. At the moment when the black handleless heavy sword was knocked away by the flaming axe, he had already stepped on the white waves of the collision and made a move to lift the sword forward. The black handleless heavy sword turned the sword body very smoothly and slashed out faintly. The moment it was slashed, the entire long sword quietly turned into pure silver-white color. Countless mysterious and terrifying auras intertwined on the sword, the light was distorted, and the air along the way was cut layer by layer, as if nothing could withstand its sharp edge. La domain. The young man in front of the handleless heavy sword was moved, and he subconsciously stepped back. His hands kept moving, and the burning flaming axe flew back with a whistling sound. At the same time, two figures walked out from both sides behind him, one on the left and the other on the right. A large amount of silver metal liquid like mercury gushed out of one of them, and swam quickly along the ground towards Binigo's position. Several glowing objects flew out from under the robe of the other person. They were all activated high-level magic tools. Flames, storms, lightning, jumped out one after another. A spherical yellow crystal ball flew into the air, emitting bright yellow beams of light, which fell on the ground and plowed deep marks, and continued to move forward. The silver heavy sword wrapped in the power of the domain fiercely cut into the red axe blade of the flaming axe, and continued to move forward unstoppably, breaking through the firewall in storm, tearing up the lightning, and slashing forward unswervingly. It was not until it was covered by the yellow crystal ball that the sword body began to tremble slightly, and it seemed to become much stiffer all of a sudden. His domain is collapsing and shrinking. He is dying. The agate eyes of the leading young man lit up, and a grim look flashed across his face. The flaming axe that was originally resisting the silver heavy sword suddenly exploded. The explosion produced a dazzling bright light, and the aftermath of the terrifying energy swept everything. A muffled groan sounded in the chaos, and a bright yellow beam pierced a bright light of the flame, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, and finally all the movement subsided. Papa, the leading young man, gently smoothed the slight wrinkles of the robe, brushed off the non-existent dust, straightened the collar, and then walked slowly on the broken and macy ground. He had the elegance and composure of a natural aristocrat, and his agate eyes shone with a cold and noble light like gemstones. "My name is Lynch." He walked in front of Binigo, leaned down, and whispered, "Remember." He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to pat Binigo's cheek, but after seeing the large festering area on Binigo's left cheek, he quickly retracted his hand with disgust. At this time, Binigo's chest was obviously collapsed, and the flowered bow tie on his white shirt had been completely dyed red by the blood oozing from underneath. His limbs, waist, abdomen, and neck were all tightly wrapped in a silver liquid metal, as if he was entangled by countless silver pythons. Under the silver, there was occasionally a slight sound of clothes or muscles being torn. Binig was like an old wolf that had just been pulled out of a trap, covered in wounds and tied up with the strongest thorns. The hunters around him approached him coldly one after another, and he only had the strength to breathe. Several young men surrounded Binig. A round-faced young wizard manipulated the silver liquid metal, and another had 4 magical tools suspended around his body, emitting bright lights one after another. "Harry!" the leading young man suddenly shouted, and a pale-faced young man came up weakly. "Did he hurt you just now?" The young man had a strange silver-white dagger in his hand. The dagger had the light of runes floating on it. The blade of the dagger was thorn-shaped, and it was covered with small curved hooks. He handed the silver-white dagger to the weak young man named Harry, and said lightly, "Then you will dig out the nightmare tungsten steel from his body." The weak young man took the dagger without any hesitation, and a strong rage flashed in his eyes when he saw Binigo staring at him coldly. He walked up to Binigo, raised the dagger, and quickly put it down, then quickly took out a bottle of potion from the storage waste bag, and carefully sprinkled a certain grey powder on the dagger. Pain potion can amplify the pain 50 to 100 times. The young man named Harry showed a twisted and ferocious look on his face, and said to Binigo, "It's really a bargain for you. I originally prepared this for another bastard." After that, he directly stabbed Binigo's neck with a knife. Humph! Binigo trembled violently, and many blue veins quickly protruded on his neck and cheeks. Sweat soaked his hair and clothes almost instantly. Strangely, there was no trace of blood flowing out of the part where he was stabbed by the silver-white dagger. After the silver-white dagger pierced into Binig's body, the runes on the dagger immediately lit up, and then the young wizard Harry held the dagger handle with both hands and pulled it upwards with a happy expression. During this process, the skin and flesh under Binig's neck were pulled up by the fine hooks on the dagger, but what really made him feel painful was that some black metal substances that were almost connected to his flesh and blood, as dense as plant roots, were also being forcibly pulled out of his body at this time. Forcibly stripping off the metal spell medium of a metal wizard is like forcibly pulling out the blood vessels and tendons in a person's body. And because of the effect of the pain potion, this pain was magnified dozens of times at this moment, and it was impossible to imagine what kind of pain that was that would make people collapse. Binig's body went from trembling to twitching, and then to numbness, and large pieces of black metal substances like spider webs were pulled out of his body bit by bit. Harry, holding the dagger tightly in both hands, had a slight blush on his cheeks because of the great pleasure brought by revenge. The young man Lineage urged coldly, "Hurry up. Master Travis is waiting for us. Right away." Harry laughed breathlessly, raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead caused by excitement and effort, and was ready to pull out the dagger completely in one go. And at this moment, a crisp sound, as if something was breaking, suddenly sounded in the field. Harry's hand stopped moving, and several people looked up at the same time, looking around with vigilance. What sound? It seems that someone is outside attacking our rune array. The young man surrounded by magic tools took out a prismatic crystal and spoke quickly. Everyone could clearly see that the crystal was flashing light quickly, and there seemed to be faint cracks on the surface of the crystal. Who would come here at this time? This is a second-level rune array. The young man with the magic tool said quickly with an ugly face, but before he finished speaking, crack, the sound of shattering sounded again, this time louder and clearer. Everyone found the direction where the sound came from, which was the location of the courtyard gate directly opposite them. A long crack slowly emerged on the thick, beautiful crystal wall with countless rune lights attached. And a clear crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal that served as the control center of the magic array. Everyone's expression was slightly moved, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. "Harry, hurry up." The leading young man Lineage was the first to react, and with a sinister look in his eyes, he was about to reach out to snatch the dagger in the hands of the wizard Harry. Just when his palm was about to touch the handle of the silver-white dagger, crack, bang, boom, the central crystal in the hands of the young man with the magic tool exploded directly. In the huge explosion, it seemed that something was completely shattered. Before the young men could react, their figures were completely submerged by the vast snow. The rolling cold filled the entire space, the deep blue aurora covered the sky, and a trace of despair was spreading wildly. When the violent cold current gradually subsided, the dilapidated courtyard of Binigo had completely turned into a scene of ice and snow. Everything was covered with ice and snow, and the temperature was so low that it seemed to freeze the blood in the human body. In this glacier and snow, Lineage and others, who looked extremely ugly, saw through the violently shaking and trembling protective energy shield outside their bodies. At the main gate of the courtyard, under the rolling cold, a tall boy walked slowly with an ice spear in his hand. The flying white hair blended into the same color as the ice and snow, and the cold wind blew up his robe, which fluttered slightly like a cloak. On his handsome face, a pair of eyes were extremely bright, as blue as the stars in the winter night sky washed by snow. The young man walked in step by step in the snow, his eyes passed through the figures of Lineage and others, and fell directly on Binigo, who was almost dying, and said softly, "Binigo, why didn't you tell me that you had guests to entertain today?" Chapter 91, Demonic Tungsten Steel. Is this the sword you used to have? Idiot. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. The sudden appearance of the young wizard shocked the young wizards. Lineage, the leader, was the first to react. He urged Harry, who was in a daze, with a gloomy face, to make arrangements quickly. You two stay here. You, hold him off with me. The burning flaming axe appeared again. Lynch narrowed his eyes and stared at the boy in front of him, and slowly said, "No, we need to kill him." Almost at the moment when Lynch finished speaking, the flaming axe suspended above his head was whistling and slashing towards the boy. The surging flames on the axe came into contact with the surrounding icy airflow, stimulating a large amount of white air, forming a rolling white tide that swept forward. However, the next second, the surging white tide suddenly stopped and turned into countless ice particles again, which instantly floated in the air. The handsome boy holding the ice spear casually pushed aside the ice particles like a crystal bead curtain. Wherever he walked, the cold air dissipated and the heat wave receded. Lin Ke watched the flames on the flaming axe he had thrown out become weaker and weaker. The axe blade, which was originally red and transparent, was immersed in ice water, and its luster quickly dimmed. In this air, it seemed as if all the flame energy particles were ruthlessly driven away. Only the ice energy particles were reveling, worshipping their king from the extremely cold country. The hostility on Lin Ke's face solidified, and his eyes revealed a deep shock, shaking violently like the flames on burning steel that were about to go out. Inexplicably, a trace of despair arose from the bottom of his heart, and he suddenly lost the figure of the young man in front of him. The next moment, the energy shield outside his body suddenly broke silently, and the ice crystal spears with countless mysterious auras and flowing with dark blue flames rapidly enlarged in the agate pupils. Lin Ke, who was shrouded in murderous intent, felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. The whole person was completely entangled by layers of despair-like tentacles, and he could hardly have any resistance. There was only one thought surging and rolling in his mind. Who on earth is this monster? Ronan, who was in the despair domain, was the source of cold and despair. Once he got close to his opponent, the physical and mental impact on him would surge to several times that of other positions in the domain, reaching an extreme. With a blessing of charge weapon, breaking power, Ronan easily tore open the protective shield and mental force field of the level 1 wizard in front of him. At the moment when the ice crystal spear was about to pierce the opponent's head, Ronan quietly stopped the momentum, and after a little thought, he turned the ice crystal spear in his hand and swept across the opponent's cheek with his spear body. With a muffled sound of facial bones breaking, the level 1 wizard in the late metal system was thrown sideways like a sandbag. Next, Ronan's white hair was flying, his body was wrapped in wind and snow, and he was holding an ice spear. It was completely impossible to tell which one was colder at this moment, him or the ice and snow around him. When his eyes calmly turned to another round-faced wizard beside him, the latter subconsciously stepped back, and several magic tools floating around him began to glow rapidly. Ronan thrust out the ice spear in his hand, and the deep blue aurora cold current gushing out from the tip of the spear penetrated the air and hid a ring-shaped magic tool. The strong cold air that was instantly generated directly froze the magic tool, whose surface had begun to light up with rune light, into a block of ice. The round-faced wizard frantically urged the remaining magic tools at hand with a horrified expression, and a ball of blazing flames and bright blue plasma appeared in the air in front of him almost at the same time. However, before these two first-level spells flew towards the target, Ronan's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. The aura of the despair domain enveloped them at a close distance, and the two spells that were ready to be launched withered at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The flames and plasma balls quickly shrank, and then they were gently punctured one by one like fragile balloons under the ice crystal spears interwoven with the power of breaking the law, tearing and disintegrating. When the tip of Ronan's spear, which was spewing out the message of ice, was quietly aimed at the round-faced wizard's eyebrows, the round-faced wizard, who was still holding a dark yellow crystal ball in his hand, saw that Ronan's eyes were full of shock and horror, and he kept repeating the words, "This is impossible. How is this possible?" Pa. A figure covered with frost flew out of the white courtyard and landed heavily on the dilapidated long street covered with ice debris. There were 3 similar unconscious figures on the ground of the long street. Ronan silently retracted his gaze, holding 4 storage waste bags in one hand, and slowly closed the half-rusted iron door with the other hand. Turning around, the last glow of the setting sun sprinkled on a small courtyard covered with ice and snow, reflecting countless shining crystals. The desolation and dilapidation of the courtyard in the past were covered up, and at this moment it seemed a bit beautiful. Binigo sat in this beautiful crystal, silently inhaling and exhaling smoke. Ronan walked up slowly, took out a small black wooden box containing the seeds of the holy blood tree, and threw it out. The wooden box drew a perfect arc under the afterglow of the setting sun, and was then caught steadily by Binigo. You were right not to kill them. Binigo looked at the wooden box in his hand, stroked the lines on the surface of the wooden box with his fingers, and whispered, "The circle of magic encourages internal competition, but does not allow internal consumption. No one can bear the punishment of killing their comrades. So this is why you have been alive until now." Ronan had a blank expression. If I had known this earlier, I should have left the seeds at the door and turned around and left, or I would come in after they had finished with you. To be honest, Ronan had already regretted it. He came to Binigo simply to fulfill his promise to lend him the seeds of the holy blood tree. After arriving, he saw the sudden appearance of the rune array and realized that Binigo in the array was in crisis. He was also entangled for a long time before finally choosing to take action. Perhaps it was because he wanted to repay Binigo for the part that he gave him outside the transaction? Or was it because of the no one answering message runestone? Ronan himself didn't know. But he really regretted it now. The price of his impulsiveness was that he completely gave up the opportunity to escape from the quagmire. The storage waste bag that Ronan took from the 4 wizards who were knocked unconscious by him was a little consolation for himself. Anyway, he had already offended them, so it didn't matter if he offended them more. Ronan felt a little choked up in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent this anger, because it was all his own fault. However, this depressed breath soon dissipated. This is a piece of black metal that is about the size of a human head and has a cold and hard appearance. It was quietly placed in front of Ronan. "What are you doing?" Ronan's expression was surprised and unexpected. Just a few seconds ago, he saw with his own eyes that this thing flowed out of Binigo's body like oil, and then crawled directly to his feet. As a newly initiated metal wizard, he knew very well what this piece of metal meant. In the inheritance of metal magic, many spells need to rely on media to exert their powerful power, so almost every metal wizard will carry a piece of special metal with him as a medium for casting spells. In fact, the medium of magic is quite important in the inheritance of many magic systems. For example, plant wizards usually need to carry a large number of plant seeds with them, and undead wizards need to keep various flesh and blood corpses and bones. The black metal in front of Ronan is undoubtedly the medium of Binigo's magic. Without this metal, Binigo's strength will be reduced by at least 2/3, or even more. And the wizards who had troubled Binigo before also came for this piece of metal, which is enough to prove the power and preciousness of this metal medium. Now it seems that Binigo intends to give this thing to him? Exclamation mark. It's not easy to make a smart person like you do something stupid. I'm even a little flattered. Binigo took the pipe and slowly stood up from the steps. His clothes were completely soaked with blood and sweat. There was a shocking and hideous wound at the base of his neck, and the ulcer on his left cheek seemed to have become more serious. But there was no sign of injury or inhuman pain in his eyes. Just consider it as extra compensation for you. Ronan frowned slightly, and was very excited when he saw the black metal under his feet. In the past 3 days, he has successfully practiced a core spell of the metal system, Activate Metal, and he is just lacking a suitable metal medium. The original plan was to go to the magic tool store and pick up a piece to use first. But let's not talk about whether the magic stones he has now are enough to buy a piece of the cheapest alchemical metal. The common metal in the magic tool store is definitely not comparable to Binigo's metal, which even the second-level wizards of the magic circle are fighting for. Okay, no need to hesitate. Seeing Ronan's hesitation, Binigo said calmly, I never have the habit of taking back what I give away. And he paused, then continued, although the demonic nightmare tungsten steel is precious, it is also a very rare spell medium for a second-level metal wizard, and its properties in all aspects are excellent. But its shortcomings are also obvious. The energy it carries will cause strong corrosive damage to the body. Once your soul strength is not enough to suppress this backlash. Binigo reached out and touched his left cheek, which was festering like metal rust, and whispered, you will end up like me. To be honest, I don't know if it's a good thing for you to give it to you now. Is it because of the continuous erosion of dark energy particles? Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his hand slightly to take the piece of black metal on the ground into his hand. Even if Binigo didn't say it, he had already felt the peculiarity of this piece of metal. It turned out to be a very rare dark material, which has been emitting strong dark energy particles. Under the sunlight, it can be clearly observed that the metal surface is actually emitting a trace of black gas like smoke and fog, which is the dark energy that is almost condensed into substance. However, Ronan feels that this side effect of the nightmare tungsten steel may not be a big problem for him. Because of the stainless body, there is a huge ball of light condensed by vitality in his body, which can repair the hidden injuries in the body in real time and expel all kinds of free energy particles that attempt to cause damage to the body. The mental power in Ronan's mind quietly surged out. With the casting of the activate metal spell, the black metal block in his hand was slightly suspended, and then melted into liquid again, flowing like a ball of black mercury. "Benigo, is this your former sword?" Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the black ball in his hand in the sunset. Gradually, the black began to extend upwards, growing rapidly like a plant. Finally, it grew into a dark, heavy, and gorgeous one-handed long sword, quietly floating in Ronan's palm. In the sunlight, the long sword was surrounded by a faint black smoke, which seemed to contain some strange magic. Looking at it for a long time, it seemed to absorb people's eyes and souls. "In the future, it will become more glorious in my hands." Ronan looked at the long sword in his hand, muttered, and slowly grasped the hilt with his slender and well-proportioned 5 fingers, feeling the slight chill of the metal. Since Benigo had said so much, he had no reason to refuse or be hypocritical. Just as Benigo said, this was a kind of compensation for the risk he took this time. Because whether he was willing or not, they would be tied to each other more tightly after today. "Let's talk somewhere else. I guess we can't stay here anymore." Seeing Ronan put away the nightmare tungsten steel, Benigo's face eased. After looking around, he asked him to leave together. Ronan did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The two walked out of the courtyard together. When passing the long street at the entrance, Ronan saw 4 wizards lying on the ground and couldn't help asking, "Which old enemy of yours sent these guys?" Benigo shook his head and denied, "Not an old rival. It's a person I don't know, named Travis. He's probably a rising star in the magic circle in recent years." A figure slowly walked over on the dilapidated and desolate long street. This is a very young man. He has a thin face, pale skin, and slender and beautiful fingers. His long black hair is meticulously combed, and he wears black diamond earrings on both earlobes. He is wearing an exquisite and beautiful silver robe with 3 silver rings on the left chest of the robe. Although there is a glow floating on the robe all the time, the man gives people an inexplicable dark and deep temperament. He is like a shadow that can swallow light. When he appears at the end of the long street, the whole long street becomes darker and more gloomy because of him. The young man soon walked to the location of number 131 Tongling Street, which was almost completely razed to the ground. 4 unconscious figures were lying in the street outside the door. Inside, it was a messy battlefield of magic, with traces of frost and ice everywhere. The young man's gaze lingered on the bodies of the 4 follower wizards on the street. There was a lot of coldness flowing in his eyes, but his face did not show any expression from beginning to end. The man went into the courtyard again and took a brief look. After walking out, he had a communication stone in his hand. The man spoke calmly to the communication stone. "I'm Travis. Please contact Lanny for me and say, I have something that everyone is interested in, and I hope to sit down and have a good talk with him. It's about Benigo and his descendants." Chapter 92, A Resonance of the Law Domain, The Legend of the Blood Wizard. Ronan and Benigo left the Ring of Law City and entered the vast primeval forest. They walked along the west side of the forest for about half an hour before turning into a quiet valley. In the valley, there was a small waterfall hanging from the top of the cliff, splashing water mist everywhere. Ronan saw Benigo, who was leading the way, flash into the back of the waterfall and disappeared in a blink of an eye. When he followed him, he only saw a bare stone wall. There was a faint wave of energy particles coming from behind the stone wall. Ronan tried to reach out his hand, but he saw that the rough, hard, mossy rock wall actually melted like water, and then there was a strong suction from behind the stone wall. He stumbled into the stone wall. Secret space. When Ronan's eyes were bright again, a brand new world appeared in front of him. How could he not know that he had entered a secret space? It was just like the corpse garden he had entered before, the test space when he took the entrance test of the Ring of Law. Benigo brought him into a small secret space. Oh no, it should only be considered a miniature one. The size of the secret space in front of him was probably not even as big as a toilet in the corpse garden. Ronan estimated that the entire secret space was only about 1,000 square meters. Half of the place was cultivated into nursery and a potion garden, But there were only a few dozen half-dead potions planted sparsely. 1/3 of the remaining half was transformed into a spell training ground, and 1/3 looked like a laboratory. Ronan saw a potion table, a rune table, an enchantment table, and a dissection table. There was even a blacksmith forge and a huge translucent alchemy tank. The corners of the test field were filled with various rune wastes, potion residues and warcraft corpses, and the stench was overwhelming. The last third was considered the living area, with some simple metal furniture and a large number of books. When the ruins of the Nianjing courtyard first appeared, a large amount of space materials and space magic props flowed out of it. I used a small space energy orb to open up this secret space, but because it has not been properly maintained for a long time, this place is about to collapse. Binigo walked to the living area like a master, first took out a long wooden box containing the ice coffin from the storage waste bag, carefully checked it, and then took off the blood-stained white shirt on his body and began to use potions to heal himself. Ronan heard Binigo's introduction and saw some rune magic patterns on the edge of the space. Some places had obvious signs of repairs, and there were also pieces of blurry air like frosted glass. Ronan often saw a similar phenomena when he violently opened other people's storage waste bags. It was a sign that the space energy was becoming unstable. In short, this miniature secret space is like an old house that has been in disrepair for a long time. Not only the wall skin has fallen off, but even the water pipes and lines in the wall are exposed, giving people a sense of tattered. It fits Binigo's current desolate appearance. Mirror Court. Ronan was chewing on another word mentioned by Binigo. He naturally thought of the broken mirror magic tool he got when he was an apprentice in Hoddam. Mirror Court is an ancient wizard force that once existed in our area. It is famous for its mirror magic and space magic inheritance, and it is extremely powerful. Binigo was bare-chested, revealing a body full of scars and strong muscles. He walked towards Ronan with 2 silver wine glasses. Later, it was what I told you, down instinct, all the wizards in the Mirror Court left. You should understand. Ronan nodded and took the silver cup handed over by Binigo. The cup was filled with a purple-red liquid with a faint aroma of fruit wine. He held it in his hand but did not drink it. Ronan's eyes swept across the potion garden and a number of experimental tables, forges, and alchemy pots in the distance, and he said casually, I didn't expect you to have such a wide range of secondary occupations. Binigo took a sip of the wine in the cup in his hand and said calmly, when you find that you can no longer hold the sword, you have to try to pick up something else. Ronan was deeply touched by Binigo's words and looked up at him. To be honest, he has always been curious about what happened to Binigo, especially about how he, as a 3-ring genius, fell into such a situation. The new and old scars on his body seemed to be silently telling these stories. As if seeing the doubt in Ronan's eyes, Binigo said lightly, it's just soul decay. It can't stop the decline of strength, but he won't die in a short time. Let's talk about you. Binigo put down the wine glass, casually put on a clean new shirt and sat down in front of Ronan. In his hand was the wooden box containing the seeds of the holy blood tree that Ronan had given him earlier. I don't know much about that kid named Travis. But he has a group of followers in the late stage of level 1, so he is probably a genius of at least 3 rings. He is so interested in the nightmare tungsten steel, so he should be a wizard who practices metal magic and dark magic. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but ask, what does the 3 rings represent? Also, does the magic circle allow wizards to practice dark magic? The ring level is a symbol of strength and talent. The only way to upgrade the ring level is contribution points, which are the tasks placed in the task hall in the magic circle. The higher the ring level, the higher your status in the magic circle, and the more resources you can own and control. Binigo whispered, every wizard in the magic circle strives to improve the ring level. As for the dark magic you mentioned, this is normal for the magic circle. After all, elemental spells are also one of the core inheritances of the magic circle. In fact, in the beginning, metal spells were only sought by the high-level magic circles to cooperate with elemental spells and improve the power of elemental spells to assist inheritance, but now it has become dominated by metal spells. Metal spells rely on certain mediums with elemental characteristics, and when combined with the secondary elemental spells, they can often exert several times or even higher power than normal single cultivation metal spells. This is also the reason why the magic circle does not care which magic the wizards who are absorbed have previously practiced, or whether they have already condensed the soul seal. Because after entering the magic circle, You don't need to completely abandon the skills you have practiced before, Ronan suddenly realized, and he remembered the magic circle wizards he had defeated before. The young wizard who was the leader of them had cast a fire metal spell that left a deep impression on him. I see that in addition to the extraordinary power of the domain of law that you have comprehended in the main ice magic, you seem to have mastered another kind of extraordinary power of the domain of law. Binigo looked at Ronan with a bit of strangeness in his eyes. Ronan nodded, and he couldn't hide this point. When he fought with several magic circle wizards before, he had used the power of breaking law in front of Binigo. You are very talented in magic, and you seem to have mastered a unique shortcut. Binigo said, but this may not be a good thing. Usually, the more extraordinary domains you comprehend, the more difficult it is to reach a domain resonance. A domain resonance. Ronan blinked and blurted out, what is this? As a former three-ring genius, it is not strange for Binigo to comprehend the domain, and it is obvious that he has gone much further on this road than Ronan. Although Ronan now has the power of 3 extraordinary domains, his understanding of the extraordinary domain is still in a state of half-understanding. Binigo explained, there is not much difference in the grade of domain. But there is a clear boundary in the degree of mastery of the domain by a wizard. A resonance is the first watershed. For a wizard who reaches a resonance, the power of the domain mastered by himself will undergo further transformation in both power and form. Binigo said, raising his hand and extending his palm to Ronan. A small ball of black metal emerged from his palm. It was his only remaining nightmare tungsten steel, which was only enough to condense a pipe. Of course, what Binigo condensed at this moment was not a pipe, but a very small handleless heavy sword. There was a trace of mysterious breath flowing out, intertwining and entwining the blade of the heavy sword. When Binigo's heavy sword in his palm tried to aim at Ronan, Ronan felt that he was firmly locked by an extremely sharp breath. It seemed that his head would be split in the next second by this sharp breath, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Ronan's face showed a moving expression. He clearly sensed that although Binigo's domain was small and ridiculous in scope and volume, the unstoppable momentum contained in it, as if any obstacles could be cut off with a sword, was 10 times purer and more powerful than the desperate freeze, breaking power, and particle torrent that he mastered. This is the effect of a domain resonance. Binigo said softly. Ronan's eyes revealed a bit of urgency, and he asked, how to achieve it? First of all, you must truly understand the nature of the extraordinary power of the domain of law that you possess. Binigo put away the domain of law and the heavy sword, and said lightly, the derivation of the domain of law comes from your deep understanding of a certain spell. But this understanding only brings you one step closer to the essence of the spell than ordinary wizards. It is still vague to you, it just reveals a little outline and fur to you. You have to try to keep getting closer to it, and push away the fog that covers it until you really touch its surface. Ronan looked stunned. He felt that he understood something, but not very clearly. Binigo shook his head and said, you are only at the beginning of the first level now, your soul power is not strong enough, and some things are still too difficult for you. Take it step by step, and remember one thing, don't just use the power of the domain as a tool. It represents the deep resonance between your heart, your soul and the spell. The resonance between my heart, soul and spell. Ronan chewed on the words Binigo mentioned repeatedly, and his eyes kept showing a thoughtful light. He suddenly felt that standing on the side of Binigo was not a bad thing. As a genius who was once a 3-ring genius, he could be a lantern guide on his own wizard path for a long time. If he didn't choose to take action today, he might not know about these things about the extraordinary domain for a long time. At this time, Binigo spoke again, at least Travis, who is at the 3rd ring, must be a 2nd-level wizard, and should be much stronger than an ordinary 2nd-level wizard. But you don't need to worry too much, you are only at the 1st ring now, no matter how much he wants to get the nightmare tungsten steel, he can't attack you directly. But you need to be careful, they may try to defeat, disable or tame you in other ways. They. Ronan frowned and said, what other ways are they? Binigo didn't elaborate, but said lightly, you will know later. After the discussion about Ronan, Binigo opened the wooden box in his hand and took out the seed of the holy blood tree. I will stay here for the next period of time and try to make this seed germinate. But I lack resources and need your help. Ronan pursed his lips and asked, are you not going to leave? Binigo shook his head, the nightmare tungsten steel was given to you, and my original plan has been completely broken. I can't leave, and I don't want to leave. Okay. Ronan remembered that when he made the deal with Benigo, he was responsible for all the resources, but now he still had to do it himself. Perhaps seeing that Ronan was a little upset, Benigo said, "I don't mean to let you take on all the responsibilities. I have the ability to support myself, but it's not convenient. Forging, alchemy, medicine, enchantment, rune engraving. I know all these methods. I just need a middleman to exchange the output for the required resources. If you need anything yourself, I can also help you. I admit that the survival of the holy blood tree is very important to me, but once the seeds sprout, the holy blood tree has the ability to purify blood, which is also very beneficial to you. I don't know if you have heard of those naturally powerful blood wizards." Benigo's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. "If the holy blood tree survives, you may also be among them one day." "Blood wizard," Ronan murmured in a low voice, and Benigo's words seemed to open a corner of a more magnificent and beautiful ancient page in front of him, which instantly brought him infinite reverie. But after a few seconds, Ronan came to his senses. "Isn't this just a lie?" Exclamation mark. He almost became a beast without realizing it. "Let me see your secondary occupation level first." Ronan stood up, put the silver cup in his hand on the metal table in front of him, and said to Benigo, "Help me refine a few rare mental power enhancement potions that are not available on the market. Tell me what you need with a communication stone." After that, Ronan left 2 communication rune stones in front of Benigo. One was used to contact him, and the other was given to him by Benigo. Then he turned around and walked towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. Benigo watched Ronan leave, and when Ronan's figure completely disappeared, his eyes fell on the things Ronan left behind. Benigo recognized the communication stone he had left for Ronan at a glance. His eyes flashed slightly, and he reached out to pick up the communication stone. A moment later, Benigo's soft sighing voice rang out in the empty and silent secret space. "No. The crushed powder of the communication stone fell to the ground through Benigo's fingers. The breeze blew it away completely. Chapter 93, Enlightenment, The Right Path, Sibir's Mithril Transformation. At the Blueberry Inn, Ronan was alone in the small training room, with a cup of mint tea that had just been brewed and was still steaming. A resonance of the domain. He was thinking about the points that Benigo had mentioned to him today, and the one that he valued most was naturally the content about the extraordinary domain. The domain of the mind, soul, and spell. He pondered these words over and over again, thinking about it, and opened his character panel. He singled out several spells that had already comprehended the power of the domain. Skills: Energy Missile, Particle Flood, Master 132/1600, Charged Weapon, Power of Breaking the Law, Master 141/1600, Ice Ball, Desperate Freeze, Master 27/1600. Benigo obviously didn't know that Ronan had not 2, but 3 extraordinary domain powers at hand. In addition to Power of Breaking the Law and Desperate Freeze, there was also Particle Flood. Ronan's eyes moved back and forth between these 3 master-level skills that derived the extraordinary domain. After the proficiency breaks through the master level by 100 points, the improvement of each proficiency point becomes extremely difficult and slow. Ronan didn't think there was any problem before, but today, after being pointed out by Benigo, he suddenly realized that this difficulty might be related to the fact that he had been practicing blindly, relying purely on the accumulation of insights brought by the panel during practice to improve, and never thought about thinking and understanding. Benigo said that the power of the extraordinary domain is not just a tool, but also a manifestation of the wizard's heart and soul. It touches on some very deep things that Ronan has always ignored. The core of the domain that Benigo masters is the unstoppable momentum. Then what are the cores of the 3 extraordinary domains that I master? Ronan grabbed the engraving knife used for rune engraving at hand, and directly used the desktop of the laboratory table as paper, and gently engraved on the desktop. Particle Torrent. The core is the majestic, crushing, unstoppable momentum like a torrent passing through. Ronan carved the word torrent on the table, thinking, energy particles run like a torrent, torrent. What is the torrent like in reality? Ronan closed his eyes and tried to recall the torrent scenes he had seen in his 2 lives. The first thing that came to mind was the scene of the Mother River overflowing when he was traveling in his previous life. The specific picture was already very blurry, but the scene in front of him was turbid. Thousands of horses were silent, the world was silent, and the mighty momentum that seemed to be able to overthrow and flatten everything left a deep impression on Ronan. That was the first time he felt the magnificent power of nature so vividly. The power of an individual was so faint and insignificant in front of this great power. In fact, from a certain perspective, energy particles are also the power of nature. No matter how powerful a wizard is, what can he count for compared to the sky and the earth? Perhaps they can accomplish the feat of moving mountains and filing the sea, but it is also the result of leveraging the power of nature with their own strength. Gradually, Ronan felt that he seemed to have grasped something. The mother river burst its banks, and the scene of the particle torrent being performed kept appearing alternately in his mind, and he even found some common points, with a tendency to gradually overlap. When Ronan broke free from his memories, his mind was still immersed in that slightly subtle understanding. He felt that he had a different understanding of particle torrent than before. Subconsciously glancing at the character panel, Ronan almost stood up from the table. Energy missile, particle torrent, Master 137, 1600, in just a short while, without even casting a spell, just imagining, the proficiency increased by 5 points. Ronan was shocked. Old Class is a capable person. What he said is true. This method actually works. The change in the data on the panel explained everything. At this moment, Ronan felt as if he had opened up a new world. Oh no, it was a feeling of finally embarking on the right path. He continued to sort out the core essence of the remaining 2 skills. The core of the domain of breaking power is very simple, which is disintegration. Disintegrate the formation of energy particles and disrupt their original order. But the picture of disintegration is really hard to imagine. Ronan racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't find any experience or picture that could match this core. The concept of disintegration is indeed a bit abstract. If you want to understand it deeply, you may have to observe the specific details and process of the spell casting to understand it. Simply put, you have to find a few targets to let Ronan carefully experience the changes in all aspects when breaking power takes effect. This cannot be achieved for the time being, so Ronan jumped directly to the 3rd domain of desperate frozen. The core of the domain of desperate frozen is the easiest to capture. The domain of despair derived from the frozen earth. Rune has long explained everything. Ronan doesn't need to have too many experiences about despair. From small things like not bringing a pen to an exam, not bringing toilet paper, and suddenly finding that you can't find your ticket when you enter the high-speed train station, to big things like being manipulated by Angel, being hunted by Laura, and being forced to the brink of death. Ronan sat at the table with his eyes closed, and his mind kept recalling various scenes related to despair. Gradually, his whole aura changed a little. A trace of oppressive, deadly, and sad despair slowly emanated from his body. This aura became stronger and stronger, and finally even floated out of the training room and filled the entire room outside. As this aura poured in, the air in the room seemed to stop flowing in an instant, and the sunlight shining in from the window faded its original luster, becoming lifeless and without warmth. The few small flowers in the vase used as decoration on the table gradually looked like they were withering and dying. Finally, Ronan opened his eyes. Only by being in despair can you bring greater despair to your opponent, Ronan murmured, and then stretched out his hand to rub his eyebrows and temples, trying to get rid of the gloomy, oppressive, and desperate emotions in his mind. That's enough, let's stop here today. If I keep thinking about it, I might go crazy. Ronan felt like there was a stone in his heart, heavy and uncomfortable. He checked his panel and saw that his master level proficiency after ice hockey, desperate freeze, had increased by a full 20 points in one breath. If he relied purely on spellcasting practice, it would take at least half a month. Ronan picked up the mint black tea that had already cooled down and drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips and felt that the tea, affected by his own despair, had become extremely bitter and unpalatable. He got up and walked to the room outside, opened the window, and took a long break before he finally got rid of the oppressive and uncomfortable atmosphere of despair. I found the right way. Ronan, who had returned to normal and calm, reached out to pick up the completely withered and dead flowers in the vase, with a constant flash of light in his eyes. The understanding and comprehension of the core truth of the domain of law, combined with the fragmentary comprehension of the panel, will help me accumulate master-level skill proficiency. Next, I will usher in an unprecedented period of rapid growth. A period of domain of lore resonance. It's really exciting. Ronan didn't know whether this so-called period of domain of lore resonance corresponded to a realm above the master-level proficiency. But no matter which level it was, it seemed a bit far away for him before. Now the way and speed of the proficiency growth made him feel hopeful. Knock knock knock, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Alita's voice came from outside the door. Lord Ronan, your dinner. Come in. The door opened, and Alita came in with a dining cart. After entering the room, Alita's expression changed significantly. After setting the meal for Ronan, she asked carefully, Lord, do you need to clean your room again? It seems that she was also affected by the despair in the air. Ordinary people who come into contact with it without understanding it often regard this smell as the smell of something corrupt and rotten. Ronan shook his head and asked Alita to leave. He enjoyed dinner alone, and took out the nightmare tungsten steel given by Binigo and the storage waste bags he got from several wizards under Travis, and checked them one by one. The nightmare tungsten steel affected by the activate metal spell was like flowing oil attached to Ronan's arm. Although it was only a preliminary fusion, Ronan could already feel the erosion of the dark energy particles in the nightmare tungsten steel on his body. At present, this level of erosion is still within Ronan's tolerance range. The vitality light ball in his body can repair the damage caused by the erosion at any time. Ronan controlled the nightmare tungsten steel to transform into a knife and fork in his hand. Without using any spells and physical strength, the nightmare tungsten steel cut the original silver knife and fork and the dinner plate in front of Ronan into any shape as easily as cutting tofu. In terms of the sharpness and hardness of the metal, the nightmare tungsten steel given by Binigo has already reached Ronan's requirements for melee weapons. After using the silverization talisman for amplification, these two aspects can be greatly enhanced. The core silverization talisman of the silver magic ring is called Shebeart's Mithril Transformation. The effect is to add a spell amplification effect of rune mithril on the basis of the original characteristics of the metal medium. It can be understood as a kind of additional enchantment, which is also the foundation of the powerful inheritance of the silver magic ring's metal system spells. When you reach the middle stage of level 1, the increased soul power is almost enough to condense the second talisman. Ronan's current strength progress is still at 24% of the first level wizard, and he is only a few bottles of potions away from the middle stage of the first level wizard. I hope Binigo is not bragging to me, Ronan thought, and started to open the storage waste bags of the 4 magic ring wizards. The mental strength of these 4 people is far beyond Ronan, but under Ronan's choice of brute force cracking method, they were opened one by one smoothly. The final harvest is as follows. 532 high-level magic stones. 11 first-level magic tools. There were a lot of first-level potions and materials. A few useless wizard books. Personal items and sundries. There were also 3 fist-sized pieces of special metal, which should be used to supplement the loss of metal spell media. Normally, every time a metal wizard casts a spell, the metal used as the spell medium will be more or less lost. The same was true for the nightmare tungsten steel in Ronan's hand. However, he only planned to use the nightmare tungsten steel as a melee weapon, so the loss would be much less than that of ordinary metal wizards. The big piece that Binigo gave him was enough for him to use for a long time. He was now using the nightmare tungsten steel to condense a handy one-handed longsword, and there was still a lot of nightmare tungsten steel. With a bunch of things in front of him, Ronan's wealth reached an unprecedented height. If all these things were replaced with magic stones, Ronan felt that he could easily exceed the number of 1,000 high-level magic stones. I should have to worry about my personal cultivation resources in the short term, but I don't know how many resources the Holy Blood Tree needs to invest. Don't let it be a bottomless pit. Ronan thought, put away his things, and entered his daily meditation practice after dinner. In the following days, Ronan's life entered another peaceful and regular state. He received the robes and permanent residence certificate as a core member in the Magic Ring, but he still stayed in the Blueberry Inn. The next day, Binigo sent him the ancient formula for refining the mental power enhancement potion he requested, as well as the required potion materials, and some of the various materials needed to awaken the first stage of the Holy Blood Tree seeds. Ronan made a lot of purchases outside the Seven Rings City, and spent nearly 200 high-level magic stones to barely get it together. He kept wondering whether he was cheated by Binigo. Fortunately, 2 days later, Binigo smoothly configured the several mental power enhancement potions he needed, and Ronan felt a little better. A month later. Vast forest. Thick ice and snow covered the entire area within a radius of nearly 1 mile. The terrible cold almost destroyed all colors except dark blue and snow white. Emerald green and vitality were isolated from white, and a strong sense of despair filled the entire space. In this desperate and solemn situation, a slender and upright figure was suspended in the air. The silver robe emitted a little glow under the crystal-refracted sunlight, and the hem fluttered slightly with the wind and snow. The boy with dark chestnut short hair was surrounded by countless mysterious and profound auras, and his eyes showed a clear blue like the sky. He seemed to be a beautiful figure carefully carved out of crystal-clear ice, but he was the real source of the endless cold and despair in this world. Under the boy's feet, there were densely packed with huge black wasp corpses, and in front of him, there were nearly 10 super-large wasps as big as calves. The wings of these wasps are broad and transparent. Every time they flap, they can draw clear transparent ripples in the air. Their bodies are light blue and well-proportioned. Their eyes are shining with emerald green light, which gives them an inexplicable majestic temperament. Amid the buzzing sound of the wings of the 10 warcraft wasps, streams of light green wind blades appeared in the air, shooting out at the same time without any order, making a series of dense and sharp air-breaking sounds, and shooting directly towards the position of the silver-robed boy. The boy's right hand hidden under the robe suddenly raised, and a thick ice-like armor appeared in the air, followed by a deep black flowing metal, which formed an umbrella-like shape in front of him. Crackle! Countless wind blades hit the ice shield, and it took less than half a breath to penetrate and break the ice layer, and then fell on the black metal shield, making a series of crisp sounds like rain hitting ice. The field of despair explodes. When the sound of the strike was halfway through, a surge of cold air suddenly emanated from the boy's body. The deep blue cold current was like the veins of glaciers and frozen soil, and the aurora in the northern sky swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. The 10 wasp monsters froze abruptly under the sweep of this cold current, and their bodies were covered with a thick layer of frost, except for their 2 eyes, which still had a slight flash of light. The boy raised his hand, and the umbrella-shaped black metal in front of him suddenly retracted, and then the azure in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and waves of more terrifying mysterious aura emerged from his body, and in an instant, a magnificent torrent field formed at his fingertips. Particle Torrent. Chapter 94 Promotion, Mission. Hundreds of pure black particles were quietly generated, and each particle was surrounded by an invisible force of absorption, distortion, and collapse. When all these forces gathered together, they formed an indescribable and terrible force of destruction and crushing, which was mighty and irresistible. The sunlight falling from the sky was distorted when it shot through this invisible field, and the black torrent instantly submerged 10 giant wasps whose bodies were temporarily frozen. When the torrent passed, there was only a completely cleared space in front of the boy, and all the wasp monsters that had fought with him before had disappeared without a trace. Ronan's figure slowly fell from midair, and the 2 domains of law that intertwined around him dissipated. He raised his hand and threw out a piece of black. A large group of nightmare tungsten steel flew into the sky, and then split into dozens of daggers of the same size, aiming at the dead wasp bodies on the snow and cutting them quickly. This is a first-level magical beast, the Greenthorn Hurricane Bee. Its individual strength is not very strong. Normal Greenthorn Hurricane Bees reach their peak when they grow to the primary level of the first level. They have a single means of attack and obvious weaknesses. Ordinary first-level wizards can easily deal with them. However, Greenthorn Hurricane Bees are social magical beasts. They basically do not act alone. Provoking one is equivalent to provoking a group. In addition, spells can easily resonate between individuals, releasing large-scale collective lethal spells, achieving a certain effect of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Therefore, even a wizard in the late stage of the first level would not dare to easily attract the hatred of this thing, and would avoid it if he encountered it in the wild. The nest of Greenthorn Hurricane Bees is located in a small valley 5 kilometers away. The number of the tribe is unknown. Ronan only dares to lead a small group out each time. In order to ensure that it does not call more companions to come, he always emphasizes quick battles and quick decisions, and resolves the battle as quickly and neatly as possible. The dagger transformed from the nightmare tungsten steel quickly cut open the bodies of all the Greenthorn Hurricane Bees on the ground. The honey sacs hidden in their abdomens had long been frozen into light blue crystals in the cold environment, and each piece was only about the size of a thumb. Ronan patiently collected these frozen honey blocks one by one, and took some relatively valuable bee wings and stingers before he stopped completely. This time, a first-level intermediate hurricane bee close to first-level advanced elite has left the hive. It is estimated that there are not many hurricane bees left in the hive, and the final goal is not far away. Ronan looked at the beautiful green beeswax blocks in his hand and thought secretly. The reason why he provoked this group of green thorn hurricane bees was that the formula for watering the seeds of the holy blood tree developed by Benigo required the honey of the green thorn hurricane bee queen. With his current strength and all his means, it should not be a big problem to deal with the second-level green thorn hurricane bee queen. The main trouble is the guard bee colony that stays by the queen bee all the time. Now, these troubles are almost solved. During this month, Ronan had been almost exclusively engaged in the work of pruning the guard bee colonies, and he also considered it as a practice of spell training. He called up his character panel, and the panel information was now as follows: Name, Ronan Damien, Age, 17, Talents, no attribute affinity, immaculate body, active, strength, level 1 formal wizard, 39%, skills, basic meditation, clear realm, master 191, 1600, energy missile, particle torrent, master 226, 1600, charged weapon, spell breaking force, master 154, 1600, ice ball, desperate freeze, master 166, 1600. Thanks to the support of Benigo's potion, Ronan's mental strength grew smoothly, and had reached 39% of the progress of a level 1 formal wizard, equivalent to the mid-level of level 1. Ronan's total mental power also increased by about 3 to 4 times. If his mental power was only as big as a drop of water when he was promoted, it can now be regarded as a small water ball. Of course, the biggest improvement is in spells. Particle Torrent rushed to the master level with more than 200 points of proficiency, and the proficiency of Desperate Freeze also came from behind and even surpassed spell-breaking power. The torrent domain of Particle Torrent is several times stronger than before when I had more than 100 proficiency points, both in terms of range and power. I went to the spell training room once in private. I didn't use my full strength, but I almost broke the first level spell test wall. The range of the despair domain has also doubled, and the icy air in the domain is more abundant. Of course, the most important thing is that the despair that permeates the domain is much stronger than before. Pure cold air can only freeze the opponent's body, but despair. Ronan looked at his white and slender hands, which seemed to be somewhat transparent against the background of ice and snow, and whispered to himself, but it can make people's hearts fall into the icy abyss. Those who are not determined will just give up resistance and sit on the ground waiting to die. Ronan has already tested this on many green thorn hurricane bees. Just now, when dealing with a group of green thorn hurricane bees, he didn't even use 1/3 of his strength. He was just practicing spells. After understanding the core truth of the domain and embarking on the right path of perception, the master level proficiency will increase very quickly. However, the explosive growth period of Particle Torrent seems to have passed. Ronan looked thoughtful. In recent days, he found that the growth rate of Particle Torrent proficiency began to slow down again. It returned to the original state where it could only be improved by practicing again and again to accumulate panel perception. In fact, Ronan knew the reason very well. It was because the memories and understandings of the big and small torrents in his mind had been emptied out. The accumulation in the past had been turned into proficiency reflected on the current panel. If I could see those real torrents, waterfalls, etc. with my own eyes, I might get more inspiration. Ronan suddenly thought of what Benigo mentioned to him, that the truly powerful wizard forces would eventually migrate downwards. In addition to the denser the energy particles and the more resources you have as you go down, the more energy particles are distributed, and the greater the possibility of various strange landscapes, the more magnificent and beautiful, and incredible. This is also a great help to the comprehension and practice of the domain. So, the instincts and desire of those powerful wizards to pursue the sinking is also related to the practice of the law domain. Ronan didn't know, maybe. Particle Torrent entered the plateau period, and the improvement of Desperate Freeze was quite smooth. The proficiency has been rising. If it keeps this speed, it feels that it will become the skill with the highest proficiency in a short time. However, even though the proficiency of Particle Torrent and Desperate Freeze has increased a lot, Ronan still has no clue about a resonance of the law domain. This realm seems to be very far away from him, and he doesn't know when he can touch it. After sorting out a harvest, Ronan walked out of the snow domain. It's time to take a few tasks in the law circle. In this month, Ronan has hardly returned to the low circle. In addition to the identity of a core member of the Law Circle and changing into the standard robes of the Law Circle, he is still practicing alone in the forest, which is no different from the state before entering the Law Circle. It seems that there is no follow-up to the incident in the Binigo courtyard where he taught the 4 Law Circle wizards a lesson a month ago. At first, Ronan thought that the other party might send people to attack outside the Circle of Law, so he was extremely cautious every time he entered and exited the Circle of Law, fearing that he would be followed and attacked. But after a month, no accidents happened, as if the other party had completely forgotten about him. There was a sense of calm before the storm. It is impossible to forget. I can't swallow such a big loss, let alone a genius of the 3rd ring level. Ronan believed that the guy named Travis he offended was either waiting for an opportunity or secretly holding back. The Circle of Law strictly prohibits internal consumption and killing among members. After so many years, Binigo is still alive and well, proving that this rule is indeed an iron rule that no one dares to violate. Binigo once said that Travis would most likely take other ways to defeat him, cripple him, or tame him. I really want to see what other way can completely defeat me, cripple me, or even surrender me. Ronan looked calm, with a light flashing in his blue eyes. Although Binigo's fate was in front of him, Ronan was not afraid. Because the biggest difference between his current situation and Binigo's was that he was still only a 1 ring. 3 rings like Travis could not attack him directly, and he was still under the protection of certain rules. Now his mental power has been promoted to the middle stage of the 1st level. Although his soul power has not reached the standard to condense the silverization rune, the proficiency of the 2 trump card spells derived from the extraordinary domain has increased significantly. Ronan now has enough confidence to fight against a real 2nd level wizard. No matter how much the opponent is holding back, the upper limit is foreseeable. As long as Ronan is careful enough and does not take the initiative to fool into those conspiracy traps set in advance, no matter how strong the opponent is, he can't do anything to him. Of course, thinking so, Ronan is still quite cautious in action. If he hadn't had to go back to the magic ring to accept the task, Ronan would have wished to continue to practice hard until he was promoted to 2nd level wizard. In addition to the explicit regulations within the Circle of Magic, formal members must complete a certain amount of tasks, otherwise they will be punished, and in serious cases, their membership will be revoked and they will be expelled from the Circle of Magic. He also had to accept tasks to earn contribution points. There was no shortage of magic stones. Binigo would ask Ronan to help sell a batch of magic potions or rune stones every once in a while, and Ronan could feed himself with just a few kickbacks. It was mainly some special and precious resources, including magic potions made for Ronan to enhance his spiritual power, and some materials needed to water the seeds of the Holy Blood Tree. These things could not be bought in the shops outside the 7 Rings City. Ronan tried to obtain them through Quiddy, hoping to rely on exchange within the wizard community, but it was in vain. Some materials are only available in the Circle of Magic, and need to be exchanged with contribution points. Some things also have clear requirements for the identity level of the exchanger. Ronan left the forest and returned to the Circle of Magic. He cut his long hair short, and in a month, the color of his hair also grew from white to dark chestnut. In terms of appearance, it was quite different from a month ago, and it was difficult for people who were not close to him to recognize him. But even so, not long after Ronan entered the magic circle, he immediately felt that he was being watched. Shoo! Ronan suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where he felt being watched. As a result, he saw a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance and a pair of drooping eyebrows. The strength of a late-level wizard was standing a few dozen meters away from Ronan, staring at him coldly, without any intention of hiding or concealing. Ronan narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a few seconds. Then he turned around and walked straight to the mission tower. The drooping-browed wizard had been following him, exuding strong hostility, like a ghost wandering in broad daylight, hanging firmly behind him. Ronan's face was calm, and he did not change his plan because of the other party's appearance. He still took the purpose of taking the task to earn contribution points. Walking into the mission tower, there was a rather empty and spacious metal hall inside, and the light patterns of rune arrays were flashing on the walls on all four sides. There were some magic circle wizards wearing silver robes sitting in the hall, either thinking and resting alone, or gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Most of them were ordinary members, and occasionally one could see the one ring representing the core. When Ronan and the drooping eyebrow wizard walked in, they attracted a few attentions, and Ronan received slightly more of them, Probably because he was only at the middle stage of the first level but had a core status. There were many windows in the hall, and each window was greeted by a magic circle member. The normal process of accepting tasks is to go to the corresponding window to select, register, and report. After the task is completed, the delivery is also to find a special person at the window to deliver it. Ronan looked around and saw that several task windows were occupied, except for the one on the far left. He walked straight to the vacant task window, walked in and saw a girl with short green hair sitting inside, with an apple face and a little baby fat. She was supporting her chin with one hand and closing her eyes. It was not known whether she was taking a nap or meditating. The mental power fluctuations emanating from her body were only at the early stage of the first level, giving people a silly and cute feeling. Ronan walked up and tapped lightly on the metal tabletop of the task counter. Ah! The green-haired girl was suddenly awakened by the sound, and straightened her body in a panic. Do you want to accept the task? When she spoke to Ronan, her face was flushed, and she was a little embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. It seemed that she had indeed dozed off before. Ronan couldn't help but smile when he saw the girl like this, and even the unpleasant feeling of being stared at by the drooping eyebrows after entering was diluted a lot. Yes. Ronan nodded, and the green-haired girl immediately handed him a thin task booklet, which was full of detailed information on various tasks for him to choose. Ronan quickly flipped through the entire booklet, lowered his head and thought quickly for a while, and finally made his own choice. This is it. Hunting the glandular sacs of the giant worm of the abyss. Chapter 95. You don't deserve short hair. The underworld giant worm is a first-level magical beast, similar in shape to an earthworm. It is not very powerful, but it likes to burrow holes when it has nothing to do, so it is a bit troublesome to hunt it. But Ronan took into consideration the wizard with drooping eyebrows behind him. He has been staring at him since he came in. Travis must have known that he entered the magic circle to accept the task. Judging from the posture, he is probably ready to attack him. Although Ronan is not afraid, he also has to consider leaving himself a way out. In case he really encounters an opponent that he cannot deal with, he can at least escape through the terrain. The habitat of the underworld giant worm must have a complex underground tunnel underneath. If it really doesn't work, he can drill underground. With the advantage of his physical strength, the chance of escape is directly maximized. Oh, okay. Seeing Ronan choose the task, the green short-haired girl quickly registered him, and then chattered to him about a lot of key points related to the task, the habits and weaknesses of the underworld giant worm, etc. Ronan suddenly liked her very much. With your strength, this mission won't be a problem as long as you are careful. Come on. Before leaving, the green-haired girl gave Ronan some words of encouragement. Ronan couldn't help but smile at her cute look when she cheered him up. Thank you. Ronan said goodbye to the girl, turned around, and faced the cold and gloomy face of the wizard with drooping eyebrows. The smile on his mouth slowly disappeared, and Ronan strode out of the mission hall calmly. Leaving the inner part of the magic ring, and then the outer city. Ronan controlled the flying ring to fly over the forest, and the wind blew from both sides of him. After leaving the outer city, the wizard with drooping eyebrows who was following him disappeared. But the feeling of being watched and spied on was always there, as if it was there and not there. Ronan's face did not show any emotional fluctuations, but his heart was already alert, ready to respond to any attack at any time. You didn't do anything on the way, are you going to do it when I hunt the giant worm? When they arrived at the habitat of the giant worm, the expected situation did not occur. The feeling of being watched still existed, and he didn't know what means the other party used. Even if Ronan used the detection technique, he couldn't find the specific location of the drooping eyebrow wizard. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he started to hunt the giant worms of the earth. The task required to obtain the glandular sac of the worm, which was located in the mouth of the worm. It needed to be killed and then dissected to remove it. It took 20 glandular sacs to complete the task. Although it was a bit troublesome and time-consuming, the contribution points rewarded by the task were still quite a lot. During the battle between Ronan and the giant worms of the earth, at least half of his mind was focused on observing the changes around him. Every time he killed a worm, he stopped to rest for a while, waiting for the empty and clear realm to fully restore his mental power, and then continue with the next one. It took Ronan 3 whole days to collect 20 giant worm glandular sacs. However, until he returned to the magic circle with all the task items, the expected attack and siege did not come. The drooping eyebrow wizard appeared on time like a ghost after he entered the magic circle. Ronan looked at him and quickly retracted his gaze. It's best if they don't dare to do it. I can earn more contribution points steadily. Ronan checked in advance. After completing the Abyss Giant Worm mission, he only needs to complete one more mission to get enough ingredients for the next mental power enhancing potion. He will give it back to Binigo, and his strength will rise again in a few days. Although there was an annoying guy following him throughout the mission, staring at him with cold eyes, which made him feel very uncomfortable, he felt much better when he thought about getting contribution points immediately. But what Ronan didn't expect was that an accident happened when delivering the mission. Someone has already completed this task yesterday. The green-haired girl looked at Ronan apologetically and whispered, "Why don't you keep the things first? Maybe there will be similar tasks issued in the future." The glandular sac of the Abyss Giant Worm will rot and become completely useless after more than 7 days. Ronan looked ugly. Seeing him like this, the green-haired girl timidly whispered to comfort him, "Maybe a new task will be issued in less than 7 days. Is it possible?" Ronan took a deep breath and suppressed his bad mood. After regaining his composure, he said to the green-haired girl, "I will choose a new task." "Okay." The green-haired girl hurriedly handed the task book to Ronan. Ronan quickly selected the task, then turned around and looked at the drooping eyebrow wizard in the distance with an expressionless face. It was all because of this guy. If this guy hadn't been beside him, taking away most of his energy, and if he hadn't been worried about being attacked, he would have slowed down the time to complete the task in order to be safe. Under normal circumstances, he would only need 1 day to complete the task. Ronan's good mood was completely destroyed by the abnormal failure of the mission, but accidents are accidents after all. He couldn't prevent accidents from happening, so he could only choose to accept it. The second mission Ronan took was to obtain 10 hearts of fire sickle beasts. The difficulty of the mission was similar to that of the giant worm mission. Before accepting the mission, Ronan specifically asked about it. So far, he was the only one who had taken on this mission. After accepting the mission, Ronan went out of the city directly, completely ignoring the drooping eyebrows following him. This time he was not overly cautious. While keeping a little vigilance, he killed 10 fire sickle beasts at the fastest speed, obtained the hearts and returned the same way. It took less than half a day in total. But just after entering the mission hall, he saw a girl with short green hair standing at the window and looking out from a distance. When she saw him, she immediately waved at him. "Come on, come on." Ronan had a bad feeling in his heart. After walking over, he heard the news from the girl with short green hair that made his blood pressure soar. "I've been looking for you everywhere." The green-haired girl patted her bulging chest and said to Ronan quickly, "Just a few hours ago, the task publisher cancelled the release of the Fireside the Heart task. You should have done this task yet, right? Fortunately, otherwise you would have worked in vain again." Ronan stood quietly in place, looking at the green-haired girl in front of him with a thankful expression on her face. There was still some residual warmth of the Fireside the Heart on his hand. After a few seconds, Ronan smiled and nodded, "Yes, fortunately you notified me in time. I'll pick a new task," Ronan said to the green-haired girl calmly. The latter said handed him the task booklet, and muttered to him, "Actually, these situations are normal. You just have a little bad luck. I met someone before. He was intercepted by others when he was about to deliver 3 tasks in a row. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Why doesn't the magic circle have relevant means to make up for the loopholes in the task rules?" Ronan selected the tasks very seriously and talked to the girl casually. "I have already reported it, but the superiors have not paid much attention to it. In fact, it will be fine when you take more tasks. Many pitfalls can be avoided in advance." "Okay." Ronan's eyes left the manual and pointed to a task in the manual, saying, "This is it. Greenthorn Hurricane Bee Guard Bee Honey Sac. A long-term bounty task. The publisher just extended the time of the task 2 days ago. The task requires no limit on the number of materials, but requires at least 50 to be handed in each time. Ronan has a lot of Greenthorn Hurricane Bee Honey Sac in his storage waste bag. The task stipulates that it must be guard bees, which is a bit high, but he can get enough by killing a few more. The key is that the contribution points reward for this task is very high, and even if there is any problem with the task, Ronan can keep the honey sacks he hunts for his own use." The green short-haired girl quickly registered Ronan. After confirming that everything was correct, Ronan turned around. When he left, He glanced coldly at the wizard with drooping eyebrows in the distance, and then left. 5 days later, Ronan appeared in the task hall again. The drooping eyebrows followed him like a shadow, as if they were completely entangled with Ronan, like a ghost that would not go away. Ronan ignored him as usual, gently placed the gray package containing 50 green thorn hurricane bee guard honey sacks on the counter at the window, and called the familiar green short-haired girl to deliver the task to him. "You're here." The green short-haired girl was very impressed with him, and when she saw him, she had a surprised expression on her face, as if she was very happy to see him. But soon, Ronan saw with his own eyes that her pink face gradually lost its color. Staring at the task registration book in her hand, her whole face turned pale, and even her lips were trembling. I made a mistake in the item required for this task." The green-haired girl stood up from her seat with a hollow look in her eyes, and murmured in a lost voice, "The publisher does not want the honey sack of the guard bee, but the eyes of the guard bee again. Once, twice, and now it's the third time." Unexpected situations occurred again and again, and even if Ronan had a good temper, he was finally on the verge of exploding. "What's the use of the eyes of the green-thorned hurricane bee?" Ronan forcibly suppressed the suppressed evil fire in his chest and asked patiently. "Please help me contact the publisher and ask clearly. Maybe it's not that you registered wrong, but that he made a mistake himself." But the green-haired girl didn't listen at all, and was still muttering to herself, "I made a mistake, I made a mistake." After Ronan repeated it again, she suddenly cried out, "Wow! I will pay my own tribute, contribution points, to compensate you." The girl with short green hair cried bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks, while she apologized to Ronan. Ronan was totally unprepared for this reaction, and was stunned for a moment. "Sawaya! What happened?" A male wizard in a silver robe stood up in the task window next to him and cast a cold and unfriendly look at Ronan. Many wizards in the task hall also looked over. "Forget it." Ronan was irritated for no reason, but he had to keep himself calm. "It's not all your fault." He forced a smile to the girl, comforted her a few words, and finally said, "It seems that I am really unlucky recently, and I am not suitable for taking tasks. I'd better go back and rest for a few days first." After that, he turned and left. The crying girl with short green hair called him from behind, but he seemed not to hear it at all, and disappeared in an instant. The green-haired girl's sobbing gradually became smaller and smaller, until Ronan's back completely disappeared, and she stopped. Her eyes were red, and there were traces of tears on her face, but her expression gradually became indifferent, completely different from her previous innocent and silly look. The girl took a few steps back, and her whole body disappeared into the window. Then she took out a communication stone from her waist and gently laid it in her hand. "Sir," she reported softly to the communication stone, and a mature and playful smile appeared on her apple-like delicate face. "It went better than expected. I feel like I can trick him a few more times. Maybe I can make him like me. He looks so easy to fool. Maybe in less than half a month, he will wag his tail and circle around me like a pug." The girl smiled lazily while talking to the person on the other side of the communication stone. When she turned around inadvertently, her eyes glanced through the window and happened to meet a pair of blue eyes that were calmly looking at her. The coldness in his eyes froze the girl, her smile froze on her face, and her face turned pale. "Did you leave?" "When I walked to the door, I thought about it. People should not be easily defeated by setbacks, so I came back." The owner of the blue eyes said lightly, "Unfortunately, I saw the other face under your mask. Remember to talk less loudly next time when you chat with people." The person outside the window leaned over slightly, revealing a handsome and cold face in the small window. He looked at the green-haired girl in front of him calmly, and said word by word, "Do I look so easy to deceive? A pug wagging its tail." The green-haired girl pursed her lips with a pale face. Just as she was about to speak, a violent momentum suddenly broke out at the window, accompanied by a loud sound of a heavy object hitting. Bang! The metal frame of the small window was hit hard and dented inwards, and the green-haired girl screamed in fear. "Ah! Bitch!" Ronan punched the window again with a face full of anger. A man shouted angrily next to him, "What are you going to do? Soya, are you okay? Get lost." Ronan threw a murderous sentence coldly, and a male wizard who was about to come over stood still with a stiff expression. After 2 punches, Ronan vented a lot of his frustration and resentment. He took a deep breath and regained his rationality. "You really don't deserve to have short hair." The last wizard girl with short hair that Ronan met was still as innocent, kind and enthusiastic as an angel to him. This one, however, was a complete polar reversal. After leaving a cold sentence and ignoring the green short-haired girl with a look of horror and a bit of astonishment, Ronan walked directly to another nearby task window. He didn't even look at it carefully, as if he just took a task casually, and then strode out of the task hall. Leaving the magic circle and leaving the outer city, Ronan ran all the way to the task location. The execution location of this task is in a small secret space under the influence of the magic circle. The task is quite difficult. It requires killing a first-level advanced magic beast and obtaining several magic potions near its nest. The task was issued by the magic circle. It is a special trial task. The contribution points for completing the task are very few. The reward is mainly those precious magic potions. The task indicates that you can keep them for yourself. Ronan stood outside the task secret space, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed that the prying eyes behind him still existed. Then he opened his eyes and stepped into the secret space with a cold expression. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Is this all you have? Not long after Ronan entered the secret space, a figure slowly appeared not far from the entrance. Pale skin, thin lips, drooping eyebrows. The whole person exudes a powerful mental power fluctuation belonging to a late-stage wizard, but gives people a cold and harsh feeling, like a poisonous snake that has just crawled out of a dark and damp place. It was the middle-aged wizard who had been following Ronan for several days. At this time, a layer of transparent and thick substance was constantly receding from his body. The parts of his body that were still covered by the substance almost completely merged with the surrounding environment and were difficult to distinguish. The middle-aged wizard stared at the direction where Ronan disappeared, took out a communication stone with a faint rune glow from his storage waste bag, and spoke. Travis's tricks were discovered by him. He should be almost mad now. This kid has accepted a trial mission. The person has already entered. Don't worry, I know what to do. The middle-aged wizard put away the communication stone, and the transparent substance flowing on his body wrapped him up again. This is a special metal medium that belongs to him alone. It comes from an ancient secret realm. With the help of magic, even a second-level wizard would find it difficult to detect his concealment without actively casting spells. It is also the biggest reason why he dares to follow the target so openly and unscrupulously. The middle-aged wizard merged with the environment again. When walking, even the light could hardly detect any changes. He entered the secret space and saw a desolate Gobi landscape in front of him. There are many similar secret realms under the magic circle. They have been explored almost completely, but they still have certain value, so they are deliberately preserved for the members of the wizard trial. There is no trace of the target person in the field of vision, but the middle-aged wizard knows very well where the other party will appear. Because what he has to do next is to destroy the purpose of the other party's trip and make his mission fail again. The middle-aged wizard rushed along the Gobi Desert, and at the end of the Gobi Desert was a dark dead forest. He walked into the dead forest, getting closer and closer to the final destination of the mission. He gradually heard the roar of spells, violent energy fluctuations coming from the front, and vaguely heard the roar and howl of the monster. The middle-aged wizard quickened his pace and finally arrived at the mission site. A battle group came into his sight, and the target person was among them. A handsome boy in a silver robe was suspended in the air. There were exquisite light blue runes growing on his delicate cheeks and neck. The body was surrounded by surging frost energy, and rolling white frost radiated from him. He kept summoning ice crystal-like spell spears, whistling wind and snow, and huge ice balls like spiral ice vortices. Various ice spells flew out of his hands in various ways, and the entire battlefield was completely reduced to a land of ice and snow. Below, a strange monster that looked like an oversized night owl was almost unable to raise its head under the boy's bombardment of spells. The two black and red wings were covered with thick frost, unable to fly. Most of the body was covered with ice and snow. Occasionally, a few magic balls were ejected from the mouth and flew high into the sky, but before they could get close to the boy's body, they were blocked by the frost-condensed armor and thick metal protective shield. This was a completely one-sided battle. The middle-aged wizard watched this scene from the side, with a dark look of surprise in his eyes. He had seen more than one similar battle during the days he followed the boy. Although the opponent was only a mid-level wizard, he was so powerful that he could easily deal with a high-level first-level monster like eating and drinking water. This was also the main reason why he only monitored and tracked in the past few days and did not launch a sneak attack. Once a fight broke out, he, who was in the late stage of the first level, might not be the opponent of the opponent. No wonder you have the courage to provoke adults. You can really be considered a genius of some size. But even if you are a genius, what can you do? The middle-aged wizard didn't care. Before they fully grew up, they had too many means to slowly cook up the opponent. Every step he takes next will be calculated to the letter. Genius? Binigo was also a genius back then, and his brilliance was 10 times that of the guy in front of him, but in the end, he still became a waste man. The middle-aged wizard's eyes showed a cold light, and he began to wander along the edge of the field. He searched around, and soon he saw several plants with black curved leaves and a bunch of fluffy and macy eagle feathers on the top. The middle-aged wizard's eyes lit up slightly, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the target boy. The latter was still concentrating on the battle, and the battle was almost over. What he had to do was very simple, just snatch away or destroy the potions required by the task when the other party finished a battle and was about to harvest. Boom! A huge spell roared in his ears, and the night owl monster let out a mournful roar, and its huge body was shaky and seemed to fall down at any time. It's almost time, now. The middle-aged wizard's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and cast a low-level spell, throwing it straight at the potions. At the moment of casting the spell, he quickly retreated and turned to look in the direction of the boy. He could almost imagine the other party's next series of actions: surprise, anxiety, anger. He rushed to the destroyed potion in a hurry, and when he reacted, he had already retreated calmly. What a wonderful scene! The middle-aged wizard thought to himself, but the next second he was shocked to find that everything seemed to be completely opposite to what he expected. The boy who was fighting the monster didn't even look in the direction of the destroyed potions. Almost as soon as he cast the spell, the rune patterns on the other party's body suddenly glowed brightly, as if waiting for this moment to come. A terrifying cold air 10 times stronger than before exploded in the field, and an overwhelming sense of despair swept across the entire battlefield. The middle-aged wizard's retreating figure seemed to be frozen, and suddenly became extremely slow. At the same time, a cold voice sounded in his ear. "Finally, found you." The next second, boom! The sound of air collapse and explosion, an unprecedented strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart. The middle-aged wizard was shocked, and hurriedly activated the magic tools to quickly support an energy protection barrier. The transparent material flowing on his body also gathered, forming a thick and translucent defense layer in front of him. Several defensive means were thrown out in one breath, and the middle-aged wizard didn't have time to breathe, and then he felt like he was hit head-on by some terrifying object moving at high speed. The outermost layer of energy protection shield on the body suddenly sank in almost instantly, like a bubble that was squeezed to the extreme and deformed. Then came the second layer of defense, and the third layer. He watched helplessly as all the defenses he had deployed exploded one after another, including the innermost layer of translucent metal defense shield, which didn't even last half a second before it was pierced. Finally, a hand with countless tiny white flames wrapped around its edge quickly enlarged in front of his eyes, grabbed his throat, and pressed down hard. Boom boom boom, the middle-aged wizard clearly felt that he seemed to be used as a plowing tool. An overwhelming and terrifying force pressed him down and kept pushing him forward and downward on the hard mud. Even though there was a metal medium in his body to support and resist, he felt as if he was going to die. The bones all over his body seemed to be broken into pieces, and the two emotions of despair and pain swept him like waves. Finally, the force stopped. The middle-aged wizard opened his eyes with difficulty, and in the blood and mud, he could barely see the figure of the person who was holding his neck tightly. It was the young man he had been following for the past few days, but he looked very strange at this moment. His dark chestnut hair had completely turned white, and his whole body was covered in a thin layer of fine flames. The air around him was slightly twisted and collapsed, and dark blue runes grew seductively on his neck and cheeks. He was emitting an unprecedented cold and powerful aura of terror all the time. He stared at him from above, and his azure eyes projected a cold and sharp light, as if to pierce him. "Is this all you have?" Ronan looked coldly at the wizard with drooping eyebrows under his command, his tone calm and cold. He had had enough of these guys who only knew how to play tricks. He deliberately took on this trial task, but in fact he had no intention of completing it. Although the magic potion of the target of the task was quite precious, it was completely useless to him. All he did was to lure the other party out, and he was even too lazy to get entangled with the other party too much. He directly activated the stainless body, and suppressed it with the force of thunder. The middle-aged wizard, who was being held tightly by the neck like a fish that had just jumped onto the shore, was gasping for air. Ronan loosened his fingers a little, and then saw a mocking smile slowly appear on the other side's face, and he whispered, "Master Lanny asked me to tell you that this is just the beginning." Lanny? Ronan was stunned. Who is Lanny? He thought this guy was Travis's man. Lanny was an old rival of mine. He lost to me several times in head-on battles. In the miniature secret space, Binigo, who was wearing a leather apron and leather gloves, was handling a bloody monster corpse on the dissection table while answering Ronan's questions casually. Ronan stood by and watched Binigo busy, with a solemn look on his face. So they joined forces? Travis, Lanny, both 3 rings. No. Binigo shook his head and lightly corrected Ronan's words. Lanny should have been promoted to the 4th ring now. Ronan's face suddenly became ugly. How many enemies do you have? Not as many as you think. Binigo put down the dissecting knife in his hand, took off his leather gloves, and lit his pipe with blood all over his body. Besides Lanny, there are a few other 3 rings. But Lanny is still the best in terms of strength and skill. Ronan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He walked to the alchemy pot next to him, which was steaming. Through the translucent pot, he could see that it was filled with dark red and turbid boiling liquid. This was the holy blood tree culture fluid made from the blood of various monsters and animals, mixed with many messy potion materials, according to the formula researched by Binigo himself. Now the holy blood tree seed was soaked in it, boiling 24 hours a day. With these 3 and 4 ring characters joining forces, I can't even think of completing a mission in the circle of magic. They always find ways to make my mission fail. Ronan looked at the blood-red bubbles gurgling up in the alchemy pot, and felt that the seeds of the holy blood tree inside seemed to have more vitality than before, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. It must be said that Binigo still has something. It doesn't matter. At worst, I can temporarily give up the resource channel of the circle of magic. Binigo held his pipe and poured the magic beast blood he had just put into the alchemy pot. He walked to the rune table on the side and began to engrave the magic circle again. I know a few secret realms that may have the materials we want. I'll write to you later. It's not a problem of resources. Ronan frowned slightly, and whispered with cold eyes, their real purpose is not just to restrict my development. Formal members of the Circle of Magic must complete at least 1 mission every month. If they fail to complete it more than 3 times, they will be punished and their core status will be downgraded to ordinary. If they still do this after ordinary, they may be completely deprived of their status as formal members of the Circle of Magic. Once Ronan is no longer a formal member of the Circle, the rules of the Circle that prohibit members from killing each other will no longer apply to him. At that time, Travis, Lanny and others can attack him at will and take his life. Ronan has calculated that in the worst-case scenario, he may face such an ending in as little as half a year. They will use other ways to defeat you, break you, and tame you. Ronan now truly understands the meaning of this sentence. Several genius wizards of the 3rd and 4th rings joined forces. They can't say that they can cover the sky with one hand in the 7th ring, but it is too easy to target him, a small ring, and manipulate him at will within the rules. Is there no one in the circle who cares about such open conspiracy and means? Is it useful to report to the higher-ups? Ronan felt a deep sense of frustration that he couldn't use his strength, and couldn't help looking at Binigo. Any fight within the rules is allowed. Binigo held the rune engraving knife in his hand, and while talking to Ronan, his hands did not stagnate at all. The top leaders of the French Circle won't care about such trivial matters. In their view, only true geniuses will not be bound or influenced by any conspiracy. Then tell me, how can we solve this situation? Ronan asked with a frown. Binigo stopped his actions, turned his head to look at him, and said calmly and naturally. It's very simple. Within half a year, you take the initiative to challenge Travis or Lanny, a low-level challenge a high-level, and they can't refuse. As long as you defeat them, all problems will be solved naturally. Chapter 97, The Old Friend Reunited After a Long Absence, The Proficiency of 10,000 Years of Immobility. Hearing Binigo's answer, Ronan was stunned. Challenge Travis, or Lanny? Exclamation mark. Will it work? Of course. Binigo bit his pipe and said lightly, if you beat any of them, you will be on the same level as them. No, you will be a genius who is better than them. How can this little trick have any effect on you? Well, I know what you are thinking. The reason why I became like this is because I had a problem. I fell from the third ring. Lanny and others just came to step on me a few times and add insult to injury. Ronan fell into deep thought, with a light flickering in his eyes. At this time, Binigo spoke again. If you think it is too difficult to do this, there are still some tasks in the French ring that they can't do anything about. Just wait slowly. I will also help you keep an eye on it at any time. Ronan didn't ask Binigo how to help him keep an eye on the task at any time when he stayed in this secret space all day. His mind was full of the method of breaking the deadlock that Binigo just said. Ronan felt as if something in his heart was suddenly awakened by Binigo. Yes. From the beginning to the end, he was targeted by Travis and others. All he could think about was how to deal with them. He never thought about how to resist and fight back. Thinking carefully, what Binigo proposed was indeed the best way. Defeat them. Solve the problem directly from the root. If he was also a third-ring wizard now, would he still be so worried about a few tasks? However, Travis's group, at the very least, was the best among the second-level wizards and had been famous for a long time. He was only in the middle of the first level now. In half a year, is it possible to reach a level that can compete with Hoddam, or even win? I'm going out for a walk. Ronan lowered his head, casually greeted Binigo, and slowly walked out of the secret space. Go. Binigo just responded casually, without even looking at Ronan, and began to fiddle with the potion planted in the nursery. The valley where the wind was howling was full of green insect shadows and the sound of buzzing wings. Ronan stood suspended in the valley, chanting spells quickly, summoning whistling snow, ice crystal spears, and frost rays. After the frozen earth symbol flashed 4 times in his consciousness space, he clenched his hands in front of his chest, and a deep blue diamond-like light burst out. Ice ball spell, desperate freeze. Alice's ice ring necklace. The despair domain unfolded. The breath of endless deep cold and despair filled the entire valley in an instant. All the wind stopped, including the buzzing sound of the wings. Huge hurricane bees remained motionless, like ice sculptures suspended in the air, and then crashed from the air, hitting the bottom of the valley with a crisp shattering sound. Ronan was surrounded by countless wind, frost, ice and snow, suspended in the air. He was the source of all this cold and despair, like the king who controlled ice and snow. His expression was a little dazed. He was still thinking about what Binigo said. Can you do it in half a year? Ronan looked in one direction, his eyes far-reaching. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, a sound of violent flapping wings came from the depths of the valley. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked up, only to see a super-large hurricane bee that was 5 times the size of an ordinary green thorn hurricane bee flying out of the valley. The whole body of this hurricane bee was flowing with dark green light, and its 2 pairs of wings were as white as curtains, with a texture of crystal. There was a dark green spike several meters long on the end of its tail, and its head was covered with complex patterns. From a distance, it looked like a huge distorted human face. As soon as this hurricane bee appeared, the stagnant air in the entire valley immediately began to flow again, and a gust of wind several times more violent than before was set off, and large pieces of ice and snow were blown apart and scattered. A huge pressure rushed towards Ronan. The second-level magic beast, the green thorn hurricane bee queen. Finally here. The nightmare tungsten steel seeped out from under the skin and flesh like black mercury, flowed into Ronan's hand, and condensed into a black one-handed longsword in the palm of his hand. Ronan took a deep breath and wiped his right hand over the longsword. The dark blue flame of charged weapon, breaking power, was like a lover's hand, wrapping around the blade of the longsword inch by inch. The mysterious aura flowed out, and the power of the domain of law intertwined. Although Ronan had always been confident in facing the second level, this was the first time he had really fought against the second level. I haven't felt this kind of pressure for a long time. Ronan held the sword with one hand, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Unsullied body. Activate. In an instant, the white ball of light in Ronan's chest, which represented the vitality and energy, beat violently like a heart. The majestic life energy formed a white and fine flame that floated out from the surface of Ronan's skin. The air collapsed, and the light was distorted. Shoo! Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a vague light and shadow in the void. When he appeared again, he He was almost close to the green thorn hurricane queen bee. However, his speed was fast, and the reaction of the green thorn hurricane queen bee was even faster. As soon as Ronan approached, he saw a large area of densely packed wind blades that were as solid as substance, almost occupying the entire field of vision. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and the rolling despair and cold air lingering around him condensed into icicles in an instant, facing the rain of wind blades that were so numerous that they seemed to be a swarm of bees. The ability of the despair domain to expel other energy particles seemed to be useless in front of the second-level monster green thorn hurricane queen bee. This guy itself was a terrifying source of wind energy. In his own domain, Ronan felt strongly suppressed. In just a few breaths, the icicles he released and summoned were no match for the countless wind blades pouring down like a storm. Ronan's despair domain was almost suppressed to a range of only a few feet in front of him, and the wind blades in front of him were tending to increase. Ronan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and instead of retreating, he advanced forward, and the black longsword in his hand, which was condensed from the nightmare tungsten steel, drew a perfect arc in the air. The master level, basic sword skill, was performed, and under the blessing of the flame of breaking the law, large pieces of wind blades disintegrated and scattered under his sword. He forcibly cut a path in the surging dark blue wind blade tide and appeared behind the blue thorn hurricane queen bee. Desperate freeze. Ronan held the sword with both hands, and the dark blue cold current flowed out from his sword like the northern aurora. At this moment, he was the source of deep cold, and the rolling cold current wrapped the blue thorn hurricane queen bee layer by layer with despair. In the blink of an eye, a range of dark blue disappeared, and only the blue and white colors were left. The huge green thorn hurricane queen bee turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Ronan pressed down with both hands, and the demon nightmare sword wrapped with a flame of breaking law pierced into the ice sculpture like cutting tofu. Bang! At the moment the sword pierced into the body of the green thorn hurricane queen bee, Ronan seemed to feel a violent tremor coming from under the sword. He pressed down the hilt of the demon nightmare tungsten steel sword with both hands, and the despair field was open to the maximum. The rolling cold air continued to pour out, and at the same time, he kept trying to stab the sword tip deeper. The terrible energy field boiled and roared, and the thick ice made a sound of being overwhelmed. Ronan's face was slightly ferocious, and the white fragments of light and flames all over his body were flowing and jumping wildly. The terrifying physical power of the stainless body pressed down wave after wave. But the ice layer that served as a seal could no longer hold on. Crack! Boom! With a loud explosion, the huge ice sculpture exploded, turning into countless frost and snow fragments flying everywhere. The deep green color swept across the sky again, and the reappearing green thorn hurricane queen bee let out an angry hissing sound. The wings behind it vibrated at a high frequency as if they had completely turned into two balls of green mist. Suddenly, a large amount of wind energy particles gathered, and countless wind beams formed spikes that appeared out of thin air like spears, stabbing Ronan fiercely from all directions and angles. Ronan's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block, while his body made continuous dodging movements in an instant. Just as he used the demon nightmare tungsten steel longsword and the flame of breaking law to sweep away a piece of wind beams and wanted to withdraw and fight back, buzz, the furious green thorn hurricane queen bee suddenly twisted its body into a twist-like posture, and the dark green spike on the end of its tail stabbed Ronan at an extremely abrupt and incredible angle like lightning. The distance was too close. Ronan had no time to dodge. Even the action of raising his sword to block was extremely difficult. This was an attack that was beyond his instinctive reaction. The speed was so fast that he could not react at all. Dang! Boom! Ronan's body was directly pierced by the dark green spikes in midair. Then the green thorn queen bee swung its tail and he was thrown out like a cannonball. Boom! The rock wall on one side of the valley collapsed, rolling rubble and ice and snow fell, raising huge dust of mud and ice. A figure staggered and pushed away the dust and mist, and walked out of the collapsed rubble with a sword. At this time, Ronan's handsome face was pale, and one hand was tightly covering his upper left abdomen. His face was as ugly as it could be. He slowly raised his left hand to cover the wound and saw that the first-level standard robe issued by the magic ring was torn into a huge gap. Underneath, the bright red blood continued to seep out like a spring, and a shocking wound that penetrated from front to back appeared in front of him. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. The toxins carried on the stinger of the green thorn queen bee and the pain from the wound itself almost made Ronan faint on the spot. The white light ball in his chest was rapidly consumed, releasing a large amount of vitality to quickly suppress the spread of the toxins in the wound and promote the healing of the wound. Ronan's face was as pale as paper, and his forehead and temples were covered with dense cold sweat. Looking at the location of the wound, his eyes revealed a deep fear. He felt that he had a lot of cards and could not be afraid of the second level, but he never thought that the real second level was so terrifying. If he was not careful, he might have been completely explained here today. If this wound went up a little bit, it might endanger the heart and become a fatal injury. How long has it been since I felt this painful? How long has it been since I was so close to death? Ronan asked himself. Looking up, Ronan saw that the green thorn queen bee, who had taken his sword, was obviously not feeling well, and seemed to have entered a state of madness at this time. Deep green light was flowing all over his body, and the terrifying aura was gushing out like a fountain, and a large amount of wind energy particles surrounded it. With a green thorn hurricane queen bee as the center, an indescribable terrifying tornado hurricane was quickly forming in this valley. The strong wind made Ronan's tattered silver robe rustle. Give it a try. I still have a chance. He took a deep breath and subconsciously held the long sword in his hand tighter, without any thought of escaping. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he was about to attack again, but suddenly, the pain caused by the wound in his abdomen made him look inexplicably stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the wound in his abdomen, and his mind unconsciously recalled the conversations between him and Benigo before. As long as we defeat one of them, all problems will be solved. Is it possible? Is it possible? This time, the question seems to have an answer. When I fought Laura, I had just entered the first level, had not condensed the talisman, and had not even learned a single first level spell. I was more than 20 times weaker than now. I still had the courage to give it a try, but why am I starting to doubt and be timid now? I broke through the master level of austerity body forging, and my proficiency in practicing the 13 postures and movements I used to have is no longer increasing. Has the lack of painful whipping in my daily life caused my will to degenerate? From entering the magic circle to now, I have been hesitant, worried, and timid. I look back and forth, and I am timid. So Ronan held the hilt of the sword with both hands, facing the hurricane blowing from the front, squinted his eyes, and asked himself word by word. What are you afraid of? In an instant, his eyes bloomed with an unprecedented bright light. At this moment, Ronan felt that the dust that had accidentally fallen on his soul was once again washed away. He was as bright as a mirror that had been wiped clean. He inhaled lightly, and the sword-wielding figure soared into the air, rising straight up to a position above the green thorn hurricane queen bee. The blue eyes reflected the green thorn hurricane queen bee's manic and distorted figure, and the whispering voice was blown away by the wind. But it's just a few stronger level 2 ones. After saying that, countless mysterious auras surged out of Ronan's body, and in an instant they intertwined into a majestic and terrifying domain of power. The gathering of hundreds of pure black particles distorted the light from the top of the valley, like a black torrent pouring down from the sky, mighty and mighty, rushing down. Under this terrifying torrent, a sword-wielding figure ran on the waves, falling like a meteor. Wherever it passed, a faint blue line of fire extended straight from the sky to the bottom of the valley, passing through the hurricane and the huge giant bee in the hurricane, and finally disappeared in the raging dust with a bang. A moment later, Ronan walked out of the smoke and dust with a long sword in his hand, his wide silver robe fluttering slightly like a cloak. Behind him was the body of the green thorn hurricane queen bee, which fell from the sky in 2 parts, and the tornado hurricane that quickly dissipated. Ronan blew out the flame of breaking the law burning on the long sword, and the nightmare tungsten steel melted into his body like water. After exiting the state of unsullied body, the white light ball in his body shrank by about half. However, the wound on the left abdomen has also healed a lot, and it is no longer so shocking, and it has even begun to scab. It's what I deserve. Ronan cursed himself, and then gently pressed the wound with his hand. The severe pain caused his eyes to twitch slightly, but his body and mind were clear, as if he had reunited with an old friend who had not seen him for a long time. He almost forgot. In the past countless days and nights, apart from loneliness, the pain that penetrated deep into his bones had been with him closely. Pain is like the wind, always with me. Ronan laughed at himself, and at this moment he felt an indescribable sense of ease and comfort, as if he had just broken through the old shell and gained a new life. Maybe this is what is called the mind is clear. Ronan turned around and walked back to pick up the body of the green thorn hurricane queen bee. The second level magic beast is a treasure to him now. It is estimated that he will have to run 2 more times to move the whole body back. While picking up the body of the green thorn hurricane queen bee, Ronan habitually clicked on his character panel to check. He always felt that after figuring out the answer to the previous question, his mental strength seemed to have increased a little. When he opened the character panel, he saw that the original progress of first level formal wizard, 39%, had become 45%, a full 6% increase in one breath. How many bottles of spirit power enhancement potion is this worth? Ronan couldn't help but sigh. The source of the growth of spirit power is the growth of soul power. With his current soul power strength, it is estimated that it is enough to condense the second, silverization, talisman. Once the silverization talisman is successfully condensed, his strength will be improved again. Just when he was in a good mood, Ronan's eyes inadvertently swept the content under the panel. Paw! The leg of the green thorn hurricane queen bee in his hand fell to the ground, and Ronan was stunned. He thought he was dazzled, and after checking several times, he finally confirmed that he was not mistaken. Then a far greater excitement and joy came from Ronan's eyes. I saw that in the skill column, the proficiency of 10,000 years of immobility behind austerity body forging, Master 1/1600, has now become Master 5/1600. It has inexplicably increased by 4 points? Exclamation mark. Why did it increase? Why? After being surprised, Ronan immediately fell into thought. He almost subconsciously looked at the wound on his left abdomen. Could it be because of the injury? Chapter 98, Second Seal, High Energy Crucible, Rusty Swamp. Ronan would check his character panel data at least dozens of times a day, so he was sure that the 4 master level proficiency points of austerity body forging were increased after the battle with the green thorn hurricane queen bee. Physical injury was the only explanation. Standing in place, Ronan carefully recalled the past. Indeed, after transforming into unsullied body, his body had never been injured again. He had always stayed in the safe zone of the magic circle and had never experienced a battle that could injure his body. Injury, that seemed to be a long time ago. After being promoted to first level formal wizard, especially after switching to ice magic and mastering the field of despair, he mostly used magic to fight against the enemy. He rarely used the trump card of physical strength, and once used, it was basically a strong crushing. Yes, the core of the apprenticeship training method of austerity body forging is self-abuse. After being promoted to master, relying on only 13 body forging movements is far from enough. It is reasonable to upgrade in the form of self-abuse. Thinking of this, Ronan felt that the increase in proficiency due to injury could be explained. He had previously focused all his attention on the subsequent inheritance and the mysterious ingredients in the god-burning potion given by Angel, but ignored the core meaning of the word asceticism that austerity body forging has always adhered to. Of course, clarifying the thoughts is only the first step. Whether the injured practice method is feasible and whether it can really increase the master level proficiency of austerity body forging can only be known after experiments. Not now. You are already seriously injured. Don't torture yourself to death. Try again after the injury is healed. Ronan calmed down and continued to clean up the body of the green thorn hurricane queen bee. After dealing with the body here, he had to go into the hurricane bee nest again. In the miniature secret space, Ronan strode from the entrance and threw a bulging cloth bag in his hand that looked like it was filled with a lot of things to Binigo, who was busy. The bag was caught by Binigo, and a crisp sound of crystal collision came from it. Here, the honey sac of the green thorn queen bee. Ronan walked to the small metal table placed on the dirt floor, picked up the silver pot on the table and poured a full cup. He raised his brows and stared at the cup, but still drank it all. Binigo opened the bag Ronan gave him, and a strong sweet fragrance immediately escaped. The light from the bag turned Binigo's face a light green. His eyes flickered slightly, and he closed the bag and looked at Ronan. Binigo's eyes swept over Ronan's blood-stained and tattered robes and the wound on his left upper abdomen. He seemed to see the subtle changes in Ronan and said, "It seems that you have made a decision." Ronan did not answer, but looked at the alchemy pot that was gurgling and steaming not far away, and asked, "You have been busy for so long, when will the seeds sprout?" "I am more anxious than you." Binigo answered lightly, walked to the alchemy pot, stared at the pot for a while, and whispered, The green thorn hurricane royal honey is in hand. If everything goes well, it will probably be 1 or 2 months. 1 to 2 months. Ronan's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. Rustle. At first there was a sound like gravel rolling on the smooth mirror, but gradually, even this sound disappeared. The white light circle spread out again and again with great rhythm, and there was a feeling of extreme peace and tranquility. In the dim and cramped hut, Ronan slowly opened his eyes. The azure blue in his eyes was like a flash of lightning that suddenly brightened the room. He stood up and checked his character panel. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 17. Talents: no attribute. Affinity: immaculate body. Active: strength, level 1 formal wizard, 46%. Skills: basic meditation, clear state, master 208/1600. I don't know if it was the process of refining the second soul seal that trained my mental strength, or if my proficiency in basic meditation, clear state, broke through the master level by 200 points, or if it was the slight effect of the rune array in the environment that promoted meditation while I was inside the magic circle. In less than 7 days since Ronan's cultivation progress just broke through 45%, his strength progress has climbed 1 level forward to 46%. Facts have proved that when people are happy, they are indeed refreshed. The efficiency of tempering mental power and removing impurities in the current, empty and clear realm, has become very fast. Not only that, the mental power recovery effect of the empty and clear realm has also been improved from the initial level equivalent to taking a bottle of 0-level intermediate mental power recovery potion at any time to the current level that is almost equivalent to taking a first-level mental power recovery potion at any time. As long as he does not overexploit his mental power and frequently cast trump card spells, Ronan feels that he has no worries about insufficient mental power. In addition to the increase in the total amount of mental power, Ronan feels that the quality of his mental power has also improved a lot compared to when he was just promoted to first-level wizard. If it was like water before, it is now like glue, becoming much thicker. The mental power probed into the consciousness space, and the results of the 7 days of practice appeared in front of him. I saw that next to the frozen soil talisman, there was a new soul talisman. The whole looked like a group of silver metal wires tangled together, but in essence it was the core inheritance of the silver magic ring metal system spell, Shebeart's mithril transformation, which is also commonly known as the silverization talisman by magic ring wizards. During the past few days in the circle of magic, Ronan tried to look up the relevant information of the name Spurt, but the information he got was very limited. He only knew that he was a legendary wizard who once existed on this continent. It is unknown how powerful he is, but it is well known that he is knowledgeable in many fields such as spells, runes, potions, alchemy, etc. He has left amazing achievements that benefit future generations. The Circle of Magic is not the only wizard force that has inherited Spurt, nor is it the first. The place where powerful wizards exist is like a whale fall, nourishing countless wizards who came later. Ronan sighed softly in his heart. After the second seal was successfully condensed, he once again felt the fullness from his soul. When this fullness completely disappeared, he was qualified to condense the next seal. Silverization, the seal was successfully condensed, and Ronan has not tried it yet. Thinking of this, Ronan stepped out of the hut. The light outside made him squint slightly. A figure seemed to flash in his sight, but when Ronan looked again, the feeling of being watched disappeared. I wonder who sent this fly again. Ronan didn't care, and calmly closed the door of the hut. The place where he practiced and lived was the meditation room that only formal members of the magic circle were eligible to rent. In fact, it was a group of small metal houses, close together, without any additional rune array effects. Sometimes Ronan could even hear the snoring from the next room. It was purely because it was within the radiation range of the giant meditation array of the Silver Tower of the 7th Magic Circle, which had a certain effect of promoting the growth of mental power, but the rent was frighteningly high. There is no cost-effectiveness at all. For that meditation amplification effect that is not as strong as the sixth sense, I might as well live comfortably outside. Ronan left the meditation room, walked out of the magic circle, and came to the vast forest area. Ronan found a secluded and deserted place and began to test the effect of his second rune. The nightmare tungsten steel flowed out from under the robe like mercury. The nature of its dark material caused a slight burning sensation on the skin and flesh it flowed through. Ronan condensed the nightmare tungsten steel into the form of his usual one-handed sword as usual, and activated the silverization talisman in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a strange power from the soul was generated, passing through Ronan's body and into his hands. Ronan saw the longsword in his hand gradually change from its original pure black to silver-white color. Even the black smoke that was emanating from the longsword all the time turned into a misty silver mist, reflecting a luxurious and beautiful color in the sun. Shoo! Ronan gently swung the sword, and the silver longsword drew a clear sword mark in the air, with faint silver ripples. He flicked the blade of the longsword twice with his fingers and heard a crisp ding-ding sound. The sharpness and strength have at least doubled. Ronan came to a preliminary conclusion. Then he flew quickly towards the depths of the forest. In the forest area near the magic circle, all the magic beasts were killed by the first-level wizards who made a living by hunting. Now, if you want to find a magic beast, you have to go deeper and deeper. I don't know how long he flew, but Ronan finally saw a huge first-level low-level magic beast that looked like a wild boar by a small puddle that exuded a rotten stench. He had an impression of this thing. It seemed to be called meal-eating pig or something. Anyway, its strength was average, and there were few valuable things on it. The key was that its skin was thick and tough. The outer layer of hard skin mixed with earth energy particles could compare to the defense of a first-level intermediate magic beast. It was smelly, hard and worthless, so it was always disliked by hunting wizards. However, it was a good live target for testing spells. Ronan did not use any spells. He relied purely on his physical strength and the physical control ability brought by the master level, basic swordsmanship. He lightly flew to the wild boar magic beast and raised his hand to hit it in the middle of its eyebrows with a sword. Puff! The silver transformed demon nightmare sword easily pierced into the head of the mud-eating pig. It was slightly blocked when it hit its skull, but it quickly broke through after Ronan pressed down a little harder. Huh? Ronan seemed to have discovered a new world. He drew his sword with a surprised look and quickly retreated. When he almost retreated to his original position, the mud-eating pig with a sword in its head began to howl wildly in pain, and rammed the mud pit under it, and countless mud spots splashed everywhere. Ronan completely ignored the state of the victim and focused all his attention on the sword in his hand. Just when he was about to stab with the sword, he found that the mud-eating pig pointed it by the sword had clearly seen the coming of the crisis, but his eyes were confused for a moment, as if he fell into a state of chaotic consciousness that he could not control himself. Even the pain of the severe brain injury was delayed for several seconds before it reacted. Is it the special effect of the nightmare tungsten steel? Ronan realized for the first time that the silver mist on the sword in his hand might not only have the effect of increasing the appearance. He was puzzled and tested it more than 10 times in a row, and finally determined that the nightmare tungsten steel did have a special ability of consciousness interference. In battle, when being attacked by a spell with nightmare tungsten steel as the medium, the mental power will inevitably be disturbed to a certain extent. This ability is actually very abnormal. It can disrupt the opponent's attack rhythm at a critical moment, or even make the opponent fail to cast a spell. Ronan had always used the nightmare tungsten steel as a pure melee weapon and completely ignored this point. Is the nightmare in the nightmare tungsten steel referring to this? The nightmare of the silver mist. No wonder Travis wanted Benigo's nightmare tungsten steel so much. The real value of nightmare tungsten steel may be far beyond my imagination. Ronan thought thoughtfully. Then he used the nightmare tungsten steel as the medium to test several other metal spells. Although Ronan has inherited all the first and second level metal spells, he actually didn't learn many metal spells. In addition to the core, activate metal, he only learned a first level offensive spell, high energy crucible, and a first level control spell, rusted swamp. The former is to control the metal medium to leave the body, and then produce a violent explosion, just like there is an invisible crucible in the air to heat up the metal medium you throw out. The latter is to let your metal medium entangle the opponent, causing obstacles to the opponent's actions like rusty metal, and has a certain corrosive damage effect. After the magic nightmare tungsten steel was silvered, the power of these two spells was obviously improved. However, Ronan has just started these two spells, but the proficiency of activate metal is almost close to mastery due to frequent daily use. The effect of activate metal is to give the metal medium a certain activation property, allowing the wizard to better control the metal, which is considered a prerequisite skill for most metal spells. As the proficiency of activated metal increases, the activity of the metal medium will gradually upgrade, and the connection between it and the wizard will become closer, and the effect of the released metal-related spells will be better. After tossing a few unlucky monsters that served as live targets to death, Ronan completed the ability test of the inheritance of metal-related spells, and finally entered the real topic. The master level proficiency growth of austerity body forging is decrypted. Ronan exhaled a breath of foul air and took off his robe in an open space with his back against a rock wall. His appearance was too handsome, and he only had a bit more heroic spirit after his hair was cut short. Now that he has taken off his robe and revealed a perfect body, this heroic spirit is even more prominent. Ronan held a long sword upside down, with the tip of the sword pointed at himself, thinking about where to start the first step. Chapter 99, 2 months, sprouting, brain-eating flower. Fortunately, no one was watching. Ronan was now ready to commit seppuku at any time. Will it be ineffective if I do this so deliberately? Ronan thought for a moment and put down his sword again. He carefully recalled the experience of being injured in the battle with the Greenthorn Hurricane Queen Bee. In addition to the external injuries that penetrated the waist and abdomen, the toxins carried on the stinger of the Greenthorn Hurricane Queen Bee are also a very important source of injury. The bee venom of the second-level monster is enough to easily destroy the body of a first-level wizard. Even Ronan, whose unsullied body is extremely powerful, consumed nearly half of his vitality to suppress the toxin. It's better to start with the toxin first. It's too stupid to use a sword to hurt yourself. Ronan took out a section of several meters long from his storage pocket. The thickest part was nearly 1 meter thick dark green spikes. When he cleaned up the body of the Greenthorn Hurricane Queen Bee, he deliberately left the stinger behind, and now it was time to use it. This huge tail stinger looks like the upper half of a court knight's lance. Although it looks huge, it feels light in the hand. It contains extremely rich wind energy particles. Ronan picked up the tail stinger with both hands, and the sharp needle-like tip slowly moved on the body to find a suitable landing point. To be on the safe side, Ronan also prepared many bottles of first-level detoxification potions and first-level healing potions, which were placed at hand and could be reached with just one hand. After a little hesitation, Ronan aimed at the right abdomen, and with both hands, he pressed the tail stinger in his hand slowly. The fine and dense skin was dented a little bit. Although it had not broken yet, there was already a strong stinging pain from the landing point. Puff, with a slight piercing sound, the tail stinger of the Greenthorn Hurricane Queen Bee completely pierced into Ronan's flesh. In an instant, the stinging sensation was magnified dozens of times, and the wound seemed to have a dark green spider web spreading rapidly around. Ronan took a short breath, and beads of sweat began to seep out of his fair and handsome face, and the veins on his forehead jumped slightly. His hands never stopped moving, and he kept pressing the stinger to penetrate deeper. The white light balls representing the majestic vitality in his body were already being consumed rapidly, and a large number of light points representing vitality were released and rushed towards the wound. Ronan's eyes were fixed on his character panel, and the number displayed after the master level proficiency of austerity body forging. It was unknown how long this process lasted. When the queen bee stinger had penetrated into his flesh for almost half a foot, Ronan finally saw the panel data he had been thinking about. Jump. Austerity body forging, Master 5/1600, Austerity body forging, Master 7/1600. It increased by 2 points in one breath. Ronan let go of his hand instantly, and the queen bee stinger fell to the ground with a bang, and he quickly picked up the detoxification potion and healing potion at hand and poured them into his mouth. He was sweating all over, like he had just been pulled out of the water. The instant pain and this kind of slow pressure type pain are two completely different concepts, and he did it himself. Ronan looked at the puncture wound on his right abdomen that was slowly healing. He had obviously found the right way to increase his master level proficiency in austerity bodybuilding, but for a moment he didn't have the courage to pick up the queen bee's tail stinger a second time. Do I have to poke myself like this in the future? Is there a way that is less painful? How about taking poison directly? Ronan had just reunited with Pain a few days ago and called the other party an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time, but now he just wanted this old friend to get out of the way as soon as possible. He was not a masochist. He was accompanied by Pain at the beginning because he was forced by the death threat that he would die if he failed to be promoted. Ronan was considering the feasibility of skipping the puncture process and taking poison directly, and suddenly found something strange. Why didn't the antidote work? Ronan had just taken 2 bottles of antidote potion and a bottle of healing potion. The main purpose of the healing potion is to replenish the consumption of the white vitality light ball in the body. After all, the principle of most healing potions is to promote the healing of injuries by replenishing vitality. The healing potion worked normally, but after drinking 2 bottles of antidote potion, Ronan found that there was no effect. The wound he was stabbed by the queen bee's tail sting, whether it was the healing speed or the speed of pain subsiding, was only related to the vitality consumption of the white light ball in the body. Isn't this poison at all? Ronan picked up the queen bee's tail sting on the ground again, penetrated his mental power, and carefully explored it. After a moment, he took and slowly put down the queen bee's tail sting with an expression of really, and his eyes turned. It's not a toxin, but a super high concentration of wind energy particles. After being injected into the body with a sting, these energy particles that suddenly accumulated together seemed to be a kind of poison. After discovering this, Ronan suddenly realized that his previous judgment was not accurate enough. What really makes the master level proficiency of austerity body forging increase is not simply injury, but should be being attacked by energy particles. In other words, Ronan's eyes lit up. It only needs to be a spell. It couldn't be easier to prove this. Ronan snapped his fingers, and a large amount of ice particles gathered in the air in front of him, and soon a rotating ice ball appeared out of thin air. 0 level low level spell, ice ball spell. Of course, the power of the ice ball spell that Ronan summoned at the moment was very ordinary, and it was only at the level of an ordinary 0 level low level spell. Bang! A whole ice ball hit him directly, and the icy air that splashed in an instant made him feel a needle-like pricking pain on the surface of his body, and the whole person couldn't help but shiver slightly. He stood up, moved his body a little, and shook off the ice chips all over his body. Checking his body, except for feeling a little cold, there was no injury. This was the first time he tested the defensive ability of his immaculate body, and unexpectedly found that it was not bad. He could actually directly resist the 0 level low level spell without any impact. However, the proficiency of austerity body forging on the panel did not increase. As expected by Ronan, he summoned the second ice ball, the third, the fourth. After throwing 5 ice balls at himself in a row, the proficiency on the character panel finally increased from 7 points to 8 points. Ronan, who was covered with a thin layer of frost, looked at the panel and clenched his fists. It works. His idea was right. Since wind and ice spells can promote the master level proficiency of austerity body refining, then spells of other systems can definitely do the same. He finally knew how to practice austerity body refining after the master level. It's just the body resisting lightning, frost washing the face, and lava bathing. Master level austerity body refining is this starting to focus on improving the elemental resistance of the body. Ronan's eyes were burning, and a long-lost passion ignited in his heart. While strengthening the body, you can also brush up the proficiency of spells. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's work hard. Micro secret realm space. Next to a transparent ice coffin wrapped in dense rune arrays, Binigo sat on a chair, holding a silver cup in his hand, as if taking a rest. Compared with a few months ago, the rusty ulcer on Binigo's left cheek has improved a lot, gradually revealing his original heroic facial features. But his temples are much more gray, and the whole person is more unkempt and looks very tired. Only a pair of light golden eyes maintain a calm and clear luster, as if they are always thinking. Pop! A strange sound sounded, which was so clear in the silent and deserted secret space. Binigo, who was resting, came back to his senses from his meditation and thought he had heard it wrong, but when his eyes habitually turned to a certain direction, his eyes fell into a momentary trance, followed by an uncontrollable excitement and joy from the bottom of his eyes. Binigo quickly stood up from the chair and appeared in front of a laboratory table, filled with various utensils and emitting a strong smell of blood. His eyes were completely attracted by a seed soaked in an unknown dark red liquid on the table. The seed had already sprouted, and a little pink and white grew on the black embryo. In the pink and white, there seemed to be veins like human blood vessels extending little by little. Binigo stared at the seed for a long time, his eyes intoxicated, as if he was about to fall into it. After a moment, he regained his composure, quickly took out a communication stone from his pocket, and whispered, "The seed has sprouted. Also, I have something to tell you. You'd better come over as soon as possible." After that, Binigo put away the communication stone and continued to focus all his attention on the seed in front of him. He didn't know when a pen and paper appeared in his hand. While observing, thinking, and quickly recording something. After an unknown amount of time, a slight energy fluctuation came from the entrance of the secret space. You are here. After the holy blood tree seeds sprout, they need, huh? Binigo, who was observing, subconsciously greeted in the direction of the secret entrance, but after seeing the appearance of the person coming, he was stunned. The change in the appearance and temperament of the man in front of him was so strange that Binigo almost thought he had recognized the wrong partner. A handsome young man strode towards him. White hair, blue eyes, a black mist-shrouded armband on his right arm, and silver and blue rune patterns growing upward along his chest and neck, highlighting his exquisite and noble temperament. The young man seemed to have just come out of a practice, with undried sweat beads on his body, wet. The whole person seemed like a huge and terrifying molten iron furnace, with terrible and visible rolling heat waves emanating from all around his body, burning everything around him, giving people an extremely domineering and powerful sense of oppression. This momentum gradually converged as the young man approached Binigo step by step, and finally disappeared completely like a long sword returning to its sheath. The young man returned to his original exquisite and handsome appearance, with skin as white as fine brocade, and a nice blue gem necklace looming around his neck, as if he had just walked out of a wealthy family. Is this what the seeds of the holy blood tree look like after germinating? The boy walked quickly to the side of the lab table, squinted his eyes and carefully examined the germinating seeds on the table, then turned to look at Binigo. What did you just say you would need in the future? Binigo recovered from his brief stupor and looked at the boy deeply. He didn't know why the other party's mental fluctuations had not improved much, but the threat he felt was several times stronger than 2 months ago. It was as if a legendary dragon was sealed in his body, and occasionally its scales and claws would be revealed inadvertently, which could bring a shudder to the soul. This was someone else's secret. Everyone has secrets, and so did he. It needs your blood to be watered regularly, Binigo said. If you want the seeds to continue to grow, you must water them with blood rich in vitality. So far, your blood is the most vital and energetic I have ever seen. Ronan frowned slightly, and then he heard Binigo speak again. You don't need a lot, it won't have much impact on your body. And there is another benefit of watering with your blood. When the holy blood tree is fully grown, it will be especially close to you. That is a close connection of blood, even better than some soul-bound master-servant contracts. In other words, if it drinks my blood, it will recognize me as its master in the future. Ronan understood. That's about right. You should have been its master. Binigo replied lightly. Ronan nodded, and didn't say anything nonsense. The black armband formed by the nightmare tungsten steel on his right arm separated a little, flowed into Ronan's hand and turned into a knife, and then quickly turned into a silver color. Ronan picked up the knife and gently cut his index finger. After 2 months of hard training in ascetic body forging, this was not an easy thing. Only Ronan himself knew how much force he had used to cut the flesh of his fingertips and force blood to drip into the petri dish containing the holy blood tree seeds. After dripping about 10 drops of blood, Binigo called Ronan to stop. It's much less than what I originally expected. Binigo looked at Ronan with a strange look on his face. Ronan pretended not to hear, and put the cut finger into his mouth, asking Binigo, what is the other thing you said in the communication stone? It's about you. Binigo carefully fiddled with the holy blood tree seeds in the petri dish, and said, the magic circle recently discovered another brain-eating flower in a secret realm, which was issued in the form of a task. You stay in the secret realm every day and don't go out. How come you are so well informed about all kinds of news in the magic circle? Ronan was surprised. Binigo just shook his head and said, it's just a privilege that I once had as a 3-ring, and it hasn't been completely taken back. That's not the point. The point is that I happen to know an ancient potion formula that requires the use of brain-eating flowers as the main ingredient. The effect of this ancient potion, in addition to greatly improving mental strength. Binigo paused here, looked at Ronan, thought for a while and said, maybe it can also increase your chances of comprehending a domain resonance in advance. Buzz, Ronan's pupils trembled slightly. Soon, he calmed down. Tell me in detail about this mission. Chapter 100, Authority Freeze, Wet Jungle. This is a 7-ring open trial task. Binigo said, there should be many first-level wizards from other magic circles going there. First-level wizards. Ronan blinked. Isn't the brain-eating flower attractive to second-level wizards? Ronan originally thought that this good thing that can greatly improve mental power and increase the probability of comprehending a domain of magic resonance should be a task that second-level wizards are walking around. Binigo seemed to see his thoughts and shook his head and said, "Don't forget, when I said that the brain-eating flower can greatly improve mental power, it was aimed at you, based on the first-level wizard as the standard. The mental power of a second-level wizard is dozens of times stronger than that of a first-level wizard. For you, it is a precious potion, but for a second-level wizard, it may be just an ordinary thing. Besides, the ancient potion formula that I mastered is not something that everyone can easily obtain. Even if you master the formula, the effect of this potion that increases the probability of comprehending a domain of magic resonance is also only applicable to first-level wizards." "Why?" Ronan asked. "Because of the special medicinal properties of the brain-eating flower, and the difference between the mental power of a second-level wizard and a first-level wizard." Binigo tapped his temple with his finger and explained simply, "When the medicinal properties of the brain-eating flower are exerted, there will be a process of completely crushing your mental power. The mental power of a second-level wizard condenses into a crystal, and it can't withstand such a torment." Ronan's face showed a clear look. If Binigo's words were true, then if he took on this task, he only needed to be careful of the first-level wizards of the other 6 major magic circles. This would undoubtedly reduce the difficulty a lot. But Binigo's next sentence completely extinguished the relaxation that Ronan had just felt in his heart. "What I just said is just a normal situation. Although the value of the brain-eating flower to a second-level wizard is not that great, it cannot be ruled out that there will be second-level wizards who will go to fight for it. The key is..." Binigo looked into his eyes and said calmly but firmly, "If I were Travis, this mission would be the best opportunity to get the demonic tungsten steel on you." "You mean Travis will find someone to attack me in this mission?" Ronan's eyes flashed with brilliance. "If he knew you accepted it," Binigo said lightly, "that's almost inevitable. Unless he suddenly lost interest in the demonic tungsten steel and no longer blamed you for beating up several of his wizards." Ronan had a blank expression and nodded slowly. "Okay, I know." He looked down at the holy blood tree seeds sprouting on the experimental table and asked, "How often do these seeds need to be watered with my blood?" "For now, once a week is enough. I will notify you in advance," Binigo replied. Ronan nodded, and suddenly thought about it, and said to Binigo, "Oh, by the way, if you are free recently, please help me prepare a batch of healing potions. Other potions, runestones and magic tools are all fine. I am running out of magic stones." "So soon?" Binigo frowned. "I remember I just gave you a batch." "Please, that was 2 months ago, and I can't take tasks in the magic circle to earn resources. Besides..." Ronan looked at his right index finger, which had just been bled and was now almost completely healed, and whispered, "My recent practice does require a lot of magic stones and resources." The outer city of the 7 rings. Ronan, who had just returned from Binigo and changed into the silver-gray robe he bought when he first came to the magic circle, walked on the long street. From a distance, you can see 2 figures basking in the sun next to each other at the door of the Blueberry Inn. Alida, who is small and has blue curly hair, stands next to Jacob like a docile little lamb. Jacob must have told a joke that made her laugh non-stop. "Good afternoon, Lord Ronan." Jacob, who had sharp eyes, spotted Ronan from a distance and quickly stood up to greet him. Alida was much more casual, not as reserved as Jacob, and smiled and called out, "Hello, Lord Ronan." Ronan smiled and nodded at the 2 of them. Perhaps because Jacob had broken through to the 8th level of apprentice last month and was 1 step closer to becoming a formal wizard, Alida's father's attitude had softened, and he had recently allowed the 2 of them to go out on a date once a week. Ronan could still hear Alida and Jacob talking quietly until he entered the Blueberry Inn and was almost at the stairs. Lord Ronan has become more handsome after cutting his hair short. Recently, several female wizards have come to ask me if Lord Ronan needs a mistress. I think Lord Ronan's aura is getting stronger and stronger. I can hardly breathe in front of him. Stupid, that's because your body has deteriorated. Don't meditate too hard. I don't want to be a widow after marrying you. Alida, what are you talking about? After entering the room, Ronan sat down on the sofa in the living room. There was bitter chamomile tea in the teapot on the table that had just been brewed. Ronan poured a cup, then took out a silver disc with a logo of the Circle of Magic from his storage waste bag to check. This thing is his identity certificate as a formal member of the Circle of Magic, and it is also a tool for his daily communication with the circle of magic, which is a bit like the function of the communication stone. The mental power penetrated into the disc, and the first message he received from the circle of magic was to inform him that because he had not completed the prescribed tasks for 4 consecutive months, his membership of the First Ring Corps had been cancelled and he was officially demoted to an ordinary member. Ronan's expression did not change much, which was within his expectation. In fact, Ronan only knew a month ago that ordinary magic circle wizards could apply for retreat protection from the magic circle. The protection period can be up to 3 years, during which time they do not need to perform any tasks and will not be punished. He tried to apply, but was immediately rejected without reason. After the demotion notice, the remaining messages were similar. The potion commission you posted is cancelled. Sorry, the rune commission task you applied for was not approved. Ronan read all the messages one by one, without any fluctuations in his heart. Normally, as a core member of the first ring of the magic circle, he can enjoy a series of privileges including potion purchase, rune stone purchase, magic tool commission forging, enchantment commission, etc. Whether buying or buying things, he can enjoy certain discounts in the magic circle. However, now all these privileges are frozen without exception. Because he failed to complete the guaranteed tasks every month, he did not even have the basic benefits of 10 high-level magic stones per month that every formal member of the magic circle has. Apart from being a formal member of the circle of magic, he did not enjoy any of the conveniences and benefits that he should have, and was almost the same as when he was wandering. He suddenly understood why Benigo had taken the initiative to pass on the first and second level metal magic to him. Perhaps Benigo had expected that he would encounter this situation. Some people in the circle of magic who were above the rules were manipulating the rules and trying to make him surrender. So this mission should be accepted. Ronan took a sip of hot tea and recalled the mission that Benigo had mentioned to him before. The importance of the brain-eating flower to his cultivation improvement was part of it. This mission itself was also relatively rare. It was a public mission of the 7th ring that Travis and others could not tamper with. If he completed it, he would get a precious breathing period. Knock knock knock. There was a polite knock on the door, followed by Arlita's voice. Sir, do you need to send anything today? The courier will leave before 3 o'clock. Ronan raised his head slightly. No, thank you Arlita. Okay, sir, have a nice day. Arlita's footsteps faded away at the door, and Ronan shook his head with amusement. He knew very well that the other party was probably thinking of him to earn tips again. When people are in trouble, they always subconsciously want to grab something to rely on. And loneliness often makes people miss. Ronan is no exception. During this period of time, he wrote letters to Old Wells, Venetia and others, as well as relatives in the earldom who were far away in the ocean. Counting the time since he parted with Old Wells and others, more than half a year has passed. Ronan only knows that the place they went to is called Kiffenport, and he doesn't know how they are doing now. Retracting his thoughts, Ronan opened his character panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 17, talents, no attribute affinity, unsullied body, active, strength, level 1 official wizard, 47%, skills, basic meditation, clear realm, master 265, 1600, energy missile, particle torrent, master 240/1600, charged weapon, spell breaking force, master 177, 1600, ice ball, desperate freezing, master 200, 1600, ascetic body forging, master 157/1600, frost ray, expert 24 out of 800, activated metal, master 12/400, high energy crucible, proficient 54/200. In 2 months, relying solely on meditation, his strength progress increased by 1%. This speed is not fast compared to ordinary level 1 wizards, but not too slow either. At this rate, it will take him about 3 years to enter the late level 1, and 9 years to reach the threshold for promotion to level 2 wizards. The 3 extraordinary powers of Particle Torrent, Breaking Power, and Desperate Freezing have made steady progress. Without spending too much energy on them, they can generally improve their proficiency by dozens of points. Ronan is already very satisfied. The biggest improvement is naturally the austerity body training that he focuses on practicing. In 2 months, his proficiency has increased by a full 150 points. It seems that he is going to make up for the progress he had lost in one go. At this time, The white ball of light in Ronan's body has grown from the original fist size to the size of 3 fists, which has grown several times. It brings Ronan a more surging and magnificent vitality. Under the nourishment of this vitality, it seems that there is an active volcano in his body that can erupt at any time. Under the burning vitality, the physical strength after opening the immaculate body seems to be able to grow without limit, and it is impossible to measure it with specific numbers. Of course, the biggest improvement is the physical defense of unsullied body. He went from resisting low-level spells of rank 0 without any damage at the beginning, to intermediate rank 0, and now to advanced rank 0. Unsullied body has greatly enhanced its ability to resist elements. If you look closely at Ronan's skin now, you will find that there seems to be a very thin and transparent stratum corneum on the surface of his skin, which is naturally formed under countless spell bombardments. Behind this series of huge improvements in physical strength is Ronan's consumption of potions without regard for cost. In the past 2 months, he almost drank the first level healing potion as if it were water, just for the little vitality contained in it that could quickly replenish the meager vitality consumed by the light ball in his body. After 2 months, Ronan's family assets were almost completely used up. After searching through the storage waste bag, except for some necessary things that could not be sold, the rest of the items added up are estimated to be worth less than 10 high-level magic stones. Compared with the previous arrogance of 1,000 high-level magic stones, it is really far behind. Practicing bodybuilding in depth is also a bottomless pit of resources. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. If Travis and others hadn't interfered, he could have purchased healing potions through the platform channels within the magic circle, and the cost would probably be much less. It was also because of practicing austerity bodybuilding that Ronan practiced almost all the low-level 0-level elemental spells he could find, and almost all of them were practiced to the master level or above. As a focus on ice spells, the intermediate 0-level, Frost Ray, has been promoted to the expert level. It is estimated that it will take only 1 or 2 months to break through to the master level. He has not tried to rush spells other than the low-level 0-level to the master level, so he is a little unsure about the time. When Frost Ray also derives the extraordinary domain, that will be the time when the despair domain will usher in a real qualitative change. I don't know what it will be like. Ronan thought, gently closed the panel, got up and walked into the small training room in the inner room. He picked up a blank rune stone in front of the lab table and engraved it casually. For Ronan now, rune engraving is no longer a skill to make a living. It is more of a pastime in his spare time and a unique way to calm his mind. Please help me register for this task. The next morning, in the 7th Ring Mission Hall, Ronan stood in front of a task window and pointed out a task with a particularly conspicuous mark on the task booklet to the wizard in charge of task registration. As a public trial task of the 7th ring, it is usually pinned to the top. Ronan found the brain-eating flower task that Inigo mentioned without any effort. Of course, the task did not mention any information about brain-eating flower. On the surface, it only encouraged the wizards of the ring to explore a secret space called Wet Jungle. Only wizards who have a little inside information know that there is a rare magic potion brain-eating flower in the Wet Jungle this time. Okay, go wait outside, and an airship will take you there. After the mission was registered, the wizard in the window handed Ronan a white runestone, which was the certificate for this mission and the key to enter the secret space of the Wet Jungle. If he didn't accept the mission, Ronan would not be able to bypass the magic circle and enter the Wet Jungle. Privately exploring the secret space owned by the owner is a serious violation in the entire wizard world. When Ronan accepted the certificate and walked out of the mission hall, he habitually looked around the various mission windows, but this time he didn't see the female wizard with short green hair. He put his mood in order and stood at the door of the mission hall waiting quietly. There were several wizards waiting with him. Their strength was not high. Like him, they were all around the middle of the first level, and their identities were just ordinary members of the magic circle. After waiting for a while, another young wizard with the identity of the core of the first ring on his robe came, and he exuded the mental power fluctuations of the late first level. Several middle-level wizards who were waiting with Ronan immediately surrounded each other. Judging from the harmonious combination of each other, it should have been agreed long ago. At this time, a person from the small group opposite came out and asked Ronan if he wanted to join. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.